The story begins with an unexpected message to the protagonist that his health continues to decline and he will soon die. But he points his weapon at himself. The hero confidently said that this time he definitely succeeded, holding the sword tightly in his hands. With a sharp movement, he pierced himself, but even so, an error emerged that the player was not detected, and they began to restore his role and status. This error did not suit him, and he began to print something magically and mysteriously. He added some secret entrances and items into the code, smugly considering himself a genius, even if no one needed it. Finally looking away from the monitor, he managed to stretch, noting out loud with hope that someone would find his Easter egg in a future game while he was being watched. Behind him, a threatening male figure loomed closer, calling his name, Sung-an, making the boy nervous. While banging papers on his head, the man considered him a useless, lazy person who didn't notice bugs at all, calling him a blockhead. Receiving a reprimand that he would not receive a salary at all, the guy realized that he had recently graduated from university and became a game developer programmer. Only the boss, the man who was now yelling at him, didn't want to pay him, forcing him to be the only one fixing the bugs. Sung-an was upset that his boss didn't appreciate his work, because it was very difficult to fix a bunch of other people's mistakes alone, while the boss again threatened to deprive him of his salary. A girl walked past them, accidentally tripping and dropping her documents, causing the boss's shouts to stop and stare at the lady. She sat down awkwardly, saying that she couldn't bend over in this skirt, and then froze, seeing the guy's gaze on her. Sung-an thought it was necessary to help her, bending down earlier and handing her a leaf that had fallen from the floor. She jerked slightly, not expecting this at all, but thanked him, taking it, recognizing the guy as the team's loser. The attention from his colleague made him very embarrassed. He blushed, and awkwardly said that she had nothing to thank him for. Only the girl felt uneasy from his gaze, admitting to herself that he even irritated her. Because of this, she told her boss that the guy was a pervert, because he was staring at her. To which the man pointed his finger at him, and said that he had been doing nothing all day. Sung-an immediately tried to justify himself by saying that the girl had misunderstood him. He simply picked up the papers, not finding anything perverted in this. This argument did not satisfy the boss now, saying that if the lady said so, then it was true, directly saying that he was just trash. The guy was still trying to defend his boundaries, to which the man merely noted that he was defending himself, which meant he was guilty and would receive a fine for it. The slyly smiling colleague immediately thanked her boss for his fairness, raising his pride. With this alone, they greatly humiliated Sung-an, although as they left, they said to each other that he deserved it. While the guy was holding back his anger at such injustice, something started loading on his screen. An hourglass surrounded by matrix code appeared on the blue screen, loading something vigorously. 6 months later, the guy was still working for the company, finally fixing the major bugs before the game was released. He honestly admitted to himself that he had simply turned half of them into Easter eggs, when suddenly he received a message. Unfortunately, this was not a significant reason for the boss to shirk the program, since he was worried about the release of their game. He especially warned Sung-an that he would fire him for his mistakes, while he admitted under his breath that only debts kept him there. His appearance and condition had completely deteriorated. He was constantly sitting at the computer, only believing in himself that this would end someday. Before he could even publish their game, the entire office suddenly began to shake from an earthquake. While everyone ran to find shelter and hide, Sung-an went to the window, not believing what kind of disaster could happen. A sharp beam of light exploded and threw him back, causing him to fall and pass out. When he woke up, someone in his head wished him a pleasant game in the new world, completely confusing him. Trying to remember what happened, the guy got up and headed to the window, noticing something unusual. As soon as he looked down, for some reason everything was covered in grass and trees, and the buildings seemed to be destroyed. Immediately behind him, a message appeared that he was now a new player, and his registration was successful, until it dawned on Sung-an that he was in his own game. While the system warned that it would give him 2 qualifications, the guy checked whether the screen was tangible, becoming very upset. His hand passed right through, and the system kept warning him that he had received the merchant class. After that, out of nowhere, an old stone knife that was meant for his class appeared in his hand. After looking at it more closely, Sung-an realized that it was real, also realizing that he was a merchant. Since it was his game, he knew what classes there were, and that each had its own skill and advantage. Turning around, the guy realized his situation again, not believing that the office around him was real. Then it appeared on the screen that he had a task that would be accepted automatically in 5 minutes. He immediately remembered about bugs and Easter eggs, because this was his game, and he could take revenge on everyone who humiliated him. Looking at the quest screen, he remembered that if he died before accepting the quest, he could change his class to a random one, receiving a unique qualification. Only while twirling the knife in his hands did Sung-an admit that he had never been able to bring himself to kill himself, especially with the fear of killing himself in reality. Deciding to take a risk, he stabbed himself in the stomach with a knife in a sharp movement, believing that he would not die. Only he didn't receive an immediate answer, remaining on the floor of the room, bleeding and unable to reboot. Suddenly, he seemed to wake up, but completely healthy, realizing that everything had worked. Unfortunately for him, he got the role of a doctor, which was even worse for him. Deciding to try one more time, pointing a knife at himself. There were a couple of seconds left to accept the task, but Sung-an, while still dying, did not receive the necessary characteristics, and even received the merchant again. Because of this, sitting on the floor, he considered himself a failure, looking out the window, seeing only one way. Without thinking, he ran out the window, but somehow it gave in to the pressure with a crack, and he began to fall. There were only a few seconds left, and Sung-an was still too far from the ground to crash in time. He couldn't understand why everything was so unfair to him, because he simply didn't want to be at the mercy of others. Finally, approaching the ground, there were 3 seconds left. Why he finally prayed for a free life. A second before accepting the task, he managed to crash, which is why the system began to select a new class for him. His body was illuminated by a golden light, which is why he reluctantly began to open his eyes, looking around. Staring at the screen with his characteristics, he was glad that everything had worked out. The hardest thing is to get 2 classes at once, but he did it by becoming a gold merchant and a warrior. Sung-an stood up and approached his screen, as his glasses had been lost in flight, noticing that he had been given an achievement for dying. Having discovered his skills, the guy began to study them carefully, considering this to be only the beginning, until the goddess of luck leaves him. Having found his glasses, he unfortunately noticed that they were broken, but the fact that they could be used made him very happy, while the system tried to warn him. Finally opening the message, he saw that it asked him to find shelter, which he did not do, considering himself experienced due to the classes. Only next to him was a terrifying roar heard, from which the guy was lifted off the ground. A starting monster with the maximum danger level flew up to him. Trying to crawl away somehow, Sung-an thought that this was some kind of joke, trying to behave quietly. Only the monster clearly noticed him. Why didn't he understand how he was supposed to deal with a whole boss as a newbie? Because of this, he quickly got to his feet and began to run away, remembering that it was not necessary to kill the monster. It was important to survive for an hour. However, while Sung-an ran away, wanting to leave his classes, the monsters only increased in number, which he did not understand. The only thing that made him genuinely happy now was that the huge one didn't run after him, but his devilish minions were still chasing him. Even though it was a minor level 15 demon, it still posed a terrible threat as it slammed the ground next to the boy. Realizing that he couldn't run all the time, Sung-an decided to use the warrior's ability. He just needed to get a weapon. Looking at the demon, he realized that it was simply laughing at him while chasing him. The guy's attention was immediately drawn to a rather familiar voice that was shouting, asking him to get away from him. His face immediately changed, confusing the creatures as well, because he recognized his boss's voice. He actually ran away from the devils with his colleague, trying to understand where they were from and where they should run to survive. A worker in the distance recognized Sung-an, pointing him out to the boss, which surprised him greatly as he thought that everyone here had been eaten. This remark infuriated him, because they were already running away from danger, but still managed to say something to him. They wanted to get closer to the guy, but then they stopped and changed their minds, because a huge crowd of demons had gathered behind him. Realizing their danger, the 3 of them ran in one direction, even as they continued to argue about how they could survive. Sung-an immediately remembered that he had left a secret safe zone at the beginning, finding it with his eyes in the wall, telling the others to run into it. Having warned them that he was finished if they died, they all flew into the camouflaged passage together. Everyone received the message that they were now safe, which allowed them to finally rest. Behind this zone, the monsters were left wondering where their victims had disappeared to. They tried to find out from each other in their own language where they had gone, to which Sung-an realized with relief that they could not see them. Here they calmly saw everything that was happening behind the walls, delighting the guy with their development. Such places are always made to restore strength and protect newcomers. Monsters are powerless here. Suddenly a female voice called out to the guy, which is why he turned around, noticing his friend. She instantly threw herself on his neck, glad that it was him, and Sung-an recognized her as Zai-jun. He couldn't believe that they had managed to meet. especially how she had found this place while the girl was worried that there were a lot of creatures outside. A colleague expressed particular dissatisfaction, cursing that a loser could not be friends with such a magnificent girl. She said that Sung-an showed her this room, which is why she remembered it and used it. Zai-jun is the guy's classmate and his only friend, which is why she said that she was able to help others take refuge here. After these words, he turned around, seeing his colleagues and acquaintances. Some of them were depressed. They were clearly frightened by the changes and the new world that had appeared around them. Sung-an found them pitiful, looking at them with some disgust, as if they were ghosts. The boss intervened in their conversation, accusing them that it was all their fault that the game had become reality. He commanded in a tone that no one should dare to whine, but should sit and think about how to turn off this game and get them out. The boss immediately began to lose heart, realizing that his company and money were lost. His employees immediately began to calm him down and explain that nothing could be done about it, and he himself understood this perfectly well. The man seemed to not want to accept anything, calling them a flock of sheep and firing each one. Sung-an decided to ask the girl if she had seen anyone along the way who was, roughly speaking, different from the others. Looking up, trying to remember something, Zai-jun especially thought about the one who was different. One of the guy's colleagues immediately guessed that he wanted to get to know some minor characters from the game itself. They remembered that they could help them survive, starting to remember where such people might be and who was taking care of them. Immediately, a little girl from the crowd shouted out that her name was Lee Kyu-gae. She was very upset that adults had such a bad memory, comparing them to slugs. Pointing his finger at her, the guy noticed that there was a pointer above her head, which meant the girl was definitely not a player, and in order to move forward, he needed to win her over. Kyoga was outraged by this attitude towards himself, shouting at the speaker and calling him fat. Sung-an immediately realized that there would be difficulties with the girl, especially since he doesn't get along well with such aggressive characters. Kneeling down in front of the baby, Zai-jun honestly said that she did not recognize her, and did not think about whose child it might be. Glad that she was okay, Kogu immediately began to thank her for not even letting her feel in trouble. Because of this, she began to open her backpack, showing that she wanted to give Zai-jun something, calling her little sister. A card appeared in her hands, saying that here it is, handing it to the girl. Magic lines appeared around her, and the system transmitted that it had received and activated the minimap. Everyone on the sidelines were shocked as they stared at this magic, realizing that the NPCs had tools or cards. Sung-an was also pleased because such a find would come in very handy in the future. At that moment, his colleague approached the girl, holding something in his hand and offering it to her. There were candies there, thanks to which she wanted to buy a card from her, to which the little girl stuck out her tongue and refused, calling her a liar. Hyuga saw how the very same one escaped first, and now she lies that she helped, calling her the worst person in the world, clearly angering the lady. The colleagues barely held back the girl's attacks, while the level of their relationship with the baby was falling, because no one was helping her, and now everything was needed. The guys began to whisper among themselves and think about how to improve the level of their relationship with her, realizing the complexity of the girl's character. The boss did not share this approach, demanding that no one hang out with this brat, but simply take the necessary items from her by force. As he got closer, he yelled at Chu-gae that he didn't care about her at all, he only wanted the map. She was so scared that she couldn't move or run away, which is why the man grabbed her by the backpack. Realizing that he had not let her go with words, Sung-an jumped and hit him on the cheek, demanding that he stop. Kyogu was able to escape from his strong grip, where the girl was able to catch her and protect her with herself. The guy started yelling at his boss that he had acted abnormally by using force against a child and taking advantage of his status in another world. Spitting blood from his mouth, the man looked askance at his attacker, vowing to teach him a lesson for hitting him. He called the girl a simple creature created by the game, and he only wanted to get the card, while Zai-jun tried to comfort the little one. Unfortunately, this did not help at all, and the relationship with the character dropped into the negative, immediately causing anxiety. For offending an NPC, the system warned that everyone would be punished with a penalty in the form of the safe zone disappearing. Looking up, many noticed that there were only 30 seconds left before the zone would disappear. While everyone started to panic, the man yelled at Sung-an that it was all his fault. He also raised his eyes now, realizing what problems could now await them with this fine. Demons, from whom they had recently managed to hide, began to crowd behind the collapsing wall, realizing that it was stupid to add relationship status. There were only a few seconds left before the disappearance and the monsters began to approach, while Chu-gae only cried loudly. Everyone stood in panic under a pile of warnings, watching these creatures being caught, not knowing what to do. Sung-an stared at the demons, trying to quickly think of a way to help everyone not die and distract these giants. In his mind, he decided to run in the opposite direction from his colleagues, because he needed to get something in the building. The boss snuck up on him from behind, yelling that the guy would go and stall for time. That's why he simply pushed Sung-an into the cracked portal, blaming him for causing it. Before he could rise to his feet, the demon next to him had already swung, striking with a sharp movement. Zai-jun immediately attacked the man for daring to throw the guy out to certain death. Only the boss just threw up his hands, expecting on the contrary gratitude. Because if not for Sung-an, then these monsters would have eaten them. The guy immediately called the girl, warning that he was okay, and that they should run without looking back as soon as the room disappeared. There were seconds left before he disappeared, until he remembered, asking to take Chu-go with him, promising to buy time. The girl didn't want to let him go to his death, but her colleagues asked her to prepare and not to worry, because the safe zone would soon disappear. As soon as the timer showed 0 seconds, Sung-an yelled at them to run as fast as they could, while blood was running down his face. The shelter was destroyed, and a crowd immediately ran out of it, trying to save themselves. However, this didn't help much, because a couple of the creatures still followed them. Kyogu thanked the guy in her mind, calling him brother, which is why a notification appeared behind his back, where she gave him a minimap. Sung-en couldn't believe his eyes at first, but he was incredibly happy that he had managed to get the map. While running away from the demons, he realized that the non-player character was kinder to him than some living people, even though he was just a code. He immediately decided to use this map, finding another Easter egg of his own. He quickly got his bearings, realizing that the place he needed was very close and he would notice it right away. The only problem was the monsters that wouldn't leave him alone, but there was no cover nearby. Wanting to open the minimap again, the closest demon caught up with him, managing to knock him down with a sharp blow. The others immediately ran up, and while Sung-an was cursing them, one of them swung hard and knocked him into the floor. At the same time, a fast demon also followed his colleagues, killing one and very close to another. The guy screamed frantically for his boss, asking for help, when the monster's hand literally passed through him, killing him instantly. When they turned around, they immediately assumed he was dead, realizing they had already lost 2. The other guy, turning back to the task, couldn't believe that it was possible to survive here for another half hour, as the game asked him to. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the demon, who was watching them with a sly smile as he spilled the blood of the losing player. Zai-jun took over the controls, shouting where the right place to run was, holding the baby in her arms, saying that there was an elevator at the end. No one dared to argue with her, as one turned in one direction, deciding that no one wanted to stay here. At this time, Sung-an was on the verge of his death, hearing a notification from the system that his health was critically low. Barely getting to his feet in front of the creatures, he thanked them, because with their help he was able to find the place he needed. Their blow opened a secret passage, where the guy was heading, immediately climbing into it, telling everyone to see him soon. Looking at them menacingly, he promised to return and remind them of everything. On the other side of the portal was an office where a man seemed to be sitting at a computer desk, working hard. Rubbing his head, Sung-an didn't think that the passage would make it hurt so much, while trying to figure out what kind of place this was. Sitting behind the monitor, clicking on the keyboard, was a skeletal non-player character, depicting an eternal worker named A-kun. The guy was pleased to see his creation, immediately greeting him, while the skeleton was slightly frightened, not noticing him right away, immediately asking about the work. Approaching A-kun while he was saying that he had a ton of work, the guy suggested that he take a rest, patting him on the shoulder, because as a creator, he knew what his character needed. The skeleton refused him because he could only leave after 12, but the clock always showed the same time, realizing that time had destroyed him. Despite the conversation, A-kun continued his work, admitting that he already considered work a part of his life. While the guy reached for the clock, he took a marker and drew noon on the dial, inviting the skeleton to look at the time. Thanks to this time, A-kun was free, because now it was his well-deserved time to rest, which is why the room was lit up with blue light. He couldn't believe his happiness. Why did he even turn his desk over, sending all this far and for a long time, especially wishing death to his boss? He beat and raged until Sung-an realized that it was he who had locked this poor guy here. Thanks to his actions, the system gave him an achievement for completing the secret mission, taking A-kun away. The skeleton began to disappear before the guy's eyes, glad that his work was finished here, and in gratitude he left his things to him. Sung-an mentally wished for him to find a good boss in the other world, while he himself studied the reward that had fallen. He got new glasses and a strong programmer's bone structure, just glad that now he had something. He immediately put on the glasses, immediately feeling pleasure from how clear everything was, and how the glasses were invisible. The bone immediately gave him a strange feeling, and he didn't know what to do with it. Opening the skill panel, he remembered that it was possible to create weapons, and immediately took advantage of it. Luckily for him, he managed to make a bone blade, still with a damage bonus thanks to his class, heading towards the exit, believing that now was the time for payback. The monsters were waiting for Sung-an at a particularly secret passage, and when blue smoke began to pour out of it, they immediately prepared for a fight. Only instead of the guy, they got Akun's abandoned computer, not quite understanding what it was. At that moment, the guy came out of the portal, pointing his weapon at the nearest one, noting that you should never expose your back to the enemy. After that, he hit the monster on the back with a sharp swing, wishing him death. Only the demon did not think of dying, which is why he even turned to Sung-an and began to resist him. The guy started yelling at the dagger because it didn't do any damage, and his health was on the edge. He couldn't run away. The system immediately warned that the blade had activated its demon hunting mode, instantly exploding the one it first struck with golden lightning, learning that it was 700 damage. His ability took a while to take effect, while the game immediately congratulated him on killing the monster and leveling up. Thanks to this, the wound on his face healed, because by improving his level he was healed. Only the death of one of the comrades did not affect the others in any way. On the contrary, it even made them angry, heading towards the guy. Sung-an stood confidently in place, deciding to pay off his debts to everyone, because now his health is at its maximum. The demons immediately jumped on him all at once, while he stood confidently watching their movements. Not even a moment passed before the guy hid back in the secret area where no damage could occur. After waiting for the demons to come closer, he jumped out of the portal, trying to hit as many creatures as possible. It didn't work out well for him, because only one died, having decided that the hide-and-seek tactic was very successful. Before Sung-an could even run to hide, one monster had already swung its paw at him. The demon tried to squeeze him and not let him get to the portal, which is why he tried to come up with a new tactic, while simultaneously surviving. Another monster, noticing that his comrade was in trouble, immediately swung at Sung-an from above to crush him from all sides. Only then the blade activated with the ability to drink demons, which is why the first one exploded, and the guy himself attacked the second one. The monster was still faster than him, putting his fist in front of his jump and pushing him away. The guy was very lucky to hit him with the blade. As soon as it activated, the offender was punished with an explosion. Barely rising under the explosion, the system notified him that the demon was killed, once again congratulating him on his level increase. Glad that he had managed to both kill and heal, Sung-an even considered himself cool. At this time, the others tried to hide from a pair of demons that were chasing them in the elevator. The guy wanted to choose a floor, but the frightened boss started poking the first one for him, and Zaijun stopped them. She looked at the minimap, telling everyone that there were fewer monsters, which meant that Sung-an had managed to kill them and was alive. The girl wanted to wait for him, but everyone attacked her, saying that he had already died and that she was worrying about him in vain, leaving them to the same certain death. The elevator doors began to close, but the monster ran faster, trying to hold it with its paw, scaring the people in it. Breaking through the wall and the elevator door, the demon screamed terribly loudly, but the displeased Hay behind him was louder, forcing him to turn around. Before he could even turn his head, Sung-an sharply slashed his blade across his back, leaving a huge scratch. Amid the cries of the dying grass, he spoke to him not to dare attack his friends. The demon died, and the elevator had already left, which is why the guy sadly realized that he was late, because no one even heard his phrase. The system warned him that the floor was completely cleared of monsters, greatly upsetting him as he wanted to level up more. Calling up his stat menu, he remembered about the points to further improve. Sung-an was curious about how much he had improved when he started counting his scores without bonus points thanks to classes. Realizing that he was quite weak and had received too few points, he improved his strength stats, deciding that now it was better. Suddenly, the building began to shake and crumble, as if some kind of earthquake had happened without anyone knowing who was causing it. Thinking that one of the demons might have been reborn, Sung-an immediately remembered the initial invincible boss, the leader of the demons. The people who ran out of the building did not know about it, which is why they encountered a big problem on the street, trying to hide from such a giant. The demon was gaining strength while everyone was screaming, and the system was warning about the maximum level of danger. The guy immediately turned to Zaijun so that she could use her map to get them out of here. To their horror and regret, the minimap was unable to determine their path, throwing up an error. The boss was especially scared and said that he didn't want to die, staring at the huge demon. Out of fear, he simply ran in any direction away from his colleagues to save himself. At that moment, the monster charged its charge, opening its mouth where the magic was finally collected into a ball. With a sharp blow, he clearly hit the fleeing target, burning the man alive to the bones. Everyone, seeing such strength and power, immediately screamed in panic, not knowing what to do or where to run. The monster stood there, breathing heavily, as one remembered that they had a recharge. Everyone took advantage of this chance, quickly scattering in all directions from each other. Unfortunately for the boy and Zai-jun, he followed them, charging up his attack. Because she was running so fast, the girl didn't notice the pebble under her foot, tripping and falling to the ground. The guy noticed her disappearance, turned around and called for her to run further, but she could not get up because of the pain. Zai-jun knew that she had twisted her ankle and would not be able to run, but she begged the boy to take Hyuga to a safe place. The girl lost consciousness, and she didn't want to leave her, which gave him a difficult choice. As soon as he noticed the monster behind the girl, he immediately began to run away, apologizing to her in advance. She had no choice either, because the demon was already charged and attacked them, hugging the little girl tighter and mentally asking for help. Zai-jun was incredibly lucky, because the entire charge was blocked by Sung-an, who had just arrived and aimed his blade at the ball. He managed to literally beat it off, passing the monster its own blow, amplified tenfold. Because of this, the girl awkwardly turned around, wanting to know how she managed to survive, immediately rejoicing that the guy was alive. He looked purposeful as he pointed his weapon at the demon, asking Zai-jun to leave it on her. His eyes filled with rage, saying that he dared to touch her, and the guy would not forgive it. They managed to retreat to the forest, learning that they had less than 20 minutes to survive. But the girl would not be able to escape. She also conveyed her concerns about Hyuga because she was fine recently, but now she was unconscious. Sung-an tried to reassure her that it wouldn't last long, because she was just scared, asking him to take care of her while he fought. Zai-jun was immediately against it, because this monster is too big, as the guy said that he has a plan. He knew that Sun Yue, the same guy who abandoned the girl to certain death, had fled here. Sung-an explained to him that he wouldn't be able to hide in the forest for long, because the demon would simply burn everything down, but there was an Easter egg that would help him survive. Only the guy desperately needed his help, while fighting off the monster, asking him to hurry up with his choice. Now Zai-jun was also panicking, but she was determined to help him, even with her swollen leg. With barely enough strength, Sun Yue came out from the bush, asking him to command what to do. Turning to look at him, Sung-an explained that he needed to draw a circle around the girl. But the guy didn't immediately believe him, that it could have worked with an ordinary stick. While Sung-an parried the blows, trying to inflict damage, he yelled at the guy to hurry up. There was no other choice but to trust him, which is why Sun Yue took the stick and warned that it was for Zai-jun's sake. With a quick and easy movement, he managed to draw a large circle around her, connecting it evenly. The system immediately announced that he had activated the Easter egg of Sun Wukong's protective circle, causing him to be surrounded by smoke. This circle gave Zai-jun protection for 10 minutes, causing the timer to count down and leaving Sun Yue outside. He turned around to make sure his Easter egg was working, and Sung-an smiled slightly when he found out that everything was okay. But the Easter egg's peculiarity didn't end there. She gave his colleague a monkey outfit, with a monkey on his head, the effect of which was to anger the enemy. At that very moment, the monkey on his head began to buzz loudly into the pipe, to which Sun Yue covered his ears and was indignant at the guy. The demon boss heard these sounds too, turning to look at him when the system reported that he had provoked it towards himself. Sun Yue was saved from the blow by Sung-an, who grabbed him by the collar in time and pulled him aside, causing the demon to miss. The guy immediately thought that his colleague wanted to kill him, to which Sung-an said that it was nothing personal. He just needed to distract the monster. He planned to hit the demon in the back, thus knocking him down, which greatly surprised Sun Yue, who decided that he would not work in this. Sung-an didn't give the guy a choice, because if they didn't kill him, then this demon would kill them, which he still tried to resist with his clumsiness. Zai-jun immediately began to tell him how and when to dodge, which is why he had no more reasons to refuse. He was especially touched by the fact that the girl cared for him, prompted and guided him when he almost left her to die. The monkey on his head also gave him no choice, occasionally humming and singing, attracting the enemy's attention. Having prepared himself with his dagger in defense, Sung-an asked the boy to prepare for battle. Suddenly the demon released some new attack, covering them all in purple smoke that dealt damage. Sun Yue immediately screamed that he was incredibly hot, and he was also slowly losing his health, asking Zai-jun for help. She, in turn, explained to him not to worry, that this was an attack that, although it hit hard, was not fatal. Sung-an was collected even while taking damage, deciding to hit the enemy head-on right now, since it was unlikely that another such opportunity would arise. Having flown into him, he began to inflict a lot of scratches with quick blows so that the damage would be as great as possible. The demon felt all these cuts, which is why he turned around, all in rage, charging his attack. He was immediately distracted by the monkey's ringing, provoking Sunyu, for which the guy immediately thanked him. Even after activating his blade ability, it still wasn't enough damage to the boss, which made Sung-an slightly angry. The demon kept switching between the sounds and the guy, staring at him again, charging the attack. Noticing the danger, he immediately asked Sunyue to distract the monster, worrying about himself. The guy started to run away as far as possible, wishing Sung-an to deal with this problem himself. Only his monkey continued to play and anger the enemy, which is why the newly charged attack was directed at the guy. Thanks to what Zaijun told him, he was able to dodge perfectly, unexpectedly praising himself. The monkey started playing again, and again the boss responded to him, finding his prey, reaching the peak of anger. Sung-an hit the monster in the back, asking the guy to hold on a little longer, because he himself did not know how much more damage he would have to inflict on him. Only Sun Yue could barely run from the demon due to fatigue, telling the guy that he wouldn't last long. Finally, Sung-an managed to land almost the final blows, the damage of which was getting more and more intense, trying to finally kill. Realizing that he only had a little bit left, the guy sped up, trying to inflict more and more damage. Soon the giant fell down, causing Sun Yue to immediately not believe that they had defeated him, staring at the body. The system's messages about new levels confirmed his guess, finally relaxing and rejoicing at the new levels. The shield's time also came to an end, which is why the monkey disappeared from the guy's head, making him very happy, promising to kill it next time. Even though he saw that the monster had been defeated, the Easter eggs had been discovered, and Zaijun was okay, Sung-an still felt uneasy, as if something was missing. He looked at the monster, not believing that for such a victory he was given only a couple of levels, and no worthy reward. Looking closer, he saw an orange glow on the boss, clearly remembering something from when he created the game. The system immediately made everyone happy that the zone restrictions had been lifted, since they had managed to survive for an hour, to which Sun Yue suggested running away. Sung-an suggested they look around first, when a purring voice came from above, asking how they did it. A little cat girl was flying above, saying that she was their game guide, and her name was Rafaela. She immediately said that she came to congratulate them on the premature completion of the task, especially since they were the first group, which made Sung-an realize that they were not alone here. Purring, she noticed that other players had not done so well, especially simply running away from monsters, comparing them to bugs. The kitty immediately realized that they were too cool, wondering how they, newbies, dealt with a high-level boss, immediately suspecting cheats. Only Sung-an immediately pointed to his blade, explaining that he was simply lucky to have received good equipment. Rafaela still suspected him of cheating, because she knew that it was not so easy to get equipment, which is why the guy realized that she did not know about the Easter eggs. Their conversation was immediately interrupted by another group that emerged from the wilderness, under the leadership of Xiao Mei, the girlfriend of Sung-an's colleague. Despite their quarrel among themselves, Sun Yue immediately asked where they had run off to, and how they had managed to return here. The girl continued to grumble discontentedly that they had simply gone into the forest and wandered there for half a day, and after the system's notification they decided to look around. Xiao Mei's gaze landed on the flying creature, asking what kind of thing it was, clearly offending Rafaela with this. Finally, when they had finished sorting out their relationship, the girl happily reminded them that they had completed the task, offering to receive a reward. Out of nowhere, bags of gold appeared in their hands, each with 10,000 coins, realizing that this was the currency here. Rafaela immediately explained that these coins were needed for trading and upgrading, noting that the more coins, the better. Sung-an immediately guessed that all the power here was concentrated in money. As soon as the girl finished, some people started asking where they should go next and what to do. To this she simply advised them all to wait, meowing. Sun Yue plucked up his courage and decided to ask what exactly they needed to wait for, looking at Rafaela with a puzzled expression. Immediately, everyone started receiving messages about open zones that they had unlocked by defeating demons, and the cat said that this was what she had been waiting for. Also, everyone was able to get acquainted with the plot, where they seemed to meet the army and were able to defeat everyone. Now their task was to receive tasks from non-player characters. Rafaela happily added that they just need to complete tasks and level up. The guy immediately asked how they could find these characters, to which the girl replied that it could all be on the way, especially since they could meet other players. Sung-an was thinking about his own things, knowing that story quests gave too little, and decided to improve alone without wasting time. Only then did an idea come to him. asking if there was anyone among the people here with a healer class. Only everyone thought that he was gathering a team. He explained that Zai-jun had sprained her leg and he wanted to heal it. But he himself could not, because he was a warrior, deciding not to tell anyone that he had 2 classes. The girl immediately rose from her seat, trying to justify herself that she was fine, immediately saying ouch in pain. The boy and Xiaomei said that they were not doctors, while Sun Yue was upset that he would not be the one treating Zai-jun. Here the girl herself realized that she too was a warrior, awkwardly studying her class. Sung An was immediately upset that there wasn't even one support class among all of them. A guy named Lu Renjia came out from the crowd with a healer class and offered his help in trying to cure him. Kneeling down in front of her, Zai-jun immediately thanked the guy, showing her sore leg. She was immediately enveloped in green magic, gradually replenishing her health and healing her from injury. She watched this in fascination, feeling the pain go away, thanking Lu Renjia again. Sun Yue learned that healing was a very useful skill, so Xiaomei suggested forming a team with this guy. Overjoyed that they would be able to complete tasks together, Sung An was pleased that the girl had recovered. Only she immediately turned to Lu Renjiu, asking if he could do her one more favor. Qiuge was still unconscious, and her condition was getting worse, so Zai-jun asked to heal her as well. The guy bent his hand towards the girl, starting his treatment, but the system immediately refused him, because it was impossible to treat non-player characters. This was even forbidden in this world, immediately knocking out a mistake in front of him, which frightened Sung An as well. The guy turned to Rafaela, asking why this was so, to which the system assistant himself was frightened and worried. Healing NPCs had never been forbidden, but then someone's voice called the cat, whom she addressed as a master. Only no one else heard this voice except her, which is why Sung An didn't understand who she agreed with. The voice came from a strange, hallucinatory place, asking the girl to bring Qiuge to him, but only so that no one would know. The system reported that the baby's health was rapidly declining, and Zai-jun, seeing her blood, screamed, not understanding what was happening. Rafaela used this to say that the girl was an unusual character, whose program had an anomaly, asking not to touch her. She happily announced that she needed to pick up Qiuge, because she knew how she could help her. The guy looked at the guide with some distrust, as he suggested that they leave here quickly. But the girl begged her to save the baby, suspecting nothing. The kitty used her magic to envelop the character in a magical bubble, which when Zai-jun released it, flew towards her. When the bubble flew up to her, the girl conveyed that that was all for now, but they would be able to call her for questions. Sung An stopped her with a confident voice, slightly startling her when he said that he still had questions. As if looking at her with evil, he said that she should know who turned their world into this, asking about the system. Only she said that she couldn't answer such questions, adding that she could only talk about the gameplay. Wishing everyone good luck and strength, she disappeared into her portal, leaving silence behind her. Sung An still somehow didn't trust her, mentally understanding that she definitely must know something. Others were also outraged by the guide's attitude, not believing that she simply disappeared when she promised everyone equipment. Xiaomei immediately turned to Sun Yue, not knowing what to do, to which he said that they needed to level up in order to somehow survive. Zai-jun immediately turned to Sung An, asking what he would do, inviting them to complete the tasks together. Only the guy thought, realizing that where he wanted to go was too dangerous for her, understanding that he would hardly be able to protect her. He didn't tell the girl anything specific, only that he needed to take care of some business alone, when in fact he wanted to gather information. He told Zai-jun that they would have to split up, which clearly upset her greatly, wanting to say something. Sung An immediately asked her not to worry, opening his inventory, saying that he had something for her. In his hand he held an object with an orange border, adding that it should protect her from danger. The glow immediately caught Zai-jun's eye, not believing that he had such a weapon. The color determined the rarity and class of the weapon, and orange was considered one of the most powerful. She immediately tried to refuse such a rare and good item, because she was not capable of anything. Only Sung An was confident, offering her at least to use him for a while, knowing her character. Having convinced him that he himself would feel calmer knowing that Zai-jun was safe, Sun Yue immediately began to be indignant, since he had also helped. Blushing, the girl had no choice but to agree with him and thank him. Sung An also paid the guy, throwing him a bag of coins that he had received. Slightly displeased, Sun Yue thanked him, since at least he received something as a token of kindness. Then the guy reminded him not to take out and throw Zai-jun next time. Without turning around, he went in his direction, saying goodbye and agreeing that he would definitely come to her for dinner. He left quickly, not reacting in any way to the girl calling him, and soon disappeared into the forest. Sung-an was warned that he had entered a new zone while he looked around, seeing bodies of people killed by monsters everywhere. He mentally understood that he had imagined the game to be not so gray. And when he saw the corpse himself, he felt such cruelty within himself, wanting to understand what exactly had happened to this world. The guy immediately remembered Yahello when she addressed someone higher, calling him sir, trying to build a chain. While he was racking his brains, he managed to get where he wanted to go, to the ruins of the supermarket. Coming closer, he remembered his game. Because there were two types of monsters in it. The first, of course, wild, just walking around the world to level up. They are quite easy to kill, and they can also be resurrected for convenience. The second type were dungeon monsters, where Sung-an went, because their prey was more valuable, but also more dangerous. Realizing that there would be difficulties, the guy found a clothing store inside the supermarket, deciding to change his clothes for new ones. Spinning around the mirror in his new image, he admitted to himself that he would never have thought about a new wardrobe in his life, especially since everything seemed expensive. His thoughts were confirmed when he found the tag on the sweater, and was somewhat upset that he had taken it, because his shirt seemed good against the backdrop of such a price. As he walked further and further past the broken shop windows, Sung-an realized that there had been battles here too. There were some gold ornaments on display, but now, after the disaster, their human gold had lost its value. So he used it for himself, stuffing everything he could fit into his inventory, thinking it would come in handy in the future. The system told him that he had no game currency left, but the guy thought that he had already taken everything he needed. He finished his preparations, and having found the necessary portal, he headed to the dungeon. The game warned him of the difficulty, asking if he was sure he wanted to go, but Sung-an insisted, believing himself to be fully prepared. A moment later, he found himself in caves, which at first glance delighted him with their beauty. Without moving far from the portal, he looked around at the same time, admiring how beautiful the dungeon looked. As he walked further, various crystals grew in the walls of the cave, which the guy called materials. He carefully took one, turned it over in his hand, and decided to collect a few for the future. In the darkness, a pair of glowing eyes stared at him, hissing angrily at his dominion. Sung-an barely managed to dodge this sharp little animal, which decided to attack him immediately. In the light, he was finally able to see his enemy, which turned out to be a small, mid-level cave mole. He was immediately on guard, feeling the speed of this creature, realizing that if he wanted the stones, he would have to kill it. It turns out that he knew the creature's weakness, taking a golden bracelet from his inventory and offering it to the mole. The animal was crazy about its shine, immediately rushing to catch it when the guy threw it up. Before it could even fall, the mole grabbed it in midair, while the system warned that the monster could not control its love for gold. This is what Sung-an used against him, taking out his blade and stabbing the mole in the back, realizing that greed can be his ruin. The guy immediately got upset, because they gave so little experience for killing him, and decided not to waste time on it now, but to collect stones. As soon as he turned his back to the darkness, a bunch of little eyes stared at him coldly, and he clearly felt their gaze. Turning around abruptly, the guy was shocked by their number, unable to find words. A horde of moles flew towards him, snorting, growling, and even cursing among themselves. He couldn't think of a better way than to urgently open his inventory, looking for something that could save him. He still had a little gold left, and upon noticing it, the moles immediately changed their gaze, demanding the metal for themselves. Gold literally surrounded them. They rushed at it and collected as much as they could. Soon they completely forgot about their enemy, sitting with each other and enjoying the precious metal. Sung-an immediately shouted to someone that if he didn't come out, these moles would steal everything, believing that such a commotion would definitely lure him out. With a terrible stomp, the mole boss flew out of the darkness, immediately grabbing the gold and starting to collect it for himself. This was what the guy needed, noticing with a smile that he was finally here. The huge mole did not immediately see the danger while he was trying to hide all the jewelry in his pocket. Only later did he begin to growl, noticing the guy. Only his attention was immediately distracted by the little mole minions, who gave him all the gold they had. Sung-an began to bargain with the monster, handing him ingots and a bag full of gold, offering it all to the mole. The boss did not remain indifferent to the metal, immediately staring at it, waiting for what it would do, not even thinking about the danger. This is what the guy needed. A distraction, immediately throwing all the jewelry at the mole. The monster pounced on the bag without hesitation, trying to grab everything at once, leaving nothing small. Taking advantage of the moment, Sung-an snuck up behind him, immediately delivering several blows with his blade. He thought that this would be enough, remembering with a smile that he had recently killed a boss with a level several times higher than the mole's now. Thinking that this would be an easy victory, he gave him another good kick on the back. The damage to the mole boss was insanely small, greatly surprising Sung-an, while the system warned him that he had been spotted. Because of this, the monster immediately tried to push his enemy away with his paw, while his eyes lit up with rage. Sung-an literally barely managed to put his blade out and jump back to avoid taking damage. But even so, the guy hit the wall from the harshness, realizing that he had rejoiced too early. Calling himself a fool, he realized why the damage was so small, because the blade works on demons, not animals. Having looked around a bit, he remembered about his assistants, realizing that such a fight would be incredibly difficult. Besides the boss, the small companies also stared at the guy, preparing to attack. Because of this, he realized that he would have to act differently, because they would complicate everything if they fought. But he wasn't even given time to think, as the monsters immediately rushed towards him, straightening their claws. He tried to fight off the boss with his blade, and his assistants with his free fist, cursing out loud. He also didn't want to waste his energy on the little moles, because otherwise there would be more difficulties with the boss, while he was still bothering him like that. Receiving notifications from the system that he had killed the moles, Sung-an was simultaneously trying to find tactics for a winning battle. Raising his head up, he decided that it would be better to get to the surface now, where he could safely think everything over. Having prepared to jump, he had no other choice but to use the blade to climb up the wall. As soon as his feet left the ground, the moles stared up at him, frozen, not quite understanding what had just happened. Sung-an's jump was very high, even overtaking the boss, which pleased and frightened him at the same time. Once at the top and having landed successfully, the guy began to think about what to do. From the characteristics, he realized that they had greatly changed his physical characteristics. But now he needed to solve a bigger problem. Staring at the mole boss, he realized that he would be able to kill him if he didn't get distracted by the little ones, now thinking about the plan. Opening his inventory, he tried to think of something from his items that he had managed to steal, because there wasn't much gold left. The boss didn't like this weight and started shouting and growling. With a sharp movement, he climbed up to the guy, clinging with his claws, scaring him greatly. Sung-an had just a little time to prepare himself, holding the gold in his hand and provoking the mole to come at him. He offered to take it for him to place a bet, while collecting something in his inventory at the same time. From there, he took out his remaining metal, offering the boss to take everything, which made everyone's eyes run wide from the riches. Only Sung-an himself stood in front of this gold, warning that first it was necessary to defeat it. Having asked, with the hope that the mole understood him, what he would do, the boy prepared for battle. The monster, without even thinking, rushed at him, growling with anger that someone was stopping him. That's why he unexpectedly jumped on top of the guy, for which he had time to prepare. Sung-an acted more cunningly, dodging this attack, sending the mole flying. Smiling smugly, he conveyed that all this gold was now the mole's, giving it to him. Because of this, the monster flew straight into the pile, clearly not expecting it, hitting hard. Gold flew in all directions under his body, while the mole was confused because there was some strange liquid underneath him. At this point, Sung-an was already lighting an improvised Molotov cocktail, smiling slyly at the boss. While he was looking at all the gold in the gasoline, the guy explained that he had used his weakness against him. Swinging his arm sharply, he threw the bottle into the puddle where the mole was sitting, wondering what mole meat tasted like. As soon as the bottle broke, the fire instantly ignited the gasoline and the mole, hearing his shrill scream. Looking at this fire, he was clearly pleased with the trick he had pulled off, waiting to injure the mole as much as possible. Unfortunately, he knew that the boss wouldn't die like that, but having his skin burned seemed like it might help in the battle. The monster did not give up trying to save itself, falling and starting to roll on the floor, trying to extinguish itself, continuing to scream in pain. His assistants below began to worry about this cry, raising their heads and seeing how some of the jewels were falling on them. Sung-an immediately realized that this cry was a call for help, realizing that he needed to speed up the battle process. The boss started to run away, which is why the guy ran after him, shouting that he was here, demanding a one-on-one fight without support. Here the system transmitted that the monster had paid attention to him, all hot and already charred from the fire. Unexpectedly for Sung-an, he released a strange new attack, sending black smoke towards him. As he tried to dodge it, he realized that the smoke wasn't causing any damage, but rather was taking control of something in his body. The system immediately wrote that he was blinded for 10 seconds. But even this time was important now, because no one stopped the boss's attacks. Trying to listen to his surroundings, the guy panicked, because if he received a lesson, the effect would last, and somewhere near him a mole was circling. He began to think in reverse, using sensations and sounds to determine where the boss would be, deciding that he would attack from behind. Therefore, having put the blade under the blow, he seemed to hit because he felt the recoil of some blow. Still unable to see, Sung-an was glad that he had escaped and had actually hit the target. Only he didn't stop this boss, sharply hitting him in the stomach with his fist, throwing him to the side, spitting out drops of blood from his mouth. The guy himself was surprised by such a hail of blows in a row, completely unprepared for this. While he was trying to come to his senses, the boss did not leave him alone, immediately swinging for a new blow. Sung-an could barely stand as a series of fists rained down on him from the mole, whose rage only grew. The blindness continued to increase and continued to increase, which is why he finally thought of jumping to the side, dodging, trying to escape in the darkness in any direction so as not to die. The mole swung harder, pursuing him with his eyes. Before the guy had time to run even a little further, the boss instantly knocked him down with a strong blow, slamming him into the floor. Rising to his knees, barely breathing because there was blood in his mouth, the system informed him that he had very little health left. He felt the monster getting closer and closer to him, but his vision still did not return, worrying that this was the end and his death. However, he found the strength to rise, realizing that he could not die so absurdly, deciding to use a deadly weapon. Before he could even think, the mole's paw immediately knocked him back down, only prolonging the effect of blindness even more. Having crashed into the wall from the attack, he had literally no health left, quietly screaming in pain. Mentally, his body did not give up. Only the boss grabbed the stone, heading to finish him off. Little by little, he came to his senses and tried to understand what he had missed, remembering the weapon that Zai-jun had given him and the skeleton that had given him the blade. Just as he remembered Akun, he also remembered the glasses that completely removed the effect of blindness, managing to dodge the stone that the mole threw in time. The glasses on his face gleamed faintly as he thanked the skeleton for them. The boss couldn't believe that the guy was still alive and continuing to fight, while barely surviving himself. Suddenly, Sung-an cut his hand with a blade, removing 1 health but promising to do something amazing. He used an Easter egg that appears when a character has 1 health left, doubling the stats. The mole seemed to realize his situation, growling awkwardly and trembling as he watched the guy become enveloped in magic. Sung-an looked more menacing than ever, threatening the boss that he had received a surge of power. As the red glow of his anger grew, he wished death upon the monster, glaring sideways and preparing to fight. The mole didn't hesitate, immediately rushing at the guy, screaming piercingly in pain. He attacked more forcefully and decisively, wounding the monster to the very flesh, so that it did not have the strength to resist him. When it came time to strike, the mole took advantage of the opportunity. But Sung-an had now become stronger and more agile, immediately dodging all the blows. Despite all his strength, the guy had only 1 health left, so he fought so carefully, it was easy to kill him. With a sharp jump, he rushed towards the boss's face, shouting that he would do everything as best he could and would not lose the fight. The black smoke had no effect on him, but any blow was fatal, rushing even faster. At this time, people were killing the easy monster, noticing that one girl seemed to have broken the game, completing the task and killing any monster at once. It was Zai-jun who, having learned to use the weapon that Sung-an gave her, was raising her level. Sun Yue noticed that even if he didn't hit the monkeys, he still gained experience, and decided that the girl could raise their level. Zai-jun herself asked them not to worry, and not to touch the monsters, but to collect resources and fill their inventories. After finishing them, she transformed her braid back into a necklace, wearing it on her hand and worried about Sung-an. The guy immediately asked why the girl was walking with them if she could improve herself with such a weapon, for example in a dungeon. Sun Yue thought that the dungeon could not be conquered by himself until Lu Renjia counted the supplies they had received. Only the girl seemed to sense that the guy was heading there, confident that he had clearly prepared well and had not died. She considered him the strongest person, while he was actually lying down and recovering after defeating the boss. He managed to raise several levels when he plunged his blade into his throat, lying down and laughing slightly hysterically. He was pleased with himself, because he emerged victorious in this battle, which is why the system gave him a bunch of messages and items for winning. For his victory, he was given an ability. Why didn't he refuse it, especially since it was of a high rank? Grabbing it, magical lightning appeared around him, surrounding him as he absorbed the new power. He remembered that the hero could get 4 abilities, but each one opened at its own level. Each ability is special, and different animals have their own, and you can only choose it forever. It will be impossible to change it. The stronger the enemy, the higher the ability and its rank will be, which is why Sung-an received the strongest one. When the boy read his ability, Black Smoke, possessing control, and learned that its improvement costs 1 million, remembering that Rafaela warned about the importance of money. Only even so, he ended up with a crown and a stone of power over moles, deciding to use the latter to earn more money. A bunch of moles crawled out from all sides of the stone, quietly snorting and waiting for what the man would do. They carefully crept closer, beginning to growl with anger, staring at the killer. Because of this, Sung-an smiled slyly, noticing that their king was dead, and it was better for them not to be at odds with him. Activating a special stone, he offered them a truce, immediately gaining the moles as his allies. The stone charmed and subdued almost 200 moles here, and they stared sweetly at the guy. Sung-an saw only the benefit in such quantity, smiling and happy that everything worked out. He began to divide the monsters into groups, directing them to different parts of the cave to obtain materials for him. Clutching a stone in his hand, he introduced himself as a commander, offering to work together and honestly, immediately hearing a squeal of applause. As soon as he told everyone to get to work, every mole ran to his place to work honestly. Suddenly, something gently pulled his leg, but when he looked, he saw a small mole there who was asking about his task. Sung-an stared at him with affection, asking where he came from so small. After patting him on the head, he told him to go for a walk, because there were enough workers, and he was still too little. The mole was immediately upset by such words, wanting to be useful to his commander by touching the guy. Pointing to the worker, he suggested that he make sure that they were not lazy and did not steal stones, reporting everything to him. The guy set a condition that if everything goes well, the mole will receive a special reward, and if not, then just a coin for his work. Having received the gold, the kid immediately submitted a report, delighted with his new job. He hopped towards the adult moles, greatly touching Sung-an with his behavior. He climbed up the rock, showing off his coin, as if bragging in his own language about what he had, which only made the moles work harder. The boy appreciated the little one's efforts, considering him his assistant, because now the speed of collecting stones had increased. Opening his inventory and receiving the red quartz, Sung-an decided to create something out of it so it wouldn't just lie around idle. Only it didn't produce the most reliable items, as now a helmet has appeared, the characteristics of which are not much different from ordinary things. Then he remembered about the weapon classes, that the best one is of course red, and the worst one is white, which he created. Deciding not to rush to conclusions, he removed his helmet, realizing that with the help of his Easter eggs, he could get more and better items. Realizing that he couldn't stay here for long, he mentally calculated how many days exactly he would be here, counting 2 weeks. He was not against such a time. On the contrary, it even suited him, starting to study the cave in order to settle down here profitably. The time for mining the stones had passed when a mole, trembling all over, ran up to the commander's camp screaming. Sung-an barely managed to crawl out of the tent, eating on the go and asking what had happened to him and why he was yelling. A pair of moles began to fight over a large stone, wanting one of them to get it and show off their efforts to the commander. The guy even felt awkward that they were fighting over him, but he exhaled, put his food aside, and decided to thank the moles for their loyalty. He handed each of them a gold bar as a reward, greatly delighting his workers, asking them not to fight anymore. He immediately threw a coin to the little mole, thanking him for his prompt work. In this way, the other moles were motivated to work better, and Sung-an mentally thanked them for such dedication to him. However, as he looked around the cave, he realized that time was up and it was time for him to leave, hearing the sound of objects ringing. While they were mining stones, the guy was creating items, collecting a huge pile of everything, leaving only the best for himself. Finally, he had some mid-tier protection on him, thinking how he could get rid of the rest by just selling. It was only possible to leave the dungeon when all the monsters in it were destroyed, meaning all the moles to which he had managed to become attached. Looking away from the little one, he mentally forced himself to be ruthless, not to sit still, and to quickly go to the cellars. The mole still stood next to him, honestly awaiting his task or destiny, while Sung-an realized that he could not say goodbye to him. Thanks to his item, he was able to take a small cave mole as his pet, which cannot be changed. Delighted that everything had worked out, he conveyed that the little one was now destined to be his partner. Out of nowhere, Rafaela yelled at him, asking where such a pile of items came from, and when she recognized him as the cheater, she immediately became even more angry. She had been watching him from the beginning, and killing the boss was surprising enough, but now he would have to give an explanation for such a huge number of items, thinking that he did not create them himself. Rafaela was also confused by the working moles, but she knew about the magic stone. The indignation only grew, which is why she demanded answers quickly, immediately accusing him of cheating. Sung-an was a little scared that she appeared here because he used an Easter egg, but he tried to justify himself by saying that he didn't know there were cheats here. Trying to figure out how he managed to get all this without an egg, he took a stone out of his inventory, saying that he controlled the mole helpers. immediately clarifying whether this was cheating. The girl asked to examine the stone, but Sung-an was against it, worried that she would take it away when he had tried so hard to get it. After explaining that she just needed to study it, the guy had to agree, and Rafaela quickly learned that the artifact was indeed part of the game. Calmly saying that everything was fine, she also returned it back without arguing, to which he said that he had spent a lot of effort to get it. Only the cat was stubborn, asking what he wanted to do with the items he had obtained, adding sharply that he should not digress from the topic. She demanded an explanation of how he managed to fit so many stones if there was a limit to the inventory. The mole on his shoulder was slightly worried as Sung-an lowered his head, deep in thought. To this, the guy honestly said that he had nothing to answer, smiling awkwardly and surprising the girl. He explained that he was simply creating items and the mining did not stop. Why did he continue to create? And Rafaela clarified about the error from the system. Looking into her eyes, Sung-an confidently added that such notifications could not be missed, mentally hoping that she would not be able to find evidence. Dissatisfied, she said that she was here because no one else could come here, realizing the full scope of the problem. Only Rafaela continued to suspect him, asking if he knew the rules, asking him not to lie to her, starting to claim that he wouldn't, because a person like the system wrote to him that the Easter egg had already been activated. After reading the description, she immediately knew that this was not a thing from their game, while Sung-an began to think of how to justify himself. Unable to think of anything better, he said that he still had a lot of things to do, and it was time for him to go. The cat immediately yelled at him that he was just a liar and a bug user deceiving her. She pointed her weapon at the system window, wanting to correct the error, as Sung-an tried to stop her. Only Rafaela's projectile passed through the window, hitting the wall next to the moles, scaring them, and the system said that there was no error. This message surprised her, as well as the guy, because he was already saying goodbye to his ability. He began to hope that the Easter eggs were truly part of the game, and not just bugs, as that would keep his power. The cat kept attacking and attacking, irritated by the pile of mistakes, not wanting to leave it as it was. Frustrated, she somehow gave in, not understanding why this was so, meowing sadly. Sung-an tried to hide his joy, but still happily noticed that the system itself allowed it, only making the guide even more angry. She didn't want to let him use it, because she wanted all players to be equal, deciding to deprive the guy of something. She aimed her weapon at the moles, selecting them all. She started the phase of eliminating them, while Sung-an gained experience for it. Noticing that his mole was getting sick, he hid it in his inventory, shaking his head and thinking about how to stop this genocide while Rafaela was satisfied with justice. Sung-an suddenly turned around in anger at the cat and tried to hit her with a swing of his blade, but she flew to the side. Rafaela was shocked that he raised his hand to her while the boy continued to scream at her to stop, surrounded by the experience he had gained from killing. The girl immediately refused him, because it is impossible to cancel a process that has been launched, deciding that this is the fairest decision from her. He no longer had the anger to convey what dirt the guide had done, accusing him of stealing other people's lives, as a mockery of the weaker. The aura around Sung-an grew, staring at Rafaela more and more rudely as the system revealed that he had activated a new Easter egg, causing his stats to improve exponentially, becoming dangerous. The cat was amazed to see a new flaw in the game, admitting that it literally drove her crazy. The guy immediately explained that it was her fault that he got this Easter egg, having made such a decision herself. Sung-an bared his teeth and waited for her decision, provoking her on how she even tried to help by killing his assistants. Rafaela received a message that everyone was destroyed, screaming that the guy was just a dirty cheater. He himself mentally realized that she had used a rather unusual destruction function, since only the moles had died, excluding the mole. It seems the girl tried to use liquidation on him, but players can't be killed that way. So why was she kicking and complaining in the air? At that moment, the non-player character merchant A-dong came out of the entrance, asking if he was on time at all. Awkwardly apologizing for interrupting them, he turned to leave, but Sung-an stopped him in time, saying that he had been waiting for him. After saying that Rafaela wanted to take his things, he offered to sell everything, to which A-dong agreed. The cat wanted to interfere by calling a correction order on the guy, but the system gave her an error, and he was outraged. Out of anger, she began to meow furiously, to which Sung-an simply asked the character to ignore her, only to make her angrier. While the guy was showing A-dong his mountain of items, Rafaela didn't understand where the errors in the game came from, which honestly pissed her off. The urgent message for help interrupted her reasoning, knowing that this would be more important, although not wanting to let the matter with Sung-an go so easily. She shouted to them that Sung-an was very lucky now, scaring the boys greatly. Having created a portal to the player, waiting to help, she conveyed that she would deal with his tricks later. promising that he would never get off so easily again by disappearing. Although the guy was glad that she left and received an achievement, the sediment from the fact that he loved those moles remained in his soul. Ah Dong brought him back to his senses by offering him 6,000 coins for each item in the pile. Sung An was not at all satisfied with this arrangement, asking why the price was so high, as if it was for a cheap item, since his materials, expenses, and crafting chance were worth more. Moreover, there were a lot of players on the surface who were currently in need of the same things he had created, which is why Ah Dong took the risk of asking for his price. Sung An did not skimp, offering 12,000 for each item, which now did not suit the merchant. Because of this, they began to haggle heavily, so much so that the last offer was from Ah Dong, which was 9,000. The guy did not miss such a profitable opportunity, immediately taking him by the hand as a confirmation of the sale, agreeing to sell for 9. While Ah Dong was complaining that he felt like he had been cheated and would be at a loss if he didn't manage to sell it before the players improved, Sung An was admiring the capacity of his bag, where all the items were moved. He also figured out what to do with the guy with the goods, offering him items of a better level, despite their high cost. He suggested to Ah Dong that they hold a lottery, where by buying a worse class item, you could win a better item, so everyone would be delighted. The guy grabbed Sung An's hand, thanking him madly for such a good idea, which is why their relationship level increased. He mentally admitted that he took the idea from the one who invented lotteries, while he knew that the character would pay him for everything. By using the Mole King's item, he was able to get more money, which is why Ah Dong gave him a VIP card in addition to the coins, which gave him benefits in the merchant area. Without a moment's hesitation, Sung An immediately took all the items and expressed his gratitude. A golden beam illuminated him, giving him the millionaire achievement and raising all sympathies with NPCs. His balance was almost 112 million. Proud that he had managed to achieve his small goal, putting his arm around Ah Dong's shoulders, he offered to keep in touch and provide him with the best goods, causing his relationship with the character to reach its maximum after receiving a gift from him. The guy gave him divine water, which removed all negative effects and restored health and mana. It was a very rare item, but Ah Dong was only too happy to give it to the guy, thanking him for everything. As Sung An looked at the bottle, he thought that he could go much further with such an object. The character wanted to say goodbye and go sell, but the guy stopped him, asking him to wait. He wanted to buy some white powder from him, wondering if he had it in stock. The system warned that the mole cave had been passed when Sung An came out of it. Turning around, he found out that the location was being updated, as if feeling a little guilty about it. Now he was incredibly happy that he had managed to complete his goal. All that was left was to improve the weapon. As soon as he raised his eyes in front of him, looking around, Sung An was shocked, not understanding what it was. A crowd of guys pounced on him, offering to get into their cars and take him where he needed to go, whoever was cheaper, whoever knew more. Amazed that there was a taxi there, he asked for time to think, realizing that he did not understand at all what had changed here in a couple of days. The sharp sound of wheels interrupted all arguments and conversations. Turning towards the sound, a car stopped near him with a sharp drift, leaving everyone in some shock. The driver looked at Sung An, offering him a car here now, quickly and reliably, adding that he could provide any information for free. The guy stood a little shocked by the number of taxi drivers. A guy from the crowd called that driver Lin Nan, cursing that he was robbing their business, while Sung An was amazed at such competition. This made the crowd surrounding the guy seem less trustworthy, offering discounts just to get him into their car. Realizing that he was more interested in useful information at the moment, he mentally refused them, jumping away from them. With a powerful leap, he immediately jumped into the car, sat down, and said that he needed to go to Mount Muin, slightly surprising the driver. While changing gears, Lin Nan called him brother, telling him that he had not made a mistake in choosing him. With the roar of the engine, they drove away from the crowd of other players, heading towards the mountains with the wind. As soon as they had driven further, Sung An began to ask who these people were and why they were crowding at the entrance. Lin Nan explained that this is how they earn their living, and that the dungeons are usually in good demand. Sung An didn't quite understand the tactics of transporting players, because you can't earn that much by offering to kill monsters or craft weapons. Looking in the mirror, the guy noticed that he seemed to be good at games since he was offering something like that. Sung An didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so he asked for an explanation. Lin Nan noticed that he was clearly very good at playing games, but not every person could adapt to this kind of world. Taking out some cigarettes, he offered one to the guy and lit one himself with a lighter, noting that survival in this world was already a miracle. Those who go to taxis, in fact, simply cannot kill monsters, wanting to earn at least some money in the game. Sung An didn't understand why they couldn't, because they were constantly being updated anyway, and there were a lot of them. Lin Nan explained that even simple monsters were difficult to reach now, because the worlds were now ruled by guilds, controlling the spawn points of monsters. Sung An began to call him Brother Nan, asking him to tell him more about the guilds, because he had been in the dungeon for a long time and did not know anything. He considered himself an information expert, conveying that he had not made a mistake in choosing a driver. It turned out that there were 3 leading guilds now: the Raiders, with their leader Li Zherui, the Starcoin League, with their leader Xu Fei, and the Dongshan Association, with their leader Gui Long, while Song An realized that he had heard of Li Zherui somewhere. The people from the Dongshan Association Guild were the worst, engaging in robbery and recruiting players. Because of their monster taking over the spawn points, no one can really level up, advising Sung An to avoid such people. Listening to all this, the guy couldn't believe that in just a couple of days, players would change the gameplay so much. Arriving at the place, the guy paid his brother Nan, mentally deciding to become stronger. He asked if he was really going to level up here alone, explaining that the monsters here were of a fairly high level. Sung An reassured him that he was already used to working alone, mentally gathering himself in the dungeon, and not on monsters. Lin Nan awkwardly advised him not to be brave in vain, apologizing if he was annoying, but asking him to cherish his life. He advised him to run in an emergency, because it was better to survive than to lose everything. Smiling awkwardly, Sung An thanked him for the advice. As he was leaving to return to the profitable zones, Nan's brother suggested that if the boy needed anything, he should contact him through his friends. As he watched him go with a smile, he wondered to himself when was the last time someone else had been so worried about him. Opening the friends system and seeing Lin Nan's account, the guy regretted not adding Zai Jun as a friend when leaving. Worried about the girl, the only thing that calmed him down was that he gave her a good weapon, and everything should be calm. Walking deeper into the forest, towards the dungeon, he heard someone's disgruntled cries demanding to be let in. The crowd, dressed in various outfits, claimed that there were a lot of them, and that they would cope, demanding an explanation. At the entrance to the dungeon stood a guard, pointing his sword at the chief and clearly repeating, not for the first time, that they had not reached the 20th level. The NPC stood stubbornly, adding that they had no right to enter this dungeon without the proper level. The guards did not let them in, asking them to stop trying, because entry was and always would be prohibited. The chief came closer to the characters, explaining that he was the deputy head of the raiders, Chi Holy, had completed 5 dungeons, and did not understand what was in this game that he could not do. The guard also stubbornly replied that if his level did not meet the requirements, he would not be able to enter. Such were the rules. Having decided to break these rules, his partner also suggested simply going ahead. The guards heard this very well, raising their swords and spears, threatening that they had no right. From the bushes, Sung An advised not to touch the NPCs, scaring everyone into stopping and turning around. He walked towards them, explaining that he could be punished for killing the guards. Chi Holy did not believe him about the punishment, asking what kind of nonsense this was that he was hearing about for the first time. Coming closer to him, Sung An noticed that he still didn't know much about this game, suggesting that he ask the guards themselves. In the game, NPCs never lie. Why did they lay down their weapons and confirm that the truth is a punishment in the form of their names being blacklisted, not allowing them into any dungeon? Everyone was shocked to learn that they had almost gotten into trouble, because the punishment could have put them behind the other players, which is very important. Thinking that the guy might be someone like Lu Renjia, the game's developers, he asked the girl, calling her Masha, to check his role and level. She was wearing a detective's cloak, allowing her to find out such information, while the boy asked the head guard if he could enter. He noticed that Sung An did not have the required level, rudely replying that they had nothing to talk about. Opening the inventory, he asked not to rush to conclusions, taking out some things. Saying that it was too crowded, he asked to speak in private, throwing something blue over the guard. Before them, the guard and the guys disappeared into the tent, causing Chi Holy to be suspicious of the new player. The guards immediately rushed to the tent, asking if their leader needed help, as he asked them to stay and guard the dungeon. The team began to wonder what he had planned, jokingly, until Masha reported Sung An's name, role, and level, noting that he had some glitches in the interface. Everyone began to wonder what they should do, why the boss told them to just wait. He was very curious as to how such a weak character would gain entry into such a strong dungeon. At this time, in the tent, a guard, slightly red, asked what the player needed, pointing his sword at him. Smiling, Sung An conveyed that he simply brought a gift, wishing to become the chief guard's friend. Taking a bag of coins out of his inventory, He showed that he just wanted to treat him to a drink. Such a number of coins greatly surprised the guard, who began to complain that he was honest and incorruptible, until the guy noticed that he was staring at the gold as if it were a treasure. After apologizing, Sung-an added more coins, asking if this now showed his sincerity. The glittering shine of the coins attracted the guard, who believed that he could not refuse the player. Having placed the sword in the ground, he kept all the coins for himself, conveying that now they could be friends. Sung-an realized that life becomes very easy when he has money, actually using the bribe Easter egg that raised NPCs' trust levels for money. So the guy asked if he could get into the dungeon, to which the guard looked away, thinking what he should do now that he had become friends with the guy. Seeing him thinking, Sung-an added coins, asking if their issue would be resolved now. Taking a pass out of his pocket, the guard said that he could give it to the guy, just in case. Outside, they couldn't wait for him, joking about what he was doing there. At that moment, they left together. While Sung-an was folding the tent into the inventory and reading the pass, the guard conveyed that this was for his victories over the monsters and their strong friendship. Only now did he find a problem with this pass, learning that it was not for individual players, but for teams. Chiholi immediately asked his permission to see what useful thing the guy had managed to obtain. The Vice Guild leader glared at them menacingly, asking if they weren't supposed to get this for coming here early. Only threats did not work on Sung-an, offering certain conditions in exchange for him giving this pass. Everyone looked at him with a slightly angry expression, not understanding how he managed to get it, but Chiholi asked about the conditions. The guy asked for half of the rewards from the dungeon and all the boss items. One player was not satisfied with these conditions and expressed his dissatisfaction. But Sung-an did not even listen to him fully, offering either yes or no. Chiholi himself said that such conditions were too harsh, offering to simply help clear the dungeon in exchange for him joining their guild. The man thought that it would be an honor for the guy that he was invited to the guild by her deputy himself, having learned about his role as a two-hearted one. Only Sung-an was honestly not interested in the invitation to the guild, because progress was important to him. Once again, the same player was outraged that all the players were reaching out to them, but he simply refused, calling them an ungrateful dog. Chiholi only said that it was okay since he didn't want to, greatly surprising his partner. He challenged Sung-an to test his skills by swinging his arm to strike. The guy immediately noticed this preparation for an attack, not even believing that he had decided to attack. The partner quickly dodged his fire attack, but no one saw what Sung-an managed to do while the guard shouted that fighting was prohibited here. Only Chiholi understood that something was wrong here, with a special feeling, as he saw that the guy managed to stop him. Out of the smoke, Sung-an appeared, holding his hand, calmly saying that he could have simply conveyed with words that he didn't like the conditions. The guy was saved by the presence of new and good equipment, otherwise he would not have been able to survive. Chiholi couldn't believe that such a weak player was able to beat him, so he decided to stop and quickly go to the dungeon. The rest of the company also couldn't believe that the guy remained unharmed, justifying it by a simple light attack from the leader. Only one boy from the crowd showed genuine interest in this, wanting to get to know the stranger better. Reluctantly, Chiholi slapped Sung-an's hand, agreeing to his terms. The guy immediately reminded him that he had just hit him, asking for some compensation for that. The man only became more enraged by this, wishing that he would calm down already. Dissatisfied, he threw some object at him and demanded that Sung-an hurry up, since they had already lost a lot of time. After looking at what they threw at him, it turned out to be a flower seed, which, when grown, would create a whole field that would attack the enemy. Finally, everyone agreed on why Sung-an showed the guards the pass, announcing that there were 9 of them. Because of the pass bonus, no one could stop them, letting them through calmly. The chief guard asked for his friend to return alive, so Sung-an said goodbye to him, promising to see him later. Looking at the entire crowd that was now entering the portal, he exhaled and realized that there might be difficulties. When they entered, Chiholi noticed that this place was different from the one they had been to last time, as there were no paths here. Sung-an looked around and smiled because he knew this place well. He remembered the time in reality when he had to fix the largest number of bugs here, wanting to forget that torment of work. Chiholi suggested that everyone go to the left side at 10 o'clock. He himself was clearly worried about something, because the outline of the boss was visible in the distance. Chiholi suggested that his team should be quiet now near the entrance of the dungeon to avoid a boss fight, checking the mines first. Staring at the young men, he called them Newbies, asking them to stay here while they explored the caves. Sung-an was slightly surprised that the guild had accepted newcomers, especially since they looked like merchants who had been called in at the very last moment. A sharp, buzzing sound attracted everyone to stare in the direction it came from. The monsters turned out to be giant sharp-nosed mosquitoes flying in groups. Chi-Holi immediately shouted for everyone to get ready and attack, using his own attack. His team also kept up the good work, fighting back and helping each other. Only one shouted that there were too many monsters here. Even so, different partners helped each other, rescuing and killing everyone through teamwork. Sung-an also saw this coordinated work, noticing that the guilds had been formed not so long ago, and they fought so well together. He was especially impressed by the work of the doctors, who did not allow any player to be wounded. One player stood in front of the monsters, spoke like a spell to be blessed by the flame, surrounding himself with golden fire. His wand immediately produced flames, killing several mosquitoes at once. Sung-an was very interested in the fact that there were different powers in the guild, such as mages, archers, and swordsmen, and was amazed by such power. Suddenly, the newcomers started screaming, trying to fight off one mosquito with their small knives. Unfortunately, they were not very good at it, trying to hold the monster's sword nose while closing their eyes in fear. With a sharp wave, Sung-an protected the little ones, asking if they were okay. He also gave them advice that mosquitoes have little health and can be easily killed by hitting them in the stomach, mentally proving to himself that these merchants do not know how to fight at all. The white guy introduced himself as Chen Dong, and his friend Feng said that they had joined at the very last moment. Feng immediately asked the guy point-blank why he came here if he was so strong, killing monsters with one blow and even competing with their leader. Sung-an was unwilling to reveal his motive, simply explaining that he had his own plan. He needed a certain item from a mosquito, as it immediately began to shine from the monsters he had recently killed. Before he could bend down, Feng had already grabbed the thin stick-like object, causing them to intersect. The boy began to apologize, holding out a thin mosquito leg as gratitude for saving his life. Sung-an did not refuse, on the contrary, he happily took it, touching Feng's hand, thinking to himself that this was meat and could be sold for even a coin. The boy did not resist at all, smiling at his savior, himself glad that their hands touched. It turns out he had the skill of a thief, so they wanted to steal some cool item from him. Finally, Holi's team dealt with the wave of monsters, looking around the calm area for mines. Finally calling the newcomers to follow them, they said that they had found the mines, while Sung-an thought that mosquitoes would not appear in the mines. Feng received the item from the boy's inventory, but hid it from his friend when he called him to hurry up. When Chen Dong walked away, the boy looked at the item in his hand, not understanding what kind of white powder it was. Chi-Holi was honestly worried about why everything was so easy when usually you need to kill a boss to get materials, but here it was safe. He told the newcomers to start working on mining and creating, promising to pay them generously as a motivation. Sung-an was thinking about his own thoughts, thinking that it was time to use his powder to attract the boss here. His thoughts were interrupted by Chi-Holi, and from his voice the boy realized that something was wrong. He was especially confused by how they knew his name, but the main one had already noticed that if he stopped his attack, it meant his strength was no worse than his. Only now he was more interested in what kind of equipment he had, since he had improved so much, demanding it for himself. Sung-an tried to explain that it was just luck and nothing more, mentally seeing that this was their true motive. Chi-Holi gave the order to his team to prepare, offering to watch and find out what his power really was. But Sung-an decided to use his powder. Opening his inventory, the leader immediately ordered everyone to shoot at him and not let him use anything. Only the guy quickly noticed that his powder was missing, asking to wait a minute. No one even thought of stopping, instantly attacking him, and Sung-an barely managed to turn around. Masha especially tried to hit him as the guy used his acceleration ability. He decided that he would find the powder later, wanting now to get rid of the scoundrels who had betrayed him. The magician warned his leader that he was rushing towards them to attack, while Chi-Holi saw this as stupidity. The archer aimed his arrows at him, warning him that he would shoot through his skull. Only Sung-an didn't just rush along, realizing along the way that they were in his attack zone, summoning smoke. Chi-Holi recognized this black magic, instantly ordering everyone to go back in fear. However, it was too late, and his army began to be consumed by control, blinding everyone. Because of this, everyone started missing the guy, and he turned around successfully. It turns out that he used coins to improve his ability, which increased the attack radius and made it last longer. Chi-Holi immediately told everyone to come closer to him, calling Azu separately. The boy took it as an order to try to get rid of it using his magic. However, he failed to do so, saying out loud that Sung-an would still get what he deserved. The guy didn't want to let someone like Azuo say such things to him, and immediately cut off his hands without saying a word. Staring at the screaming boy, he thought about how to finish everyone off for their actions. Masha ran up to her partner, offering to save him and warning him that it was a trap. The other guys crowded around their commander, trying to be ready for an ambush. Sung-an himself saw these attempts at defense, realizing how that white powder would help him. Looking back, he realized something for a moment and remembered, looking around. Behind him stood the frightened new traders, begging him not to kill them. He did not wish death on the little ones, asking them himself why he should kill them. But he didn't give up his guess that Feng could have stolen the item from him, asking him to confirm something. Sung-an explained that he needed to test his skills and backpack, putting a lot of stress on the boy. Feng realized that he was in trouble when he started running away from even his friend. The guy took this as a confession to the crime, activating the acceleration and running after him. It didn't take long, and Feng was soon lowered and pinned to the ground. Sung-an held him tightly as the boy confessed, asking not to hurt him. Pointing his blade at him, he directly demanded his powder, while Feng asked him to let it go, since it was in his pants pocket. Sung-an was against such a proposal and decided to get it himself, while the boy shouted that he should not dare touch it there. The guy soon managed to get his powder back, a little surprised that he had not been deceived. While stretching his back, he called him a pervert, despite the fact that he had now been pardoned. Sung-an didn't quite understand what this was for, but he immediately remembered the time, and the effects seemed to have already ended. His suspicions were immediately confirmed when Chen Dong began to shout that he had nothing to do with it, and that it was all Feng's fault. However, another of Chi Holy's partners didn't even listen to him, plunging his sword straight through the newcomer's chest. Before Sung-an's eyes, he collapsed, frightening and surprising him with such a crude method. He wanted to go to the guy, shouting that he would get what he deserved for his brother, but the leader calmed AU down, promising to take revenge. He slyly noted that now they knew his skill, so it wouldn't be difficult to send him to hell. Sung-an himself looked at them confidently, conveying that he too wanted to end this. Because of this, Chi Holy ordered everyone to attack him together. Only then did the guy realize the full problem of his situation. Feng asked fearfully what they should do, while Sung-an, fighting off the attacks, told him to hide. The chief watched everything, commanding not to give the guy a break, to beat him continuously. Only Sung-an had already grabbed his bottle of powder, mentally conveying to them that he would not simply give them victory. He threw the bottle, and the powder, touching the fire, immediately exploded. Watching this, Sung-an was pleased with the work, while Feng stood frozen in place, waiting for what would happen next. The explosion floated towards the guild, completely spoiling the air, as if the stench was from a snuff box. The entire team covered their noses and tried to hold their breath while AU continued to swear. This smell immediately attracted a bunch of mosquitoes in their direction. As it turned out, it was bait for them. Even when attacking mosquitoes, AU could not calm down for Sung-an, promising to kill him. Only his plans were ruined when some huge tentacle pulled him through the entire team. It turned out to be the tongue of the boss frog, who came to hunt mosquitoes, having eaten their partner. Chi Holy immediately turned around, looking for the guy, while his team was confused about what to do. The frog was not as attracted to mosquitoes as it was to people, so when it turned towards them, it would occasionally attack them with its tongue. Sung-an successfully managed to escape, immediately scolding his boss to leave him. Only the frog was not interested in this, trying in all directions to reach him, not realizing that he was under a secret dome. Because of this, the boss's attacks could still deal damage, but she couldn't see it, which surprised the guy. At that moment, Sung-an noticed that she began to emit poison, turning bright green. Before he could react, a drop of poisonous mucus landed on his hand, immediately alerting him to the poisoning. At this time, Chi Holy's team was losing battle after battle to these mosquitoes. The boss, whom no one was able to kill, dealt especially a lot of damage. The leader could not believe that his impeccable team had perished so quickly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sung-an, remembering that it was his fault for chasing her away from here. The frog stood firm, croaking and preparing to attack. Only Chi Holy didn't think of giving up, using his skill and increasing his body size, resisting the attacks. Now he was ready for battle, calling the boss to him, confidently clenching his fists. Feng stared at him and honestly said that he looked more intimidating this way, while Sung-an assessed him as an opponent. With just one glance, he was able to assess all of the leader's abilities as he activated his second skill. Due to the strong blow, he killed the mosquitoes, for which Feng and Sung-an received a lot of experience, wondering if he would be able to defeat the boss. The boy understood that Chi Holy could be killed, deciding to intervene, but demanding that the boy stay out of it. The leader himself did not think of giving up, stopping the frog's tongue and asking if this was really all it was capable of. Just from touching him, his body was poisoned, and the boss's attacks began to deal more damage. Even so, Chi Holy was not prepared for defeat. Rising to his feet and despite the poison, he wanted to continue the fight. Before he could do anything, the frog's tongue suddenly hit him, knocking him off his feet into the rock. Then Sung-an approached the boss, calling him to himself like a stupid frog. He warned her that this was not the end, and that she was relaxing too early, having prepared her blade. The guy said outright that he came for a reward for her murder, asking not to disappoint him. For such a statement, she sharply lashed out with her tongue in his direction, but missed. Feng, from behind cover, began shouting to Sung-an not to run in that direction, because there was a swarm of mosquitoes there. Only he deliberately rushed towards them at full speed, not allowing himself to be hit. Standing in the middle of the monsters, his shield activated, preventing them from dealing him any damage. Because of this, the boss began to feast on mosquitoes, attracting them to himself one by one. It turns out it was an Easter egg where the frog can't resist the treat. This is what Sung-an used, because now the boss couldn't attack him because of the mosquitoes around him. Even so, the frog tried to aim its tongue, thoughtfully trying to hit the guy. However, she didn't succeed, and he, under acceleration, hit her with all his might. Screaming in pain and raising its paw, the frog almost fell over due to loss of balance. Only Sung-an, staring at her, conveyed that this was absolutely not all. While the boss was confused, he activated his ability on her, blinding her. Thanks to this, he was able to deliver a huge number of blows at once, not giving the frog a chance. Feng watched this fight with his mouth open, not imagining what kind of power was in front of him. From his side, this battle looked even more epic, realizing the full power of Sung-an. Then he realized that the guy would quickly clear the dungeon for all the rewards, leaving him with nothing. Feng didn't want to be left with empty pockets, wanting to collect some armor from the dead. The boss didn't even have time to croak at this point, as the series of blows continued, and the blindness did not pass. With her last breath, she used her new phase, transforming into a poisonous creature. Sung-an did not immediately realize that this was aggression due to his low health and that he was now in danger. Due to too much thinking, the frog managed to summon poison onto its tongue, immediately attacking in front of it. Luckily for her, she managed to hit the guy at random, poisoning his body. It turns out that a long time ago, during the development of the game, Zai-jun suggested such a natural technique as poison to make the game more exciting. Only now Sung-an thought it was a bad idea, but he was glad that there was an antidote to this attack. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp attack from the boss, which he did not have time to properly dodge. Even though she only received a scratch, it reduced his movement speed, prolonging the poison. Walking back, I came across some cattails, something that could become an antidote for him. Grabbing it by the stem, he was incredibly glad that he had a merchant class that allowed him to create things anywhere and anytime. Thanks to one cattail, he was able to create a small test tube of medicine. All the effects immediately disappeared, leaving the frog confused as it hit its tongue. She saw the boy continue to use plants for healing and was very unhappy about it. So the frog suddenly jumped on him, without any warning, trying to crush him. Sung-an was shocked as he saw the boss's huge body quickly falling towards him, his health continuing to decrease due to the poison. He barely dodged it, realizing that just a little bit more and he would have turned into a pancake. The frog was very outraged by his actions, and immediately turned in his direction. She didn't want to give him time to catch her breath, rushing forward as small pixels enveloped her, surprising Sung-an as well. It turns out that there was a bug in this zone, which saved the guy, because the boss was stuck in the problem area. The guy luckily remembered how he tried to find a bug and fix it here, but still couldn't find it, and was glad that this saved him. Now he took a breather, drinking his fresh antidote, finally ridding himself of the poison. Without hesitation, he rushed at her, deciding to use the bug to kill her. With a sudden onslaught of attacks, he finally defeated her, raising his levels and looking at his work. To his surprise, he found the frog to be very simple, deciding that he had made great progress in the attack. While the game was counting the boss to give out rewards, Sung-an couldn't wait for it. The frog also dropped an ability that the guy really liked, upsetting him that he was too low a level to take two. Only the game somehow found a free slot for him, offering to take a new one, surprising him greatly. It then dawned on him that because of the merchant's ability, the game seemed to have given him extra slots. This made him very happy, because due to his two classes, he received a wonderful addition in the form of more abilities. But before he could agree to his reward, Feng kept getting closer and closer, shouting for him to be let go. It turns out that Chi-Holi came to Sung-an, holding the boy in his arms, wondering how the boy managed to defeat the boss. He also gained a level, recovering, which Sung-an did not expect at all, but he stood firm without showing it. Chi-Holi offered him Feng alive, calling him a partner in exchange for equipment. Only Sung-an directly asked why he thought Feng was his partner. The chief was slightly angry as the boy tried to free himself, asking him to let him go and explaining that he had not intended to steal anything from him. Chi-Holi looked rudely at the newcomer, noticing that he had absolutely no use for him then. After that, he suddenly punched Feng in the stomach, causing him to bleed. Seeing the boy's body fly away and seem to no longer be alive, Sung-an didn't react at all, not taking his eyes off the leader. Chi-Holi called him a cold-blooded type, while agreeing that his energy was not worth such people. Now he was in a harsh mood, warning that only one of them would emerge from the dungeon alive. Sung-an was not at all frightened by this. On the contrary, he agreed, offering to finish it as soon as possible. Noticing that he had collected the skill, Chi-Holi tensed up slightly, not understanding what kind of strange role he had since he now had 2 abilities. The boy instantly upgraded his new ability to its maximum, aiming his blow at the head. The man looked at him with his mouth open, not believing that he had several million coins for such improvements. At that very moment, he realized that he would lose to him. But before he could use his ability, he was attacked. Sung-an confidently noticed that the deputy head of the Raiders Guild was such a weakling. Chi-Holi didn't seem to resist at all, and after receiving the blow, he simply fell to his knees. The poison caused him to take more damage over time, causing him to laugh hysterically at the realization that he had lost the fight. Sung-an didn't quite understand him, so he turned around and asked why he was laughing. He angrily conveyed that both he and Lee Jirui were the same, and were clearly the developers of the game. The guy didn't hide it, honestly answering that he took part in the development of this game. Chi-Holi added that despite his performance as an ordinary player, he was always behind them, the human creators. The man thought that he enjoyed the suffering of ordinary people, while Sung-an sped up his speech with his misunderstanding. So Chi-Holi simply made an uncultured gesture at him, wishing him to burn in hell. Only this leftover poison finished him off, dealing a fatal blow and killing him completely. Sung-anya was somewhat shocked by this statement, staring at the dead player. But Chi-Holi's words made him curious, especially if there really was someone who could turn the game into reality. The guy remembered Lee Jirui as a former employee of the company where he worked, recalling that he once talked to others about the connection between the game and reality. He wanted to make their game more than just a game. But Sung-an didn't remember anything else, deciding that he really could have had a hand in what happened, which meant that his role would be powerfully great. His thoughts were distracted by a barely alive scream from Feng, who was lying nearby after being hit by Chi-Holi. The guy himself was surprised that the boy was alive, while he tried to get up, clutching his wounded side. As soon as his cap fell off, Sung-an realized with shock that Feng was not him. In front of him was a girl who, opening her eyes, looked at him, asking for help, bleeding. The guy awkwardly realized the events, blushing from the actions he had committed, deciding that he was not guilty because he did not know. With her head bowed, she awkwardly asked him for a vial of health at any cost, while Sung-an explained that his potion did not heal the internal wounds the girl had. The guy also rudely reminded her that she was a thief, offering his help only for something in return. After thinking for a moment, Feng realized that she couldn't refuse, because if she died, no one would take care of Xiao Yu. Falling to her knees, accepting her hopelessness, she offered him all her savings in the form of 600,000. Noticing that Sung-an was deep in thought, she began to beg him to agree, because someone was really waiting for her. He was slightly surprised by Feng's confident expression, realizing that she was clearly not lying, even though she seemed like a petty thief. The guy honestly didn't want to give her the holy water. Turning around and looking at the monsters that were flying towards them, trying to come up with a plan. Hoping that she was not lying, Sung-an warned her about the lie, while Feng hurriedly asked if he agreed to the deal. As he left, he asked her to hold on for a while, which made the girl afraid that he would not heal her, until he noticed that he had not said such a thing. Sung-an advised her to hold the plant behind her back to temporarily relieve the pain, while the girl worriedly asked what he would do. After asking her not to ask too many questions, the guy repeated that she should just sit there and wait. He himself went to the boss, collecting his sparkling rewards until the end. He was quite satisfied with this, having also found something with which he could upgrade his equipment. While reading descriptions of various objects, he simultaneously fought off monsters with one hand, because they could not harm him. Noticing that more items were needed to upgrade, he used those same crystals from the wormhole, hoping that everything would work. He was very lucky and came across a rather strong blade when he created it. When I picked up the weapon, it glowed slightly, and its characteristics were higher than even higher class weapons. Noticing a large crowd of monsters near him, Sung-an used this to test the enhancement. He didn't have to get any closer, as the blade reached almost 10 meters, calling it a long-range weapon now. His goal was accomplished for him, and he began to think about new slots for abilities, which required level 30. Staring at the mosquitoes, he remembered Zai Jun, and for a moment he felt bored and remembered how they could just chat for days, determined to find her. At this time, a crowd of people stared at something near the parking lot, watching intently. The main one in the center showed Zai-jun on the screen, saying that her weapon was a high-class item. He promised whoever stole it that he would grant any wish, calling himself a demon dragon. By swinging his blade, Sung-an gained a huge amount of experience from a long distance. The only thing that bothered him was the bugs even in the system, which sent him messages in 2 languages, being a little indignant about it. Looking around, he realized that there was no difference, because he had already cleared the dungeon. At that very moment, his old acquaintance, the merchant, appeared in the distance, quite surprised that he had met Sung-an so early. The guy himself didn't expect that they would meet so soon, but he understood that Adong was just in time. He immediately asked how the sale of the previous equipment was going, pleased with himself from the way the merchant praised him. He boasted that he had managed to earn a lot, especially from the people from the Dongshan Guild. Sung-an guessed that he had clearly overcharged them, but he praised Adong even though he considered him a fraud. The merchant also told how these same people wanted to attack him, but were punished by the system. Sung-an started the sale by explaining that he only had insect items, but Dong didn't refuse him. On the contrary, opening his bag, he noticed that he was a VIP client and would buy everything from him. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, he offered him more items if he would wait a little longer, agreeing to the previous price. Feng immediately called out to the guy, holding out a bag of coins. There were all her savings, thanks for the fact that he saved her, because for the kills she received experience and was able to recover. The guy didn't refuse until the girl noticed that they were now even. Feng then turned to the merchant, saying that she also wanted to sell something, while Sung-an was upset to realize that she had deceived him by giving him everything. But the girl really gave him all the things, and wanted to sell what she could collect from the corpses, starting with Chi-Holi. Using her ability to steal, she began to rummage through the leader's things, trying to find at least something valuable and worthwhile. She explained to others that her ability randomly gives her an item from the inventory of another player she touches, having recently learned that it works on corpses as well. Turning to Sung-an, she asked if she could take it all, to which the guy said that it was no longer part of their deal, and she could take whatever she wanted. The boy mentally realized that because the game had been transferred to reality, death here meant the literal end. As Chi continued to search, Holy Feng was indignant that he had so many useless things, and her skill was limited to one purpose. Suddenly she managed to pull something out, immediately asking the guys what it was. Sung-an asked the girl to open the ball, slightly confusing her. He explained that it was a video ball that they used to store video recordings, thinking that if the boss carried it with him, there was something important in it. Upon pressing the button, the ball actually lit up and brought out a projection of a man in a demon mask, asking if he had thought about their discussion. Adong immediately said that it was the leader of the group that bought the items from him, while Sung-an thought it was Lee Jarui. The masked man continued that after a long period of cooperation with Chi, Holy decided to make him the leader of the raiders. While the guys were again wondering who it was, the hologram offered a deal where he would give a person a high-class weapon, immediately making Sung-an nervous, because no one would get a high-class weapon so early. At this time, a group emerged from the dungeon, satisfied with the cleanup. There was Sun Yue, awkwardly holding the item from the boss, not believing that Zai-jun wanted to give it to him. Catching his gaze on her, the girl said that he had worked hard and fought well, and that this award was fully deserved. Sun Yue felt embarrassed but finally agreed, taking the reward under Xiao Mei's displeased gaze. Zai-jun proposed to divide the remaining reward equally among everyone, without receiving any objections. It was only when Xiao Mei counted the coins that she noticed that she had received less this time, asking if it was really all equal. Sun Yue immediately took the team's side, reminding the girl that she was of no help at all in the dungeon expeditions. Only she could create weapons, and the lack of material that she did not collect made not only Sun Yue very angry, while Zai-jun tried to calm them down. She offered Xiao Mei to take her coins as well, so that she could create better equipment. Opening the map, she asked everyone to wait a little while she looked for a place to rest. Even after receiving more rewards, Xiao Mei was unhappy with how everyone seemed to be sucking up to the girl with the top-class weapon, blaming only her for the team's problems. Just as they wished for Zai-jun's weapon to disappear, a gang appeared near them, introducing themselves as the Dongshan Association with their leader Gui Long. The team instantly rallied together to protect each other, completely unaware of the different clans. Realizing that they were surrounded, Zai-jun began negotiations, because there were definitely no hard feelings between them, and it was just a misunderstanding. Guilong himself replied that they had no grievances or misunderstandings. They came here for her weapon. The girl hid her hand with the weapon bracelet, shouting that she would not give it up, because her friend had entrusted it to her with the fact of returning it. A fat man quietly approached the leader and whispered that the bracelet was a weapon, making him very happy. The guy from the Zai-jun team immediately became indignant that it was not nice to attack them without any reason and in such a large group. Guilong told Wu Zhe to shoot, saying that he would give them grounds to attack. With a sharp blow, the spear flew towards the group, jerking sharply. Because of this shadow spear, Chung Yun was unable to turn around and it passed right through his shoulder. After ordering her clan to capture the people, Zai-jun asked everyone to come closer to her, revealing her hand with the bracelet. She used her magical power to push back the enemies and create a protective dome around herself and her group. Everyone around the ball suddenly disappeared, but Xiao Mei remained behind it. The enemies, who had just run to attack, froze in place, not understanding what it was. Guilong immediately yelled at them that it was just a shield, ordering them to continue attacking with all their might. The people just looked at each other, nodding in agreement, even though they didn't understand everything. Sun Yue noticed them running towards them, telling Zai-jun to fight back. The girl was smarter, explaining that they couldn't defeat them all, suggesting they come up with an escape plan when the enemies got tired. Lu Renjia tried to heal the wounded man, quickly noticing that this healing was turning into a lesson. This was the ability of the spear that struck Chung Yun while the boy was proud of his weapon. Inside the shield, the people quickly realized that Xiao Mei was missing, soon seeing her outside the walls of protection. Not understanding how this happened, the guild boys immediately surrounded her, pointing their spears at her as the girl tried to save her life with the information she had. Guilong demanded that she be brought to him, telling the others to continue attacking the shield. Sun Yue didn't understand the girl's actions, shouting at her what she was doing. Only the anger was instantly distracted by sharp blows to the shield near him, monitoring the integrity. Behind the shield, the guy was indignant that his weapon would break faster, saying that it was stronger than the boss's shield. Sun Yue began to boast that this was not just a shield that could be easily penetrated, but the full power of a high-level talisman. Then the strongman a man came out to fight, offering to break through this wall himself, and the guy under protection watched them as if it were a show. The man took aim at the magic dome with his giant strike skill, but all this was in vain, hurting only him, while Zai-jun asked the guy to stop teasing the enemies. Guilong watched with pity, as they only threatened people, and they laughed at their failures. Pointing his club at Xiao Mei, he demanded that she tell him something. He asked directly how they could break through the shield, because he was sure that she should have this information. Sun Yue immediately warned the girl that if she still considered herself part of their team, it would be better for her to remain silent and not say anything. Slightly frightened, she began that the protection of this dome is very strong, and as long as the owner uses it, it will be difficult to break through it. With a sly grin, she continued that she had seen a shield break once in a dungeon, and it took a long time to recharge. Guilong took her hint, demanding his men to increase their strength and attack more. Sun Yue heard this and immediately called Xiao Mei a traitor. Only she suggested that he mentally blame that high-class weapon, because they could simply surrender and not suffer. After a bunch of blows, the shield began to crack because it had reached its limit. Guilong also saw these cracks, happily telling the others that whoever could break through it first would receive 3 medium-class weapons. Zai-jun, who was confident, did not want to give up, because she had promised Sung An to return the weapon intact. Realizing that she needed more power, a demonic lady suddenly appeared, offering the power she so craved. Zai-jun was very scared, staring at the figure shrouded in light, trying to understand what was happening. Before her was the demon Ramel, offering to give her more power for her feelings. The girl awkwardly asked if she was really a weapon demon, not understanding how she appeared if she had not summoned her. Only Ramel ignored her questions, reminding her that her friends were in danger and she had little time. She offered to release more power in exchange for some small price. She saw Zai-jun's desire to protect the weapon, her body, others, and one person's trust by offering a contract. The girl agreed to this without hesitation, only quickly clarifying the conditions. Ramel looked at her, saying that the conditions would be to receive her present, as well as her future. The shield instantly recovered before it could completely break, greatly shocking the boys. They didn't understand why the magic suddenly became strong again, giving them back their protection. A tired Zai-jun was happy that the contract worked, gaining more power. Only then did she receive restrictions, where all characteristics, except strength, became one, without the possibility of improvement, creating shackles on her. Everyone saw these chains, but they evaporated as quickly as they appeared, and the guys flew to help her. She celebrated the pain of her stats decreasing, and while Sun Yue scolded her, she was glad that everyone was alive. She believed that it was at least some bet on their survival and fate to stand up and be ready to fight. Guilong couldn't believe how the shield was able to recover after they destroyed it. Turning to Xiaomei, she raised her hands and admitted that this was the first time she had seen such a miracle. The chief immediately ordered to call everyone who was guarding the dungeon, because he did not want to rest without weapons. At this time, Brother Nan's car was racing through the forest. Sung An was already in the back seat, yelling at him to go faster while the man explained that he was almost out of fuel. The guy couldn't contain himself, swearing and clutching the chair while Feng tried to stay in place, clutching her hat to herself. Sung An was extremely worried about the girls' team, just praying that they would be okay until he arrived. It was only as evening approached that the shield finally fell, while the boys stood forward, protecting both Zaijun and the weapon. The tired girl received a message that the necklace needed to be recharged for an hour and a half. Guilong was angry, not understanding how they naively believed that they could stand up to him without protection. The only thing that made him happy was their fatigue on their face, but their resilience made him angry. Watching as the girl put the weapon on her bracelet, he was pleased with how it was able to repel all the attacks of his subordinates. Guiluna was very excited at the thought that such a first-class weapon would be his, laughing slyly. Looking at his two leaders, naming a man and Wu Zhe, he ordered them to finish off the group, greatly surprising them. The men came closer to him, telling him that this would be a bad idea, reminding him of the rule to rob but not kill. Looking at them askance, Guilong confidently repeated for them to obey him, causing them to be struck by mysterious magic. The rest also fell under this suggestion as if hypnotized, obeying the goal to destroy. And Man himself looked at the group, noticing that he suddenly had a desire to kill. Sun Yue was the first to notice how the atmosphere among the people had changed, suggesting to discuss everything. Zaijun didn't want to put her friends' lives in danger, mentally apologizing to Sung An for her decision. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice was heard calling the girl and asking if they could hear him, frightening Gai Lun. Wanting to tell everything briefly, the guys remembered whose familiar voice it sounded like. Zaijun was the first to recognize him as Sung An, looking up at the sky in slight surprise. He asked to hold out for 15 minutes because he would definitely be able to help as the sound stopped, and Sun Yue was indignant that they would not survive even a minute. Waving his hand, Guilong also heard the voice, saying that they would not succeed, sending his men into battle. A man pounced on Sun Yue, who continued to be indignant at Sung An for his unrealistic requests. Xiaomei stood in safety, suggesting that her previous team simply surrender and not fight, handing over their weapons. Hugging the guild boss, she began to fawn over him, saying that he deserved the weapon as the strongest, promising him to be ready for anything. Sun Ye immediately shouted at her that she was simply disgusting and they would not agree to such a thing. Because of this, he found it within himself to reflect this anger into strength, hitting a man in the face with all his might with his shield. The man became very angry, his eyes shining red, while Sun Yue prayed that Sung An would keep his promise. He pulled out an iron rod for special situations from his inventory, realizing that the guy's company would be better than this. Gai Luna began to irritate her more with their will to survive, until Xiaomei noticed that the boy was using a new item. Jaijun knew what he could do, but before she could object, he reminded her that her stats had been lowered and he would protect her. Having drawn a circle around the girl, Sun Yue honestly said that he really did not want to repeat this ritual. She saw the boy become the Monkey King, hoping for Sung An's words that salvation was near. The monkey with the trumpet on his head immediately began to sing irritably, reminding him of his first serious battle with the demon. He called himself Old Sun, standing threateningly before his enemies while Zaijun was protected. Guiluna laughed at this outfit, wondering if he really had the tactic of killing them with laughter. Then the guy shouted to his monkey with a pipe to show what they were capable of in such a guise. The little one happily trumpeted louder and louder, soon showering everyone with nastiness. The system warned that people were becoming indignant, slightly threatening such name-calling. They couldn't control their anger, focusing on Sun Yu, who teasingly offered to catch up and kill him. For this, a hail of different arrows and spears rained down on him, and he barely managed to turn around with a jump from this. A moment later, the entire team ran towards him, throwing their weapons after him, which the guy did not expect at all. Only his strong stamina saved him, running faster than them while Guilong tried to gather them into a line, knowing that the guy was just stalling for time. The monkey immediately shouted an insult at the head, calling him the leader of the idiots, trumpeting loudly. Now this made him angry, wishing his people would kill him quickly. To Sun Yue's great fortune, he was more agile and flexible than the rest of the clan, successfully dodging. The people stared at him in bewilderment, wondering how such flexibility could exist in such a plump man. Looking back, Sun Yue was pleased with himself for properly leveling up his stamina and agility. Also, the recent item that Zaijun gave him improved his agility. Realizing that there was only a little bit left, a man suddenly appeared in front of him, with a strong blow aimed at the boy's stomach, stopping the boy. The giant's blow instantly knocked him off his feet, knocking him to the ground, delighting everyone around him with his ingenuity. Standing in front of him, a man rudely asked why he wasn't running like he had a couple of minutes ago. Unfortunately, the Monkey King's ability was lost to Sun Yue, and the blow hit his health as damage. Zejun found herself in danger, but gave up her weapon, asking not to harm her friends. Behind her lay the body of her friend, while Guilong asked for something else, because now one weapon was not enough for him. He explained it as the consequences for getting in the way of the Dongshan Guild, while the girl threatened that he would pay for it. Coming closer to her, he offered mercy in exchange for her becoming his, because he saw in her attractive features and pity for murder. Zejun rudely refused him, sending him far away, because she believed that death would be better than being with him. At this expression, he slapped her hard on the cheek while Wu Zhe held the girl's hands behind her back. Guilong approached him, asking him to kill her because she did not appreciate his kindness. Clutching the necklace in his hand as he left, the guy had to only obey, lowering the girl to her knees. He said out loud honestly that he had always been interested in what it would be like to kill a person with one blow, and decided to try. Before he could even swing, Sungin suddenly appeared from somewhere and slashed across his chest with a blade. Hearing a cry of pain, the leader turned around to see what had happened, surprised by the bloody scene. The boy instantly caught Zejun in his arms, mentally apologizing for arriving so late. Looking at her face, seemingly switched off, he was unable to think properly, believing that he had failed to protect the girl. Looking up at Guilong, Sungin immediately recognized their guild, threatening to kill each and every one of them. The chief couldn't believe that the guy was so self-confident, while he mentally tried to understand who he was, since he killed one of his best fighters so quickly. Guilong pointed his club at him, warning him that there would be only one outcome, while Feng and brother Nan hid in the bushes nearby. They quietly whispered to each other, trying to understand why he was in such a hurry to come here when there were people from the Dongshan Guild around. The leader started yelling at Sungin because he had not paid any attention to him, having secured the girl's position. Rising from his seat, he rudely asked him to shut the door, offering to fight if he attacked. Right away, Sungin took out his little mole from his inventory, which jumped out and clung to him. All the people were in some shock, because it was a hostile mob, which the guy kept as a pet, just a cub. As the mole climbed up to his master's shoulder, he bit his finger until it bled. When a drop had collected, he gave it to his baby, asking him to eat it for him. The mole obediently drank, immediately becoming illuminated by a magical light, blinding everyone. From the bright magic, instead of a tiny mole, a huge magical mole emerged, with shining eyes and causing horror in those around. No one could believe their eyes, and for some, the bright light made their eyes hurt. This animal put a lot of pressure on others with his gaze, while others noticed that he was more terrible than any boss. It turns out that this was a bluff Easter egg, making the mole merely look scary without giving him any power, which is why Sungin called him over, deciding to leave him with Zejun. Guilong saw the fear of his men and immediately shouted that there was nothing more to fear from them. While the mole ran to complete his task, the guy was ready for battle, offering to begin already. Having summoned poison, he hit a bunch of people at a huge distance, knocking some of them off their feet immediately. For some, such a blow turned out to be almost fatal, frightening others with its blood. Sung Anya, on the contrary, was incredibly happy about this, because this way the fight would be insanely fast. He charged towards Guilong with a swift force as he tried to gather his men together for battle. A man also entered the battle, trying to become an obstacle in front of the guy, taking his partners with him. His eyes glowed red, warning that Sungin would not be able to pass through him. Only the guy didn't want to fight with everyone, using his blinding ability, hitting the head as well. He dashed right in front of Guilong, saying that it was now checkmate, and swung his sword. At this time, Zejun was unconscious, lying on the fur of the mole, who was carrying her to a safe place. However, they stopped near Sun Yue, who begged the monster to let go and not squeeze him so tightly. In his eyes, the gong was a terrible spirit, feeling like his bones inside were breaking from his grip. At this point, the mole opened the bottle, indicating that the boy needed to drink it, while he begged that it was a parcel from Sungin. But he didn't really have a choice, and the mole smoothly poured the contents into him. Because of this, Sun Yue was immediately completely healed, and the monster let him go, amazed by the effect. While he was enjoying the integrity of his body, the mole showed him on the sign that his master needed help. Sun Yue didn't immediately believe that Sungin needed his help, and awkwardly asked again. At this time, the guy had some problems, because even blinded people rushed at him, trying to grab and detain him. And Man especially grabbed his leg, squeezing with all his strength. Sungin had no choice but to crucify everyone in different directions, aiming for Guilong. The guy was annoyed that the leader didn't fight him himself, only showing that he had mind control. Everyone attacked like crazy and blinded by the order. Their senses were dulled, which is why Sung An's blinding didn't work. The leader only egged everyone on to hold back the enemy, having finally gotten rid of his blindness. Those who were not bewitched by the leader's power could not believe in those zombies that thoughtlessly rushed at the enemy. They didn't like being cannon fodder, risking running away from this horror. Only Guilong had already decided that he would send everyone to fight, and he himself would quietly escape, catching the fugitives with his ability. Sung An didn't like the fact that more and more people were coming under his control, violating the parameters of the game. Only the guy had no choice but to fight. Taking out his blade, meeting the madmen with it, the chief just kept shouting for them to hold him back as long as possible. Because they began to attack in a crowd, it became more difficult for Sung An to fight, since he could now be easily knocked down. Guilong couldn't believe that some newbie stranger had almost cornered him. He was angered by the fact that his efforts for the guild were in vain, promising revenge while someone watched his escape. Opening his hand, Guilong was only happy with the fact that he had received this necklace, because with its help one could even resurrect. Then a shield hit him in the face from the side, knocking him to the ground and dropping his weapon. Sun Yue was next to him, which was very surprising because the leader thought that he was dead. Staring straight ahead, the guy called him a noob with cool gear. At this time, another guild wanted to pursue Dongshan, but Bai Mu decided to take a little rest by opening a soda. Before he could even take a sip, Gucci-nana immediately hit him and asked him if he had done everything his brother Jirui asked him to do in order to rest. The guy began to explain that all the information was already in this ball, while the girl continued to scold him for his behavior. Bai Mu found out that Guilong's class was called Traitor, which was very different from all the others. His role was a primary skill that only worked on his comrades, called puppets. Chinana read all the specifications, amazed at how everything suited him perfectly, without even imagining who came up with the idea to create this. The guy noted with a grin that all the classes in the game were invented by her brother Jejui, which is why she immediately took her words back. Only Li Jirui, the captain of the Raiders Guild, himself did not know what kind of role this was, wanting to study the entire world, because the game was very different from what they created. Immediately behind their backs, a beam of light flashed sharply, forcing them to pay attention to it with some horror. They quickly realized that the Dongshan Guild was there, thinking that something serious had happened. But the girl insisted on waiting for Bao Li and the others to return. The head of the guild agreed with this, deciding not to risk sticking his nose in there himself, since he had a bad feeling about it. Before this beam, Sun Yue began to beat Guilong with all his might as revenge for his actions towards him and his friends. When the mask cracked, the man began to ask him to stop, that he would return the weapon and apologize. Only Sun Yu didn't need this. He swung and explained that he had spared neither him nor the team. Due to such a blow to the face, when Guilong stood up, his mask was completely broken, falling to the ground with no trace. Now the guy realized that he had overdone it, hoping that the boss hadn't died after that. But after examining the man, he realized that he had killed the leader of the Dongshan Guild, fearing revenge from his servants. Then Sung An came to him and warned him that such a guild no longer existed. Sun Yue was very surprised by his return, but the guy immediately praised him for figuring everything out on his own, and without any problems. Taking the necklace, Sun Yue began to list what he had, to which Sung An admitted that he was a great fellow. The guy didn't really believe that the leader had died, while Sun Yue continued to be indignant, warning that he had done everything to save him. While bleeding, a voice suddenly came to him, saying that he thought that a man would be more useful, but decided to give him another chance because he was his apostle. Because of this, a bright light appeared next to the body, attracting the attention of the guys. A few seconds later, a bright red light hit him, blinding him a little and destroying a little of the area. Sung An was especially shocked, not understanding what was happening and why he was struck by lightning. Sun Yu himself did not understand, assuming that this was retribution for all his sins. Feng and Lin Nan were also blinded, trying to hide from the flying leaves and sticks. The mole was especially worried, although he was far away. The light illuminated him too, knowing that his master was there. From this bright light, a black figure with the outline of a demon began to emerge, emitting small lightning bolts. He spoke in a rough voice, addressing the boys, saying that he did not think that they would meet again under such circumstances. Sun Yue was frightened and tried to figure out if this was the same Guilong, while even Sung An was very afraid, because he had clearly become more dangerous. He said that the leader had fallen too low by becoming a demon, while he explained that it was simply the power of the master of the world bestowed upon him. The demon promised to make them beg for death, while Sun Yue was scared and tried to figure out what to do. Sung-an immediately assumed that this was the final boss, until the demon began to beat them for escaping from him, summoning a magic ball. With a sharp wave of his hand, he sent his projectile towards Sung-an, turning it into a beam that almost caught him. The blow hit the forest behind them, causing it to burst into flames with an explosion, startling both of them. Guilong noticed that he was shooting crookedly, but he was even glad, because he didn't want to kill his victims so quickly. He promised them that he would torture them to get rid of all the envy that was in him. Turning back to the boys, the demon immediately asked who was the one who killed him just now, making Sung-an tense. Sun Yue immediately reacted that he did it, afraid that the demon had come for him. Only the guy immediately shouted at him to run, starting to hit with his blade, which the demon dodged too easily. Aiming his hand more clearly at Sung-an, he hoped not to miss. Because of this, the guy realized that he would not be able to dodge if he received a blow to the shoulder. Guilong enjoyed this, conveying that it was time for him to run, specifically wanting to torment them. Sun Yue was especially worried because there was an explosion after Sung-an's strike from behind. The demon immediately began to mock that the guy was no longer so self-confident and brave after receiving a blow. Sung-an immediately kicked the guy out so that he wouldn't dare bother him, and it would be better for him to run and save himself. To be more convincing, he asked him to take Zai-jun and the survivors with him, so that they would survive. The frightened Sun Yue did not want to abandon his friend, but he began to yell at him, demanding that he run. He only promised that he would try to survive by running away into the bushes. The demon saw that he began to run away, summoning more balls of magic, conveying that they would not leave here alive. Opening his inventory, Sung-an took out a bandage, quickly applying a bandage to his wound. He held on to the chance of victory, only due to his bone blade with a bonus against demons, quickly running towards it, thinking that close combat would be the demon's weak point. With dashes and dodges, he quickly found himself right in front of Guilong's face, threatening him with his blade. At this time, Sun Yue was running fast into the depths of the forest, out of breath from the speed. Turning around, he was so glad to realize that there was no one chasing him, but that was all he could do. As he continued to run, a guy in a suit suddenly ran towards him, right on the battlefield. A girl rode towards them on a wolf, shouting at Baimu to speed up and catch up with his brother. Growling that he was already trying, Chinana noticed Sun Yue asking who it was, until the werewolf suggested not to pay attention. The guy froze in place, not understanding why they were running there, and how the wolf was talking to her. At this time, Sung-an was in trouble, because the demon managed to stop him by knocking the weapon out of his hand and grabbing him by the throat. Lifting him off the ground, Guilong praised him for his strong attack, but his regeneration was better as the boy begged to let him go, gasping for breath. The demon immediately noticed that from the very beginning of their fight, Sung-an had been using a bunch of tricks, which is why he got rid of him first. Due to the lack of oxygen, the boy began to lose consciousness, while Guilong mockingly thought about how exactly to kill his enemy. Before he could think of anything, someone struck between them with divine light, throwing them in different directions. Sung-an immediately began to regain his breath, coughing slightly. Lee Jarui approached him, asking how he was doing, calling him by name. Only the guy was clearly not particularly happy to see him, asking what he was doing there, mentally not believing that he recognized him so easily. The demon didn't lag behind either, quickly rose to his feet and stared at the guys. Noticing the leader of the Raiders Guild there, he asked if he had come to see his rebirth. Ignoring him, Lee Jarui asked his old acquaintance what abilities the demon had, briefly explaining everything. Sung-an thought that he had come to fight, when suddenly a girl came running from behind the forest on a wolf. The leader thanked the boy for the information, activating his Golden Warrior class, drawing out a divine sword. The demon immediately understood that they wanted to kill him, immediately hissing, suppressing that no one would be saved from him, because his power came from the master of the world himself. Lee Jarui agreed to this challenge, offering to test his words in practice. Because of his upgraded class, a powerful warrior with golden wings flew out. A golden circle of flame appeared around the leader, awakening the warrior god himself. Staring at this, Guilong began to become slightly agitated, causing red lines to appear on his demonic shell. Sinana began to descend from the wolf, and both of them were shocked by the magic that their brother used so abruptly, and were also worried. Sung-an himself was surprised that the gold class was capable of such a thing, and he stared at it, mesmerized. It was the awakening of the god Odin, which gave a good improvement to the character's characteristics. The god's rays were absorbed into Lee Jarui's body, causing his eyes to glow golden. He raised them towards the demon, warning that he would use all his power to defeat him. Guilong also agreed to fight on equal terms using his final form. Because of the fire he was emitting as his power grew, Sung-an was more worried about how the demon could become even stronger. Crunching his body, The demon said that this was his final form, offering to start the seconds that he could survive. Lee Jirui asked Nana to heal Sung-An's wounds and Bai Mu to protect the girl by returning to his male form. He refused their help, asked them to stay away from the battlefield, finally taking up his sword and preparing for battle. Taking advantage of the surprise, he headed towards the demon, immediately crushing him with the power of a god. But he managed to get ahead of the blow. While healing, holding this sword, Guilong hissed that it was painful, starting to worry for his life. Only the sword did not deprive Lee Jirui of his strength, using his fist to fight. At this time, Nana called butterflies to Sung-An, surprising him a little. These butterflies healed, which she explained to the guy, because her brother Jejui trusted him, promising to cure him completely. The girl also warned him not to twitch, because if even one butterfly disappeared, it would be the end for him. So Sung-An realized that she also had a special class, while everyone watched their fight, seeing their brother's special advantage. Only the boy knew that relaxing so early was a bad idea, because Guilong was an especially cunning person. Turning back, he found his blade, deciding that at the right moment he must deliver the final, decisive blow. Lee Jirui began to ask the demon who was helping him, thinking it was Lucifer, and asking what he knew. Guilong bared his teeth and warned that the master's power was too great for the human mind. So he knocked the guy's sword away with his tail, slyly noticing that he was too distracted. He used this moment to prepare his legs for a strike while the guild leader was confused. A moment later, he bounced the enemy off with his legs, pleased with this opportunity and its implementation. Lee Jirui was saved by the fact that the god Odin had high stamina, and this blow did not hurt him as much as it should have. His men were instantly frightened by this, worried about their brother, wanting to join in and help. Only the leader quickly rose to his feet, breaking himself with his sword, warning that he was completely fine. The demon also rose to his feet, calling upon his orbs, offering him the chance to survive this now. The lasers were directed in any direction, which is why Lee Jirui dodged, asking Bai Mu to protect the girl. He quickly complied, transforming into an armadillo and taking hits while Nana healed him. Guilong only became more enraged, shouting that demons were the true rulers of the world, and no one could defeat him. Only then something passed through his chest, causing terrible pain. It was Sung-An, his blade only cutting him further, surprising him that he was still here and alive. The guy said he would kill him by activating his demon slayer and dealing 10 times the damage. The demon was all cracked, screaming in pain, calling Sung-An a bastard for doing this. Only he was not able to inflict better damage, because the demon had as much recovery as he inflicted on him. Lee Jirui then took the opportunity to jump on Guilong, trying to injure him as much as possible. The demon just screamed that he had enough of all this, spitting out blood. With absolute ease, he managed to push the two guys away from himself, quickly recovering from what they had done to him. Lee Jirui couldn't understand why he could still resist. While rebuilding his body, he noticed that God hates traitors, cursing them with immortality, and he is one of them. Summoning a magical orb, larger than any he had ever created in battle, he warned that it would never go out. Guilong promised to help them say goodbye to their lives by raining lasers in an attempt to injure them. While the boys successfully dodged, Bai Mu faithfully stood with his back to protect the girl, but he was clearly only missing her healing. The demon only became more irritated as the boys dodged his projectiles, risking getting closer to them. Sung-An noticed that no matter the damage, the demon would still continue to attack as long as he touched it with his blade. As soon as Guilong approached, the boy decided to take advantage of the opportunity by activating his ability. He instantly hit the demon, slightly cutting his shoulder until it bled, hoping that at least something would work. Before he could summon his black smoke, Guilong was immediately next to him, punching him in the stomach. For Sung-An, this blow could have been fatal, causing bleeding, but Nana's butterfly saved him. Left on the ground to rest and heal, he honestly couldn't believe how he was still alive after receiving so many fatal blows. Due to the wound, Guilong was still poisoned and blinded, scolding Sung-An for his antics while he was thinking about a bug. The demon tore out the piece of himself where the poison was, simply throwing it away, which caused the poison's effect to stop and he began to regenerate. Lee Jirui quickly ran up to the guy to check his safety and ask a few questions. He was worried about whether Sung-An could fight and help him carry out his assassination plan. He suggested using the moments when he wanted to regenerate completely, because then he would lose this ability. The guy explained his haste by both Bai Mu's injury and Nana's inability to help them, offering to finish off the demon with his own. He suggested that Sung-An should deal the killing blow, since his weapon was more powerful, while he would distract attention and use the power of the god Odin. Only the guy interrupted him, because he thought that this would not be enough, offering his own better idea. Guilong was irritated that the boys were discussing something among themselves for a very long time, preparing a new attack from magic. After briefly explaining the plan to Li Jirui, Sung An simply ran, asking him to trust, heading towards the demon. He began to tease Sung An, offering him to take a certain gift in the form of a huge fireball. He was serious, only mentally praying for himself to get there in time, because any second could kill him. Opening the jar of holy water, he charged straight into the fire, concentrating on making sure the Easter egg was done correctly. Li Jirui only now realized Sung An's plan, remembering that he couldn't use his ability on that one. The demon immediately began to chuckle smugly and rejoice, because he believed that he had managed to get rid of one. Only from the flames did Sung An ask him why he was so happy, since he was still here and alive. There was not a scratch on him, and his health could not be displayed, constantly throwing an error, giving him immortality. Giluna was wildly enraged by all these notifications, not understanding how this could happen if his ball flew right at the guy. But this didn't matter to Sung An now, because the demon's attacks no longer had any damage to him. This statement only enraged the demon even more, saying that it was impossible to summon the balls. All the balls flew straight at the guy, causing a large explosion, in the center of which he stood. It didn't harm Sung An Yu in any way, but he knew it wasn't forever, and he wanted to end it as soon as possible. Having summoned his strongest attack, Guilong continuously sent everything at the guy, wildly angry and wanting him to burn. Looking at the area he had destroyed, from where smoke was coming, the demon exhaled and immediately said that he was dead. However, to his shock, Sung An stood in the same place, not believing how he had survived all this. The boy asked if he was done, finally suggesting that he attack, using the effect where the demon's damage became his. Now the blade was illuminated with a powerful red power that Sung An had only received from Guilong's attack. Li Jirui only now realized what the boy had been expecting from him as he smoothly joined the fight. Guilong recognized his own power, staring in shock and not believing that he would use his own power against him. The blade only grew more luminous as Sung An conveyed that he would simply return to the demon what belonged to him. He glared at him, defiantly displaying his strength, challenging him to recover from it now. Staring at the approaching blow, Guilong only now realized that he had shown his full power back then. Having decided to somehow remove it, his thoughts were immediately interrupted by Li Jirui, threatening that he would not escape anywhere. Sung An was especially pleased, because he hadn't had time to voice this to the guy, and was happy with his approach. The demon tried to resist, somehow fighting off his sword with his hands, only becoming more aware of his problematic situation. Finally, Li Jirui struck from above, catching Guilong off guard as he screamed in pain. With a special grip and the power of a god, the guy managed to twist the demon, knocking him to the ground. This was what Sung An needed, finally moving to attack, quickly jumping to his side. At that moment, the strength increased, wishing the demon to return to his hell. Seeing this, Guilong began to beg for at least a moment of respite, but it was already too late. The blade with an explosion and improvement illuminated the area with light, leaving only dust after a couple of seconds. Sung An was immediately worried about Li Jirui, trying to find him and praying that he would survive this. The guy rose from the rubble to the cries of his name, having managed to activate the ability of a god. But it turned out to be more difficult to dodge the stones. Shaking himself off, he didn't accept Sunaran's apology, since it was nothing compared to the fact that they were able to defeat Guilong. Only Nana did not accept this heroism towards Sung An, immediately blaming him for turning to Brother Jejue and his butterfly, while he asked him where the demon came from during development. He said that it was a plot of the game, where people encountered demons, only according to a written scenario. The two of them began to discuss who could be the creators, since they control this game, realizing that he did it on purpose. Only Guilong didn't know how to the end, becoming a small eye, rejoicing at his survival, but immediately cursing Sung An for everything. Here the boys realized that they had received nothing for the murder, and began to suspect that something was wrong. Because of this, Guilong wanted to escape, but his plan was crushed, as was he. Sun Yue watched from the sidelines, admiring how his friend killed the demon without noticing how he himself crushed it. Sung Anya was interested in Zai Jun, to which the guy quickly explained that she had woken up, and he had returned to scout out the situation. Just now, both Li Jiru and Sung An received a lot of experience, raising their levels for killing the demon. Everything around them literally shone with experience, noticing that Sun Yue had also received it. He also improved by getting an achievement and starting to explore everything in his profile. He especially didn't like the last notification, because now all the bosses and high-ranking enemies considered him the #1 target, afraid to imagine their life in the future. At this time, Zai-jun was running away from something on a mole with Lin Nan and Feng, not understanding what kind of crowd it was. It turns out that people were hunting the mole, considering it a demonic beast, wanting to kill it, until the girl found out about the guy's friends. From the crowd, the girl told the boss, Bao Luo, that they seemed to be mistaken, but he insisted that this was the monster that the boss had mentioned. Zai-jun tried to stop them, offering to discuss everything and not harm anyone by talking. The boys turned towards the voices of confusion, among which each heard his own acquaintance. Finally, Bao Luo caught up with the mole, pushing it so that it rolled over onto its side, clearly causing general displeasure. This caused the mole to go berserk, trying to attack the man for what he had done, trying to get past the armor. Sung An asked his pet to stop, and Li Jirui stopped his guildman. After learning the whole situation, Bao Luo sincerely apologized for it, because the frightening aura from the monster had greatly confused them. The mole turned back into a small pocket animal while Sung An tried to calm him down. Looking back at brother Nan and Feng, he also found out their condition, and was glad that everyone was safe. Finally, he asked Zai-jun, who was terribly ashamed for not helping the guy. At this time, the guys from Bao Luo's team reported to their boss that all the materials had been collected. Li Jirui immediately turned to Sung An, asking him to just join the guild if he wanted. Deciding to avoid unnecessary problems with the guilds, the guy simply refused, believing that he was more comfortable alone. The chief did not insist on the invitation, but offered some good advice. At this time, his team gathered and communicated, starting to help everyone, and Li Jirui noted that everyone has their own weaknesses, despite any strength, why it is better when your reliable friends and support are behind you. He suggested to Sung An that he try to trust people and others listen to him. Only the guy's reaction slightly stunned me, not understanding why he was mentally clinging to trust so much. At this time, somewhere very high above the sea, an island surrounded by water was flying. On it, Rafaela was swearing at someone about Sung An, who uses bugs that contradict the system, asking to ban him. They only told her to just calm down and consider these to be shortcomings that embellish their game. The screens instantly flew out, as the man continued to say that he wanted to watch what was happening, letting everyone bloom like flowers. She wanted everyone to realize at the right time that only despair rules reality, calling on a bunch of demons. Li Jiruya also said that the boy could contact him at any time for information. But even so, he said that they were now rivals, because that was the only way to become stronger, asking him not to fall behind him. When he suggested that his friends go underground, they all immediately refused, talking about business. Only Sung An thought that everyone thought he was unreliable, except for Zai-jun, who went with him. She didn't believe that the guy really wanted to go into the living forest, one of the dangerous locations. The girl asked why they should go there if they barely survived the battle with the demon. Sung An immediately explained that they would simply get rid of the seal on her, confident that everything would work out. He suddenly asked if Zai-jun remembered when they first met. The guy remembered that he was lost then, and thought his life was over until she appeared, and gave him hope. Zai-jun blushed awkwardly, remembering how he was bullied, realizing the gravity of his situation. He remembered how she helped him with programming, although he wasn't very interested in it. But then Sung An developed an interest in writing code for the game, and enjoyed creating many exciting things with it. Zai-jun asked him for a moment's pause in the story, shouting that she was not as fat as he remembered, forbidding him to remember it. At this time, some black cat was watching them, frightened when the girl hit the gate. Zai-jun awkwardly realized that her strength had increased several times as she knocked out a passage for them. She decided to play it off as a threat, asking Sung An again not to mention her, until he agreed and realized that girls were very sensitive. The guy still used this moment, saying that in general he meant one thing. He thanked her with a smile for becoming his best friend, because of her, he was ready to take any risk. Feng appeared next to them, saying that this phrase was incredibly touching, asking them to become together. Only Zai-jun turned away from this, while the guy figured out why she came here. Feng didn't hide the fact that she wanted to earn some extra money, but Sung An sent her out while she was begging, promising to help and always asking for a small share. The girl also came to the baby's defense, suggesting that they gather more people. It would be more fun, taking an agreement from her not to interfere and take only a part. Because of this, Sung An exhaled and agreed after all. There was something to going as a threesome. Entering the portal, the guy warned that he would give a cloak that would hide from monsters, ignoring Feng. In the world of the living forest lived the flora of forests and jungles, keeping within itself a slightly strange tree protector in the form of a centaur. Only his unexpected appearance did not frighten Sung An in any way. He instantly stopped him with his blade. At the right moment, he hit him in the face, with 2 blows simply destroying him to death. He knew that their weak point was their face, because that was where he could do the most damage. From under her cloak, Zaijun shouted at the boy to beware of the birds. At that very moment, mischievous birds pounced on him from the treetops. They squealed loudly, thrusting forward their clawed paws, quickly flapping their wings. Only the birds did not come down, only irritatingly, which Sung-an did not really like, not wanting to do this. He was prepared for this in advance, throwing something into the ground, from which a huge plant emerged and ate the bird. It was a demonic flower seed that grew larger than the boy, attacking the birds. Like a fly trap, she created a mouth for herself. Because the forest improved her characteristics, the rest of the monsters began to attack from behind the forest, also making nasty sounds. They headed towards the girls in the cloak, realizing that their intuition had proven itself superior to the deception. Taking out her necklace, Zaijun stood up for defense, promising to deal with the couple. She crawled out from under the cloak, but Feng told her to stay there, summoning a scythe from her weapon. Luckily for her, her attack was further away, attacking them from a great distance, literally cutting them apart. Feng watched this and said with delight that it was simply amazing. While fighting off his enemies, Sung-an turned to them, asking how they were doing, trying to keep the enemies away from them. Zaijun warned him that she would be able to get rid of them, promising not to let him down, but to be careful. Sung-an was honestly surprised that she had improved so much in her weapon, destroying most of the monsters so quickly. He also used poison to kill birds, content to see them die in flight over time. Immediately, all of their enemies received an additional buff, where they were immune to disease and poison. This improvement was someone in charge, crawling out of the ground right in front of the guy, asking who dared to invade his forest. With a sharp blow, he attacked Sung-an's flower, slightly hitting it as well, which is why he had to quickly dodge. While the guy was enjoying the monster even more, Feng was shocked that the boss could talk. In front of him was the living tree itself, Lexi, the ruler of the forest, calling the team disturbers of the peace of the forest. Sung-an stood under the tree, and new centaurs and birds appeared in front of him. Staring at them, he loudly wished them a speedy death. Lexi promised that he would not leave alive anyone who dared to defile his forest with their filthy existence. Sung-an immediately told everyone to go back because the tree was about to strike. He hit the guy right on the head, which is why the girls started calling him, hoping that he managed to survive there. It turns out the guy managed to dodge, using his blade and attacking Lexi with poison, at least a little. He aimed his fist at the tree, daring it to take a retaliatory blow. He slashed sharply at the tree bark, hoping for good damage, since he had not improved in vain. Only Lexi noticed with a grin that it didn't even tickle him, having received a small injury. Sung-an wasn't too upset, even though he didn't like such a physical blow to the boss. He was also attacked by other monsters, especially birds that fell on him from the sky. The girls immediately shouted at him to turn around and be more careful, protecting himself from the monsters. Because of this, the boy used his black smoke ability, hoping to blind the enemy. He managed to do this on the birds, but because of the enhancement, they were unable to concentrate and attack. Due to carelessness, the bird flew straight into the mouth of the demonic flower, which happily feasted on it. Only Sung-an didn't get distracted, putting down his blade and starting to physically hit one spot on the boss. His blows became brighter and brighter each time, already emitting blows of a golden color. Lexi threatened to destroy him, but his paw missed, because the target in the form of Sung-an was not found by cunning. Waving his arms, the tree didn't understand why he couldn't hit it, receiving with each blow only more notifications that the target was not found. He knocked down the tree with an explosive attack, saying that it was a programmer's secret and that an ordinary oak tree would not understand it. Jumping away from his enemy, Sung-an was pleased that he had managed to find the boss's weak spot. Feng suggested to Zaijun to set everyone on fire, because trees are afraid of fire, thinking that this way they would help the guy. Only the girl remembered how they created the forest, and if they made a fire, it would only get worse, which is why the girl felt awkward. Noticing that the boss was calling for help, Zaijun began to come up with a plan to prevent other monsters from attacking the guy. At this time, some centaurs attacked the flower, trying to save some of their allies. A girl approached them, saying that they had lived too long and thought that they would be saved. But she is in front of them, and they will never be able to pass by without waving their scythe. Some birds began to attack Feng, who immediately wanted to fight, but changed her mind after realizing her class and level. Zaijun mentally conveyed to the guy that they would try to buy him time, and he should continue to hit. Lexi kept trying to defend himself, summoning spikes and using his hands, but Sung-an was still invisible to his attacks. The guy asked the tree to shut up and turn into a normal tree, while continuing to beat its center. Finally, with the blade, he managed to scrape through the tree bark, reaching the center, Within it shone a green, pure wooden crystal, the core of the tree that was killing him. Lexi was very scared, asking why the guy needed his core, trying to summon his attacks to survive. Only Sung-an said that his best friend needed it, apologizing and pulling the core out of the tree. In an instant, Lexi dried up, losing all of her leaves and bark, screaming no, leaving only a green light behind. Lexi's living tree was completely destroyed, leaving behind only a core. At that moment, all the enemies around the girls began to explode and die, giving them experience and levels. Sung-an held the core in his hand, noticing how the ability to bind lives had destroyed them by becoming attached to the tree. Jumping from the dry tree, he landed next to them, holding the cannonball especially gently so as not to damage it. Sung-an explained that this core would help Zaijun remove her restrictions by simply changing her class, which both girls didn't really believe because it looked too ordinary. Using one secret command, the guy gave this crystal such a magical ability, only its activation was 24 hours. He told Zaijun this too, but she trusted him, agreeing to wait while Feng looked through the things. Only Sung-an asked her not to trust her too much, because he might forget the command while joking. Finally, he gave the core to her as the roots began to surround her to change her class and remove the contract restrictions. He looked at the cocoon that had so quickly slammed shut with her inside, remaining to wait for a miracle. Suddenly, Sung-an's stomach rumbled, remembering that due to all the commotion, he had completely forgotten to eat. At this time, Feng began to collect a bunch of items that dropped from various monsters, seeing this as a profit. Remembering that the girl hadn't eaten either, he wanted to ask her too, but before he could even call her, she dropped all the items and jerked. She awkwardly held the remains of the items, instantly apologizing, acknowledging his strength, and simply gathered her things. Having given him the materials and the cloak, Feng immediately ran away, promising to collect magic crystals for him as well. Sung-an was a little confused by Feng's reaction, because he just wanted to ask if she was hungry, but the girl simply ran away. Having decided to eat alone, he looked at the equipment that he had managed to obtain by finding the spiritual body of a living tree, keeping it for himself. Taking it into his inventory, Sung-an continued to study what magical abilities he had while Feng collected the crystals. The girl heard perfectly well what he was saying under his breath, slightly surprised by the characteristics of the object, but continued her work. The most important thing for Sung-an was a high-rank necklace that only dropped from high-level bosses. Having picked up and put on the necklace, the boy remembered the words of Li Jirui, who told him about the attack of demons, deciding to prepare equipment against them in advance. Thinking about Lucifer, suddenly the voice said that this demon's name was very familiar to him, making the guy nervous. Suddenly, everything disappeared, frightening Sung-an and forcing him to scream into the void, asking what was going on and where he was. Spinning around, he called out to Zaijun and Feng, trying at the same time to understand who was there. Suddenly, a voice answered him that there was no one here. This was a spiritual world where there was only she and he. The original Lexi stood before him, saying that she was incredibly happy to see him, calling him a hero. Sung-an was a little scared. He didn't understand why there were several Lex in this forest. She began to calm him down, saying that she was the goddess protector of this forest, and the voice of his heart woke her up. But she was here in peace, but the guy was still on guard, asking if she would really take revenge on him. Only Lexa immediately told him that this was not so, and it was all about their common enemy. She began to tell him how the Demon King had already been defeated by Hardiman's alliance, but his existence had not been completely erased. But the guy clearly wasn't particularly interested in that. She feels like an army of demons wants to attack this world, but their power has become greater, and she can only survive in this small area. She said that she was waiting for Sung-an, a real hero who could defeat one of the demon's minions. Lexa asked if the boy's true goal was to kill the Demon King, offering to lend him a helping hand if he agreed. Sung-an decided that it was better to agree and take advantage of the goddess's help. Because of this, Lexi gave him her blessing of the forest, but the guy honestly didn't feel anything except the aura. The goddess suggested that he look at his palms, only to puzzle him even more with such riddles. Flower marks immediately appeared on his palms, causing Sung-an to immediately touch the ground, waiting for the effect. At that moment, spiky tentacles instantly emerged, trying to touch whatever was next to them. The guy quickly asked if he could now control the plants as he approached his creation. The goddess said that it was so, adding that due to the blessing he did not waste any magic while Sung-an began to experiment. She also warned that the limit of the blessing depends on his spiritual power, increasing with each level. Only Sung-an's level was too low, causing him to feel tired after using magic for a long time. He began to faint, having heard the last thing from the goddess, that she entrusted him with the entire future of the world. He woke up from the screams of the girls who were trying to wake him up, asking him to wake up. Sung-an felt lost, but when he saw the girl in front of him, he immediately asked why she was there and whether it was really impossible to change classes. She noticed that a whole day had already passed, and she had long since left there, until Fung explained that he had fainted yesterday and never woke up. Looking at his hand, Sung-an realized how long he had been unconscious, deciding not to use this new power too much. Zaijun immediately asked what kind of power it was, but the guy interrupted her, asking how it was updated. With a smile, she asked not to be jealous, because she received a new class especially for her, with vampirism and other characteristics. The only thing that upset her was that all her skills were reset, but she received the ability to bind fate. Sung-an immediately gave her an idea on how to use this to her advantage, but she didn't really like the idea. Fung joined the conversation, showing the guy all the crystals she had collected, honestly saying that she hadn't taken a single one, greatly surprising him. He asked what the girl was up to, why she hesitated a little, because she really wanted to ask for something. Fung knelt down and began to ask him to give her the spiritual body of the living tree, because she had heard him say that it would restore the lost part of his body. The girl honestly knew that she had no right to ask for such a rare thing, and she certainly didn't have enough money. But it was important for Xiao Yu. She promised to do everything if he gave her his body and gave her hope, but she would not get up until he agreed. At this time, the ghosts of the little fairy attacked a group of people who were trying to fight them off. The guy in the group noticed that it was a whole new wave of monsters, but it was stronger. Sun Yue came out in front of them, saying that it was nothing at all, but the reward would be all his, promising to deal with the fairies. Extending his shield forward, he threatened the ghosts that they would now know the power of the demon slayer. Because of his achievement, the monsters became faster, and the guy's hostility was activated. As they moved quickly, he began to shout that they would not pass, as if provoking them. The little fairy's ghosts were even so unreasonably angry at Sun Yue, abruptly attacking him. But even attacking from different sides, they couldn't do anything, getting hit by the shield blows. This made Sun Yue laugh, mocking the monsters, slowly killing them with just defense. At this time, others also did not shirk, fighting the monsters with their swords. The guy shouted to his friend to deal with some of them, to which he quickly moved forward, saying, "I understand." Although Sun Yu's ability to provoke strong enemies seemed good for experience, fanged boars suddenly rushed towards them. While fighting with the fairies, the guy was in great shock when he saw these monsters. He ran to his team, asking for help, because he could no longer cope with them, receiving kicks from the fangs of the monsters. Trying to run for cover, the monsters were immediately destroyed by someone with one blow. The figure of Sung-an appeared in front of him, swinging his blade and clearing away enemies in one fell swoop. Putting down the blade, he asked the guys what they were all doing here, especially asking Sun Yue why he couldn't handle such a low-level boar. He began to justify himself by saying that it was a warm-up, and that of course he would have won, while his new acquaintances asked who this new arrival was. Feng and Zaijun came out from behind the guy, while the girl immediately flew to Wang Di, warning that she had returned. The guy in the orange jacket was overjoyed to see her, saying honestly that everyone thought she was in trouble. Asking if she and Sung-an were partners, she said that he was actually a very nasty and evil person, which of course he heard. Taking out the body of a living tree from his inventory, he reminded her that she still owed him, offering her to work for him for 10 years, which caused Feng to take her words back. Suddenly, the boy shouted that he had come to the rescue, while his team, calling him GG, were clearly not happy about his appearance. The boy began to summon a huge ball of water, warning that he would shoot and not allow the monsters to destroy their home. Unfortunately, he misstepped, shooting carelessly into a crowd of his guys, apologizing while the others dodged his water. Sung-an was surprised that such a small boy would use such a sharp spell, while Zaijun noticed that Sun Yu had been hit. Van Di immediately asked how the guy, completely drenched and knocked off his feet, was feeling. Spitting out the water, Sun Yue was a little shocked, trying to figure out what the hell that was. Wang Di immediately grabbed the little guy, scolding him for not listening to his words, managing to make things worse and harm the man. Only Gigi responded indignantly, saying that he also wanted to fight, considering himself a grown man. Feng asked them to calm down, but Wang Di replied that the boy was too reckless, and it would ruin him in the future. Only Gigi didn't listen to him anymore, telling the girl that Xiao Yu had only started to feel worse, but since she was here, he would get better too. Having said that Xiao Yu already knew that she had returned and was already running here himself, everyone was slightly surprised. Especially Feng did not expect this. A small puppy ran towards them, barking and making fun of its back wheels. The girl immediately greeted him with affection, admiring how quickly he learned to move. Sung-an clearly didn't expect Xiao Yu to be a dog, and Zai-jun was touched by the fact that he had no hind legs. Van D said the puppy lost them after he was attacked by a monster, and due to massive blood loss, they had to be amputated. Feng picked up the puppy and cuddled it, while the guy added that this game had taken the girl's parents away, living to save Xiao Yu. Now Sung-an also understood why the girl had begged him to give her the body of a living tree, sadly noting that she had been through a lot. After asking her if she wanted the body, she awkwardly put the puppy down, shouting that of course she wanted it. The little dog clearly didn't want to get out of her hands, but Fen's words that he would soon have paws made his woof more cheerful. After asking how it worked, Sung-an stood next to him, explaining that it was painless and that it would do everything itself. The body of the living tree disappeared, but in its place, the dog had wooden paws that did not inspire confidence. He stood on them a little hesitantly, looking around and trying to move them somehow, still quite hesitantly. But as soon as he realized that these were real paws, he immediately began to draw circles, barking joyfully. Taking Xiao Yu in her arms, Feng couldn't describe her joy that he could run. Wang Di was a little confused by such a mystical thing without an explanation, until Sung-an reminded the girl that she owed him, receiving a kick from Zai-jun. Sun Yue also interrupted the touching note by reminding him that he had been doused, sneezing with suspicions that he had caught a cold. He asked the boss if there was a place where he could change clothes, to which Van D said that he would be happy to show him. Turning to the guests, he invited them to stay for a while, which Sung-an tried to refuse. But as soon as Wang Di said that they had hot food, the guy couldn't resist, and Zai-jun was glad that there was a shower. As they walked, the leader told them that there was a college here, and they decided to settle here. Sung-an was very surprised by the electricity in this place, to which Wang Di explained that they use solar panels. Knowing how difficult it is to find such a place, they built it and began to protect it no matter what. When he reached the bathrooms, he showed that they were even separated by gender and all had hot water. Feng and Zai-jun immediately stopped, heading to take a bath, while Sun Yue asked Gigi about something. Van D learned the boy's name, asking if he needed to go to the bathroom, hearing no. Sung-an honestly felt some apprehension about this place. Despite all the conveniences, his heart was uneasy. Suddenly, a ghost appeared next to him, saying that she had found him, and immediately received a hand from him. The ghost couldn't believe that he had just hit her, realizing that this was not the one she was looking for. After saying that Sung-an didn't love her, she simply disappeared, greatly frightening the guy. Wang Di began to ask what had happened to him, just as he had asked if there were ghosts here. The guy himself was scared when he heard about ghosts, saying that although he had been here for a long time, he had never seen a single one. He was explaining that he was a big coward, and that such things really scared him, when the same ghost appeared behind his back again. Sung-an said that he didn't really want to upset him, but there was a ghost standing right behind him now. Turning around, the girl asked if it was him and if he liked her, gently stroking his face. Wang Di screamed out in fear and the ghost fainted, greatly angering Sung-an. Staring at the guy, the ghost noticed that he didn't love her either, since he reacted to her like that. Finally, the system revealed that it was the NPC Zhenzi, a broken-hearted woman who was looking for a boyfriend. The guy was glad that it wasn't a ghost, but just a non-player character, remembering the Easter egg with experience. As she walked into the wall, Zhenzi cried that no one needed her and that she was just a loser. He immediately called out to the ghost, because he was afraid of losing such an opportunity to receive a reward. Walking up to the wall, he seemed to press Zhenzi against it, starting to shower her with compliments that she was a special young lady. The ghost was slightly scared, asking if he really wanted to hit her, mentally feeling her heart jumping out. Sung-an said it was just a misunderstanding, suggesting they talk about their feelings when she noticed he wasn't her type. Then the guy said with a smile that he was ready to change for her sake and become an ideal partner. He used this for an Easter egg, making Zhenzi so touched that she cried and was happy that someone needed her. The guy immediately hinted that for her confession, she seemed to owe him something. She took Sung-an's hand, asking him to follow her through the wall, wanting to show her something. He was slightly surprised that he managed to get the Easter egg so quickly, deciding to return here to Wang Di later. At this time, Zai-jun was in the shower, unexpectedly hearing something quite close. She looked slightly nervously towards the entrance, mentally trying to understand whether something was really happening or if she was imagining it. At this time, Zhenzi finally brought the guy where she wanted, stopping in a not very beautiful place. After letting him go, the ghost said that they were there, while Sung-an began to look around. Zhenzi told him to wait for her, standing here without touching anything, and she would return soon. Turning around, Sung-an realized that he had been brought to an old warehouse, although he honestly expected a reward in the form of a dungeon. Walking past the things, examining them, The guy was upset that everything turned out to be not so simple with this scale of character affection. His gaze fell on the books, one with a very strange title on the manual for female ghosts, which advised that if a person was willing to change for them, then he should cut off his arms and legs. Just when Sung-an thought about the ghost, she instantly appeared behind him with huge scissors, scaring him greatly. He put the book away and asked her to wait and talk about it, so that she would put down the scissors and not jump to conclusions. Starting to cry, Genzu was very upset that he was not willing to change for her, even though she just wanted to give him a haircut. This slightly puzzled Sung-an, who asked again, a little surprised if it was really a haircut. He didn't have many options, even though he felt like a lamb about to be slaughtered. The guy didn't want to give up. The ghost soon finished, asking the boy how he liked what she had done, herself pleased with what she had done. Sung-an was comforted by the fact that he was alive, but he was also very surprised by his hairstyle when he looked at himself in the mirror. Carefully touching his new hair, he said it looked great. Genzi said it was all thanks to this book, Tony's Haircut Guide. Then she showed him the clothes, saying that it was his choice, according to his own taste. Only Sung-an was embarrassed that he had to change his image and costume, which is why he had to ask for a room to change. The sign did not leave him alone, and even when he changed clothes, she did not give him personal space, greatly embarrassing the guy. Finally, he tried on his new suit, adjusting everything to suit himself, surprised at how comfortable and not bad it was. Admiring him, Genzi began to make strange, incoherent sounds of love, trying to say something. Adding a little pathos to this, Sung-an asked if the girl was now happy with the way he looked. Because of this, the ghost lost the power of speech, feeling only a wild heartbeat, as if it was about to jump out. Her name changed to the lovelorn Genzi, and the guy finally got an Easter egg in the form of a dungeon with double experience. Happy about this, he thanked Genzi for her help, while the ghost, having realized everything, sat down to cry, asking the guy not to touch her. Sung-an decided to immediately look where this place was, opening the map and looking for where the landmark appeared. Looking around the area, he realized he knew it, hoping that other players hadn't found such an obvious place. Only suddenly, all over the map around this place, red dots of the enemy appeared, growing larger before our eyes. Sung-anya was tense about this mistake, not understanding what was happening and why. At this time, the dungeon monsters for some reason found themselves outside their place, giggling evilly. Double experience dungeons were special in this world and could only be found after a mission. Only because of the double experience there are more difficult enemies, where up to 5 elite monsters could sit. Because of this, the game had a restriction that only players could enter and exit from there, but this time the monsters were able to somehow break free. So now the demon was jumping at the players at full speed, pointing his dagger at them. It was quickly cut down by Zaijun, who covered herself with a towel and took out her weapon, not understanding where this monster came from, while Feng ran for their clothes. She knew that such demons were only found in dungeons, noticing that it also gave double experience. Feng immediately distracted her by giving her clothes while Zaijun began to come up with a plan for what they should do next. Suddenly, a male voice shouted near the door, trying to understand who attacked him, while the girls began to gather in fear. It was Sun Yue who was fighting the green demon, covering himself with his shield, asking Gigi to hurry. The boy lifted Van D up while he was slightly shocked and trying to understand what was going on. With a sharp blow, Sun Yue managed to knock the demon to the floor, hitting him hard with his shield. He didn't understand where they all came from until Wang Di came to his senses, only realizing that there were enemies here. Hearing his voice, Sun Yue asked how he fainted, why the guy stood up and said that he saw a ghost and passed out. Only Sun Yue didn't quite believe it, or thought it was too stupid, and mentally wondered where Sung-an was. At this time, the girls came out of the showers, noticing that the guys had also encountered green demons. The guy was especially excited that Zai Jun was alive, bragging that he had already taken care of everything. She was only interested in general safety, telling them that it was in the dungeon, from where all the demons had escaped. Wang Di remembered that it was already dinner time, and everyone was gathered in the cafeteria, so they decided not to delay and quickly warn everyone. After asking where Sung-an was, the boy explained that he was probably deceived by the ghost, telling the girl what he saw, which Sun Yue absolutely did not believe. Only Zai Jun immediately realized that it was a non-player character, and the guy had gone off to complete a mission or quest. Suddenly, the demon that Sun Yue had knocked down came to his senses, starting to scream strangely. This cry was a call, greatly frightening everyone with the fact that he had survived, and that there were more of them. They slowly walked towards the people while the girl tried to do something. Sun Yue immediately took action, literally sitting on the demon, saying that he was annoying him. Van D himself surveyed the situation, directing everyone to follow him, while the girl began to write messages to the guy, hoping for a response. Sung An then read what the girl suggested to meet in the cafeteria, explaining to him the danger of them while he thought about the experience. After realizing this, he tried to leave the room, but Genzi imposed a restriction, preventing him from leaving the room and contacting other players. The confused ghost explained that it was for his own safety, as it was too dangerous outside. She also didn't want to be alone, and if the guy left, then that would be it. While Sung-un asked to find another way because he needed experience, Genzi directly said that he should find another person. What will happen to her? Why did the guy start asking to change the conditions? Because he can't even get out to look for her. Activating the circle beneath her, she said that he owed her and there was no other way. Before he could stop her, the ghost disappeared under the floor, leaving no trace behind, leaving him alone in the warehouse. Biting his finger, Sung-an nervously tried to think of a way to get out. During this time, their group tried to escape, running away from demons and listening to navigation from Van D. Only Feng stopped them, paying attention to what was happening ahead. In the broken corridor near the large doors lay a couple of corpses, bloody and brutally smeared. Zaijun asked to check if anyone was alive, while the guy immediately noticed his acquaintances, calling them by name. Taking Chiang's arm, he asked him to hold on until the boy had enough time to say a few words about how terrible the monsters were here. He told them to run or die, instantly falling dead to the ground, frightening Wang Di. The guy didn't want to believe that his friends were dying like this, still trying to understand how these monsters got out. Deciding that someone had clearly survived, he headed towards the large doors, ignoring Feng's scream. After asking Zaijun what they should do, she decided that saving people would be more important than anything else. That's why she herself wanted to run to Van D, but he had already opened the door and entered, which is why the girl hurried everyone after her. They pushed the doors wider and walked in, trying to call Van D so they would know where to go. Only in front of them lay his body near a huge hole, not understanding what had happened in a couple of minutes. The guy immediately told them to turn around and protect themselves while bleeding. Behind the group there was a huge troll, who had already swung his huge club and wanted to hit them. They barely had time to react, trying to determine how and where they should now dodge in order to survive. They succeeded, although they were thrown back slightly by the shockwave, but did not receive any damage. It was Troll Berg, scratching his head and giggling as he watched his enemies. At this time, Zaijun checked to see if everyone was safe, but the children had lost consciousness, and Sun Yue felt dizzy, noticing that the blow was strong. Staring at the troll as if controlling it, the boy knew the blow would be fatal, asking Zaijun what they should do. Another troll immediately appeared from the darkness, infuriating Sun Yue by saying that they also didn't have any team to fight with. The girl only upset him more, because behind them there was another enemy, worse than those they saw now. Sun Yue turned around in an instant, immediately regretting his action, not believing who he saw. Before them was the demon sorcerer Krampus, who with a sly smile noted that the prey itself had come into their hands, rejoicing at the lifting of the restriction. Forming a fiery volley around himself, he said that he would sow chaos in this game, calling people insects, promising the hour of death. Because of the commotion around them, the troll began to scream loudly, wanting to hit the people with a club. Sun Yue withstood the blow, asking what was going on with Zaijun, since he himself would not last long. The girl at this time was trying her best to stall for time, hitting the second troll with her scythe. She asked the guy to hold on and be patient, because she couldn't do anything as long as they were aimed at him. The demon Krampus himself watched what was happening with a smile, noting that it was incredibly exciting. He was pleased that this pair was not like other people who died quickly without giving him any pleasure, offering Sun Yue something to play with, while he was already barely holding on under the troll's attack. Krampus created a magical ball of fire called a nuclear fireball, suggesting that the boy not be too quick to refuse. Right behind him, tied-up people were peeking out, people he had caught, deliberately keeping everyone on the brink of death. All three recognized one guy, badly maimed, in front of them, and were horrified to see his condition. Krampus said that the rules of the game would be simple, because his fireball would slowly melt over the heads of their friends, and they had to save them. Until finally a drop trickled down, he suggested that they see what a small drop could do against a person. As soon as she touched the boy's skin, he screamed, slightly burning, while the demon found pleasure in this, encouraging the warriors to hurry. Van D was furious, clutching rocks on the ground, saying that Krampus was a scumbag, promising to haunt him even after death. Only Zaijun confidently said that no one would die, because she would not call it, using her skill. A thin green thread appeared around all the people, because her skill was a connection of souls with other players. Sun Yue was very surprised that she had this skill, asking where it came from, as if he had received a shield. Only the trolls did not stop their attack, swinging their arms until the girl noticed that it was better for monsters to exist only on the screen. Jumping, she managed to hit 2 monsters at once with a precise blow of her scythe, somersaulting and shouting that they were disgusting. Her new hero also had vampirism, which was activated when she hit, which is why Van D began to heal. The group of people tied up under the fireball were also healed, slightly surprised, but coming back to life. After landing on the ground, Zai-jun quickly looked at everyone, noticing that vampirism wasn't so bad after all. However, it was too early to relax, because her skill used a lot of magical power, deciding to first heal everyone, then break away and save. Sun Yue seemed to understand her idea, starting to attract the monster's attention with his bonus. He did it very well, and the aggression level of all the demons and trolls was increased. As soon as the trolls turned away from the guy, he shouted at the girl to act, which is why Zai-jun ran at him. With a good blow, she was able to defeat him, receiving both healing for others and a lot of experience for killing him. She was mentally glad that Sun Yue could be relied upon, as he had caught the moment perfectly. Only now he was running away from the rest of the evil monsters, trying to survive and surrender so that they wouldn't kill him. Krampus watched all this carefully, noticing that the girl had great power, but it would be boring without deaths, calling someone. Krampus's pet appeared from a bright beam of light, not even having time to leave, immediately screaming. It was the rhinoceros demon, making a strange ho-ho sound as the boss teased him with the smell of fresh blood. Jumping on him, Krampus offered to enjoy it, ordering his pet to destroy everyone. The demon aimed his horn at the crowd of fighting people and monsters. The girl barely managed to dodge, and Sun Yue stopped to avoid being hit by the animal. Zai-jun noticed that he was an elite, trying to hide from his horn. At this time, Krampus did not stop, starting to whisper a new spell, summoning a bright ball on his staff. Zai-jun noticed this immediately, realizing that this damage could not be in the wounded, wanting to disconnect the connection. Only Sun Yue interrupted her, shouting somewhere in the distance for her to turn around and get ready. Behind her was a troll, already swinging his club to hit her. She tried to move away somewhere in some horror, mentally trying to pull herself together, thinking only about people. She was very lucky not to get hit, but the floor beneath them began to cave in from the force of the impact. Sun Yue felt this too, because everything was collapsing under his feet too, dropping him down to the floor below. The demon stood in some confusion and shock, because all the people had disappeared somewhere below. Krampus was a little angry, because the trolls were brainless, almost killing themselves. He remembered that the Demon King had asked not to leave the living, and now they would have to go down for the people so as not to be locked in the void. Just as he was about to tell his ho-ho to come down, Krampus became tense, stopping and listening to something. Turning around abruptly, his eye lit up, realizing that they had caught a fish in their net. At this time, Van D began to cut the ropes, angry that it turned out to be very strong. He told the people that they would escape while the monsters were distracted, as there might not be another chance. Only the guy in front said that they couldn't run, but Wang Di didn't even listen to him, wanting to try and not give up, because it was better to fight than to wait for death. After these words, the demon noticed how naive it was, ordering his own to cut into the guy's chest, adding that he couldn't escape. He stood right in front of him, explaining that the rope was created with his spell, and he could sense if someone was trying to destroy it. Only now did Van D realize that it was a trap, but Krampus offered him a deal on some conditions. He offered him to kill all his comrades in exchange for letting the guy go. But Van D immediately shouted that such a thing would only happen in his dreams, wishing to die rather than betray his own. Krampus was very interested in this reaction, offering him a fate even worse than death itself. He asked his ho-ho to make a hole in the guy's chest so that he would slowly bleed out, while Van D asked to just kill him. The demon did not want to let the guy go so easily, wanting him to suffer, while the guy promised that God would definitely punish them. At that moment, some kind of portal appeared above the demon, while Krampus joked that he saw only hell here and did not know if there was a god in this world. The demon barely noticed that a portal had appeared above him, from which something was flying at him like a bullet. Having only managed to teleport, the blow went to the rhinoceros demon, killing him immediately, greatly surprising him. Slightly crying at this, Wang Di couldn't believe that God himself had descended upon them, destroying the demon. In front of him was Sung An, happy that he was not too late, greeting Krampus, asking him not to run away. The boy said he had to work hard to find it, but was glad it remained his prey. Only Krampus did not consider him an enemy, as if laughing at the fact that Sung An assessed his capabilities in such a way. Wang Di was especially delighted, surprised by how the guy made the boss back down, calling him an angel from God who came to help. The boy fell to his knees, beginning to bow and thank God's messenger for saving him. Sung-an didn't quite understand who these phrases were in honor of, saying that it was him, and they had seen each other recently. But the guy clearly didn't recognize him, frozen in place. It finally dawned on him that it was Sung-an, immediately asking how he had ended up there, learned about them, and just everything. Having honestly said that he was only there because of Krampus, Van D still continued that he was an angel who appeared out of the blue, although it was just the power of a ghost. Before this, Sung-an showed Genzi a muscular guy on her phone, asking how she liked him. He began to list the names, noting that they were all in this box, and she would be able to look at them whenever she wanted, in exchange for her release. Only Genzi didn't like that they couldn't talk, and she would still be alone. Just like then, Sung-an offered to personally introduce her to someone. He knew of a bug that would allow her to communicate with him whenever she wanted, and he noted that they were perfect for each other, only more subduing the ghost. Only now Lee Jirui had problems, but now the guy was interested in something else. Looking at Krampus, he was clearly angry that the guys were talking so calmly when there was a demon in front of them, summoning a fireball, threatening death. Only Sung-an turned away from him, heading towards the people and greatly surprised Wang Di. This especially infuriated the demon, because he simply ignored him and the threat, not understanding what he had planned. Leaning towards the wounded, he offered his help if they could move. The guy began to explain that they were completely broken physically. They would not be able to escape because of broken bones. Even though he was playing the hero, other people in the crowd wanted to live, screaming for help. Krampus only became more angry, summoning a lava rock and directing it at the people. He warned that this attack would consume everything, and they would instantly become corpses. Only Sung-an did not react to this in any way, despite the crowd's cries for attention. He saw hope in people, even though some refused help, he still offered to help them out. Krampus was amused by the boy's naivety in withstanding his attack, saying that his end was near. With a sharp swing of his blade, Sung-an managed to negate the damage, shattering the orb into pieces, telling the wounded that they lacked the courage to deal with the demon. His abrupt interruption of the attack shocked everyone, leaving a huge impression on the move. With the same blade, he easily cut the ropes, freeing everyone, who still did not realize how he did it. He also gave everyone a good class weapon, still leaving them in a trance. Taking out a bottle of water, he explained that it magically heals wounds and fractures, but there is only one, asking to share it among everyone. He handed over this responsibility to Wang Di, throwing him a bottle, hoping for everyone. He explained this by saying that he had once told him to take care of his life, being one of the few people who had taken care of him, leaving such words in his memory. But he continued that there is no shame in saving your life, especially when you run away. But that way you only avoid problems. Only running away does not solve the problem itself, suddenly striking the guy with such words. Sung-an himself continued that the more everyone runs away, the more fate will mock you, giving you problems. But if you resist, fate will treat you differently. So he asked the crowd if they were willing to die with painful regret, offering to fight fate and take control of their lives. Krampus didn't just sit there trying to find a weak spot, ordering his little demons to attack the wounded. As they jumped, Sung-an said that he would help the people one last time by activating his blade. With one sharp swing, he instantly dealt with the little demons, leaving not a single one alive. He himself looked at the crowd, hoping that they would draw the right conclusion from his words and take the right path. The boy immediately asked Van D to give him some water, greatly surprising him. He agreed with Sung-an, deciding that continuing to run away would not achieve anything, wanting to get back what he had lost himself. Immediately, everyone picked up this spirit, decided that it was better to die in battle for one's own battle than to hide. After drinking even a little water, everyone was very quickly completely healed, ready for battle. Wang Di didn't expect to see his team so courageous, realizing once again that Sung-an was simply a messenger of God who had performed a miracle. People immediately rushed at the demons, deciding to fight to the death for their destiny. Krampus couldn't believe how people could change so much, since their hopes had recently been destroyed. Realizing that he was trembling at the sight of the mysteriously strong man, he immediately teleported away, because Sung-an tried to hit him from behind, but he was still ready. The guy said directly that this was his main goal, to kill the main demon. Only Krampus tried to appear better, noticing that he was not afraid of the guy's tricks, summoning his fireball. Sung-an mockingly noted that he was casting too slowly and ran up to his face at full speed, pointing his blade at him. Before he could attack, the demon immediately teleported away from his blow, leaving Sung-an in an awkward attack position. However, the guy was also focused, quickly noticing that he had disappeared, trying to find him with his eyes. Krampus was mentally glad that his teleportation was making such a difference, thinking that the boy wouldn't be able to keep up with him with his speed. Before he could think about his attack, something suddenly hit the demon's throat, causing him to bleed. Sung-an was prepared for his escape, so he used the distance of his blade and quickly determined where the demon was, attacking him. He said that his teleportation was too predictable, which is why it was easy to guess where he would end up. Because of one injury, the system began to charge a bunch of lesson multipliers, because the guy's blade was for a demon slayer. Before Krampus could even beg for mercy, he was immediately blown up by a massive amount of damage, while Sung-an was clearly proud of himself. Despite their fight, the little demons still attacked other people. One of them was hit by the little one, receiving a wound in the shoulder from his little knife. A girl ran to help, asking how Brother Nan was, offering her help, because his level was lower than everyone else. Only the guy refused because he thought it would be shameful to lose just because of the difference in levels. So he fought, holding back the demon's blow with his sword, shouting at him to get out of here. With a sharp blow to the forehead, he managed to throw back the surprised monster, who fell to the ground from surprise. At that moment, the guy swung his arm to strike, shouting that what couldn't kill him only made him stronger by hitting the demon. Very soon the fire died down, leaving only lifeless bodies and emptiness. Exhausted, people finally looked around and realized that they had been able to win by gaining new levels in the game. Van D himself noticed that he had raised his level quite a bit, although it had been difficult before. At that moment, Gigi and Feng also woke up, saying that they only remembered that they had simply been knocked out. At this time, Sung-an stood before Krampus, asking why they were able to break through the boundaries of the dungeon. The demon's health was at its lowest, laughing as the guy wanted to get information while he was dying from poison. Krampus said that just because he dealt with him wasn't the end, because they weren't even pawns of the Demon King. He said that they were here as reconnaissance, to locate troops, promising all the most interesting things to come. Just as he was about to say that there would be an alien invasion, something exploded behind Sung-an, engulfing the building in flames. It turns out that fire was coming out of the dungeon portal, spilling lava, forcing people to retreat. Laughing loudly, Krampus shouted that they would stay here with him, in hell with his king. After this, the demon was destroyed, leaving the boy with questions about what kind of invasion he was talking about. Deciding not to think about it now, he knew he had to run, thinking of one move. At this time, people tried to get out themselves, but no one knew the landmarks where they should go to get out. The girl was especially unhappy that after defeating the monsters, they were simply going to die from fire, while Gigi was trying to summon water. Sung-an immediately ran up to them, saying that he had a plan, and Wang Di trusted him, calling him an angel. The guy said that they needed to stomp on the ground at the same frequency, preferably as fast as possible. People didn't believe him right away, considering it a joke and asking him to take it more seriously. Only Brother Nan believed him, starting to stomp and saying that he believed him and he could rely on him. The others, especially his acquaintances, followed his example and began to stomp. Their team, although they didn't know Sung-an, trusted their people, especially since they had no other choice. Finally, the guy began to control the rhythm so that they would be more coordinated and consistent, believing that everything would work out. Only the flame was getting closer, frightening people that it was not working, but listening to Sung-an, they continued not to stop. Finally, blue squares appeared next to them, giving a frequency error, realizing that they were not burning in the fire. The girl touched the flame, realizing that they did not feel its temperature at all, not understanding how this happened. Sung-an, on the other hand, was pleased with the work, knowing in his mind that they were simply out of the game and couldn't touch anything. However, such invulnerability was not given for long, and they needed to quickly come up with a way out. Having told this to others, everyone began to prepare and look for at least some kind of spare. Suddenly, someone's voice below began to call out to them, asking if they could hear them and if they were okay. Sun Yue and Zaijun were standing below, explaining that they should all come down here since there was an exit here. Sung-an immediately thanked the girl, directing everyone there, realizing that it was not far at all. Sun Yue asked her where the people were, while she suggested that they should still be ready to meet them. Sung-an pointed to the flames, explaining to everyone that they needed to go through it to get to safety. The girl trusted him, heading towards the flame, knowing that they had nothing to fear. At this time, Sun Yue shouted for those above to calmly come down, since it was safe for them. Immediately, two girls jumped into their holes, which outraged the guy, asking the guys not to let the girls in first. But their landing was soft, because they laid the troll on the floor, on whose belly everyone was descending. Brother Nan immediately invited Sung-an to go down with them, to which he told him to go down, and he would be there a little later. Sung-anya was interested in the reward from Krampus, deciding to act now or else she would lose a lot. The system warned him that the frequency had been retuned and he would be back in the game in a couple of seconds. Sun Yue was defending himself from the falling debris, still asking if they were sure they hadn't lost anyone, when Zaijun noticed that Sung-an was not there yet. Other people also tried to defend themselves, but the flames were already everywhere, and this floor could no longer withstand it. Sun Yue grabbed the girl's hand, warning her that they had to run before it would be too late. As soon as they ran out into the street, keeping their distance from the building, their floor was immediately blown up, glad that they reacted in time. The girl immediately asked Wang Di where Sung-an was, because she wanted to thank him, as everyone realized that he remained in the building. This especially saddened Zaijun, because she believed that the guy would be able to get out, knowing the peculiarities of the game. Suddenly, someone near them said that everyone had finally gotten out, greatly frightening others with their silhouette. His appearance especially pleased the girl, who stared at the guy standing on the stone. It was Sung-an, holding a staff and teleportation ability in his hand, asking if he was late. Everyone stared at him with admiration and confusion as to how he had ended up there, but the fact that he was alive made everyone happy. Unexpectedly, Sung-an called Sun Yue and Zaijun separately to discuss something important. Only the guy honestly didn't recognize him at first, so when he managed to get closer, he honestly asked who he was. Sung-an felt uncomfortable about this, not believing that his friend did not recognize him, causing a stupor. Feng was taking care of her team while they were resting, carrying water to those who needed it. Wang Di looked towards the people who were talking about something while his team realized that the supplies were getting low. Sung-an at this time explained to his friends why he looked like this now, feeling embarrassed that he was unrecognizable. Only Sun Yue was honestly outraged that only the guy received all the bonuses. Although Zaijun was not surprised by this, the guy thought that Sung-an wanted to give them some super items, and he beamed with happiness, thinking that they didn't need a private conversation then. However, he simply put it away somewhere in a portal, explaining that these were just souvenirs that couldn't even be equipped. He also explained why he called them here, reminding them of some kind of alien invasion, frightening them. Sun Yue knew very well what this was about, but he still asked if this was the super mission with the highest difficulty. Sung-an made them upset that it seemed like this event was very close, which only made Sun Yue panic more. Only Zaijun asked why he said and called only the two of them, and did not tell everyone. The guy explained that he did it for the hope of the others, because they had only recently gained confidence, and such news would break them. At this time, Feng quietly eavesdropped on what they were talking about, and Wang Di tried to drive her out. In her mind, the girl understood that she had heard some terrible news, but she didn't quite understand it. At this time, Sun Yue did not know what to do, because the abilities of those monsters were higher than any human, until Zaijun suggested that the strongest gather and attack. Sung-an agreed with her, deciding to ask Li Jirui's opinion, when he immediately received a message. Looking at his friends, he saw that it was he, the leader of the Raider clan, joking that he was right there. Having asked the guy for coordinates, Sung-an opened the map and began to look for where he was in order to come. Even though they were a bit far away, he wanted to visit them, which is why the girl immediately became against it, because it's hundreds of kilometers on foot. Sung-an immediately showed off his new teleportation skill, which could move him across the entire open map. Waving goodbye to them, he arranged to see them later, heading to Li Jirui without listening to Zaijun. Sun Yue stared at the missing boy in slight shock, noticing how all the abilities and skills in his hands were changing. At this time, Chinana was asking when she and her brother would finally go. Only Li asked her to wait, because Sung-an, who also met with the demon while the girl was rushing him to prepare for war, was planning to come to visit them. She pointed to the field, noticing that there was no one there, asking if the guy was definitely not making fun of the leader. Li Jiruya was confident, asking her to be patient and wait a little longer. At this time, Sung-an appeared next to them, having received notification that he had arrived at the place. He greeted the raider leaders separately, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. While the guys were in shock at how he appeared there, thinking that he had fallen from the sky, the guy was calm and greeted the guest. Standing in front of Sung-ai, he noticed that he had become much stronger and had a new ability, mentally realizing that he was special. At this time, Sung-an also praised the leader for raising his level, mentally acknowledging him as a rival. Bai Mu was very upset that their boss was being so nice to the guy, but Nana thought it was just politeness. Li Jiruya didn't pay attention to this, inviting the guy to come over and talk without wasting any time. They rode on a turtle, which Sung-an called a first-class mount. Only the guy honestly felt a suspicious gaze on himself, having noticed one spectator behind him out of the corner of his eye. This guy was actually looking in their direction with some ill will and anger. Only Sung-an honestly didn't remember if they even knew each other until Bai Mu called him to climb up. Inside, they looked at the map the boy had shown them. while Lee Jaruya asked if it was really about an alien invasion. He said that he had already heard this from the demon leader, which is why he understood that this battle was close, but it would be incredibly difficult. After asking where they could have come from, Lee Jaruya began to look for an answer on the map, because all the demons could only come from one place. It was Hell Zayin on the edge of one of the zones, the other side of which was called the Demon Gathering Place. Only from there can demons come out, but it is also a dangerous place to attack in advance. Then Sung-an asked about the farthest place from this hell. They clicked something in displeasure and remembered the Japanese sapium, which seemed obvious to Bai Mu. Having seen the desired point, they recognized the area in Hadaimon, becoming a little tense because of this. Sung-an then suggested that they retreat in order to advance, thinking it was a good idea. Only Lee Jaruya did not understand, asking him to explain what he meant. Sung-an began to say that they could concentrate their forces for retreat to Hadaimon, and these places would give them an advantage. Listening to him, the guy decided that it sounded quite reasonable, and such a plan could work. He began to analyze the time and what it would take them and the demon, realizing that everything would work out. Suddenly, a guy came into their room, saying that he didn't agree with this plan, and Bai Mu named him as his deputy. It was Chisaki, listing that he didn't trust this guy, and that such preparation wouldn't necessarily give the reaction they thought. He also stared at Sung-an and added that he had not introduced himself, calling himself the younger brother of Chi-Holi, whom he had killed. Chisaki noticed the confusion on the boy's face, asking if he was afraid to admit it. The guys immediately felt that he was provoking a fight, looking at their boss, expecting action from him. Only silence immediately fell in the room. Everyone just looked at each other in silence. Sung-an's gaze became harsher, noticing that he didn't see anything wrong with this, while mentally cursing from excitement. However, he felt like he was getting into trouble, thinking about teleporting, as Lee Jaruya asked Saki not to bring up the matter as agreed. He reminded that Chi-Holi was wrong to violate the original purpose of the Raiders Guild, suggesting that he should blame himself for hiring the wrong person. Only Chisaki did not calm down, noticing that it was his brother, and the enemy was now right in front of him, causing a feeling of revenge. The boy knew full well that his brother was scum that deserved to die, while Sung-an tried to figure out how long they had known about what happened. Chisaki honestly said that he despised his brother with all his life, for the pain and hatred he felt because of him. Only he believed that revenge was something else, asking his commander for one request with his permission. Pointing his sword at Sung-an, he asked for permission to challenge his enemy. Bai Mu, of course, took this with humor, saying that he would really like to see it, while Nana did not approve of this approach. Lee Jaruya did not understand the guy, asking why he did this, to which Chisaki explained his distrust of the killer. He wanted Sung-an to show his strength and fully understand what was going on here in the guild. The guy agreed to this battle before Lee Jaruya, because it was important to understand the truth, noticing how he wanted to attack. Because of this, he invited him to play attack and defense, greatly surprising everyone present. The idea was for Chisaki to deal damage by any means necessary, and as long as the damage was done, he would win, while Sung-an had to defend. He did this to keep the peace and not kill another guild deputy, so he won't use a weapon. Chisaki noted that he was being too self-confident, but agreed, promising that he would pay for his words. He suggested that they meet downstairs right away, warning them not to even think about running away when he left. Only Sung-an's sly smile immediately showed that he had a plan, greatly intriguing Lee Jaruya. At this time, Bai Mu walked around the crowd, who had become interested in this game, offering sunflower seeds and beer at a cheaper price. One of the warriors approached the boss, offering to give Sung-an at least some kind of shield, since he was completely without equipment, but he stopped him, knowing that the guy was ready. Sung-an truly stood confidently in front of Chisaki. Only the wind walked between them, leaving tension. The guy was angry that he wasn't even wearing armor, asking why he looked down on everyone. Only Sung-an asked the deputy not to worry about him, asking him to start their call. Chisaki only became more angry, summoning shadow leopards next to him. Bai Mu commented that the deputy had used a special skill that turned shadows into beasts that had an attack power equal to 3 times that of normal beasts. Sung-an knew of this ability, jokingly calling the cats to him so that they would attack him. With a wave of their hand, Chisaki's leopards immediately asked the guy, under the owner's commentary, to teach them a lesson. He had a plan to have some leopard come as close as possible so that he could move into its place. Opening his inventory, Sung-an began to think about what exactly he should use, since he didn't want to spend too much on this fight. Sharply from the tree, he asked for a barricade with sharp spears next to him, slightly wounding the animals. This damage was dealt to their master, Chisaki, leaving him in a bit of shock as the boy created a barricade. Nana knew very well that the creation of the merchant's skill, not understanding how the guy fought well then. Only Lee Jajuya immediately guessed that Sung-an had two roles, not imagining what else the guy was hiding from them. At this time, the guy seemed to be slightly mocking the animals, watching as they tried to get through the fence. However, to add to the difficulty, he managed to create a tower beneath himself, rising upward. Only Chisaki held the trump card, transforming his leopards with his blood. Because of this, the shadows of the leopards turned into birds, making a not very pleasant sound. A moment later, the birds were already flying upwards towards Sung-an, aiming to be as close to him as possible. Having taken the staff out of the inventory, the guy thought that it was his turn, receiving an error that the staff was not available to him. It contained a firestone aimed at strengthening the building, which it did, even though the staff could not be used. Only because of the stone did the tower fire at the birds, again causing considerable damage to Chisaka. One bird still managed to fly up, ending up behind Sung-an, finally giving the guy a chance to implement his plan. He used shadow movement, appearing in place of the bird, holding his weapon at the ready. He flashed his swords, noticing that the winner would be clearly obvious here. Only Sung-an was not of the opinion that the victory was his, but said yes, that there was definitely already a winner here. At that moment, he used the cancellation of the construction of the tower right under Chisak's feet, while at that moment he himself teleported away. All observers were shocked to see their deputy falling from a great height onto the rocks. As soon as everything collapsed, everyone stared and tried to understand in silence whether the guy had survived or not. Lee Jaruya immediately told Nana to come over and treat their deputy. He clearly said that the battle was over, and of course Sung-an was victorious here. From behind the rocks, breaking them with his sword, Chisak began to crawl out, tired, but still holding his sword in his hand for battle. He was mentally angry that he had lost so shamefully to himself when Sung-an came up to help him up, holding out his hand. The guy noticed that the deputy's attacks were impressive, many times better than his brother's. Only Chisake didn't take it as a compliment, asking him to stop, saying that he didn't need such self-pity. Barely getting up, he said that it was a loss, and it was in the guy's interest to humiliate him. While Sung-an honestly did not understand this anger, Lee Jaruya clearly asked the boy to stop glaring at Sung-an, now completely closing the issue of trust, while Nana summoned a butterfly. The commander immediately realized that the guy demonstrated tactical capabilities through such a choice of game, and praised him for it. Sung-an reminded that the alien invasion was unusual, and they should focus on survival rather than fighting. So the boy suggested staying in Hadamon Castle until Lee Jaruya noticed that ordinary merchants couldn't do the same thing he showed them. Here, Sung-an realized how absurdly he had been caught, and how much easier it was to expose him because of this. Why did the leader directly ask if he really had a special class like a gold merchant, especially with warrior skills? Everyone was a little shocked by the idea that the guy could have two classes, not believing in such luck. Scratching his head, Sung-an had to admit that it was true, realizing how hard it was to have smart people as your colleagues. Only after the confession did everyone start looking at him strangely, when the leader offered to join the raiders. Before he could say anything, people attacked him, literally dragging him into their guild, grabbing him. He knew that the guild accepted strong people, but he didn't know that they had so much enthusiasm, as everyone asked him to teach them something. Lee Jaruya began to joke that the guy had done a good job of fitting into the group, adding that he was now a member of the Raiders Guild. Only this news was not only dissatisfied with Sung-an himself, but also Chisaki, who turned away from the crowd. The crowd only grew closer to the guy, causing him to try to figure out a way to get out of there. At this time, Lee Jaruya was constantly receiving notifications from the system that someone was very actively writing him a bunch of messages. Before he could even open it, a ghost climbed out of the dialogue window, asking why he wasn't answering her, and Lee Jaruya had already gotten rid of her more than once. Seeing this quarrel and confessions of love, Sung-an recognized the ghost as Genzi. It was this moment that he used to escape, asking everyone to pay attention that their captain was in trouble. Everyone immediately turned around to check what had happened, realizing that he really needed help. At this moment, Sung-an teleported away, leaving everyone in shock while the others headed to save Lee Jaruya. What angered the guy the most was that she came specifically for him, not understanding who dumped this NPC on him. Only Genza was true to her goal, already approaching the guy to kiss him. At this time, Sung-an successfully teleported back to his friends, noticing that he had run out of magic. The guy was also pleased that they already had a rough plan for the invasion, even though the guild leader was confused. Just as he was wondering where everyone had gone and whether he had arrived at the right place, his eye caught sight of the graves. As he got closer, he began to notice that the names of his friends were written on them, not understanding how everyone had died so quickly and at once. Only he didn't believe that some monster could kill Zaijun. and when he approached, he saw that they were completely empty. Taking this as someone's joke, he became very angry, telling whoever did this to come out to him immediately. From behind the rock, Zaijun came out to him, telling the others that it was true that the guy had come back, and she was not mistaken. Following her, he saw all his friends who had prepared dinner for everyone, even someone had managed to eat. This unexpectedness left him slightly puzzled, not understanding what had happened at all and why everything was like this. But hunger struck him down, so he sat down with them, eating soup and asking if they were ready for battle, since they had dug their own graves. Feng immediately apologized for this, since she heard about the invasion completely by accident. Only Sung An still didn't understand why they did this, especially Zaidong, expecting some kind of explanation from her. At this point, everyone turned to look at each other, nodding quietly, deciding to begin. They began to take off their armor and weapons, returning them to Sung An, but also asking if he would allow him to keep them. But the guy wasn't very flattered by such a gesture, because he didn't consider himself a stingy person. Of course, he would give people everything. Brother Nan stepped forward, noting that they would never die at the hands of monsters, because the boy gave them not only weapons, but also courage and hope. They said that they built such graves to say goodbye to their former selves, who were always running away. The people realized that they had already lost too much to continue escaping, deciding to fight without fear. They wanted to stand to the last, even if a terrible and horrible catastrophe threatened their lives. In support, Zaijun reminded that in order to implement this, they urgently needed a leader, hinting at Sung An. Everyone shouted loudly that it was he who led them into battle as loyal soldiers, greatly surprising him. Sung An once again finds himself a failed programmer, getting reprimanded by his boss for failing to fix his bugs. People who were once his colleagues also began to humiliate him, calling him pathetic and useless. Then the guy decided that he could do everything himself, without outside help, without friends, without approval, when someone called out to him. Now there were other people in front of him who admired him, called him his friend and his friends, that he could rely on them. Zaijun looked at him, nudging him that everyone was waiting for his answer and decision. Sung An himself looked at these people, expecting him to say yes to them. He was greatly honored by the way they began to treat him, grinning, mentally realizing that he had been deceiving himself all this time. He decided to tell the crowd the plan of action, but only when he was sure that they were able to defeat the monsters. They will have to learn to deal with elite monsters either as a team or alone, so as not to sacrifice the entire group. Even though the rules were so rude, people understood that it was necessary so as not to be a burden on Sung An's shoulders. The guy at one time understood that there was too little strength in the group, and courage alone would not be enough for the fight. Zaijun reproached him a little, saying that such a task would be difficult for their people, reminding them of their situation. But the guy also reminded her of how they had fought before. Then he turned to his crowd, saying in advance that if it turns out to be difficult for anyone, it would be better for him to surrender now. Only everyone started shouting that they would not give up and would defeat the monster, if only he would give it to them. Sung An didn't try to convince them otherwise, calmly opening his inventory in search of one bottle. He first took out ribbons, asking everyone to tie them on their hands, and took out a bottle of magic for himself. Not everyone understood why these ribbons were needed, but they obediently tied them to their hand, and then tightly to each other, to be close. Sun Yue immediately guessed that Sung An wanted to use the group unification method, but this method was cancelled. While drinking the mana, Zaijun wondered if he had retained several aspects in this game. He believed that creativity was part of being a programmer, reclaiming his magic and asking if everyone was ready. The system immediately reported that everyone who linked hands with each other was able to unite into a group. Sung An extended his hand to the guy and asked him to take it, since they were planning to fly a little. He also extended his second hand to Zaijun, asking her to take it. Blushing slightly at the proposal, the girl agreed, awkwardly holding hands. Only Sun Yue also wanted to, starting to shout, "Why is he without an arm and without a ribbon?" He walked angrily towards them, not believing that his comrades had treated him this way. Falling to the ground, he landed right at Sung An's feet, grabbing his leg. He didn't quite understand what Sun Yue was doing in this way. After learning from him that he didn't want to stay, he noted with a smile that he had no intention of leaving him. But if it would be so convenient for him to fly, then let him stay. Before anyone could blink, they found themselves in a new place, slightly exhausted by the gusts of wind. Sun Yue especially remembered this, not believing that the guy still hadn't fixed this bug with the wind flow that everyone except the main one felt. Sung An honestly felt awkward, remembering that he hadn't really resolved this, justifying it by saying that there were a lot of bugs back then. Brother Nan immediately began to look around, asking where they were, that there was slime on the trees and on the rocks. Only Van D went a little further, stopping in shock and calling the guys to him. He was so impressed that he simply froze in place at the sight alone. It turned out that they were standing on a cliff, in front of which a castle loomed somewhere far below. Now everyone stopped, looking at this indescribable beauty, honestly noting that it was like something out of a movie. Sun Yue quickly remembered the location, learning that it was Hareman City. Sung An approached them, telling them that this was the largest city in the game. He explained that this would be their base if they were going to fight against the invasion. He remembered that there were 2 large statues here, the place of which was called the Gates of War, because the enemies would have to pass through them first. Namely, they moved here because there are a lot of dungeons in the mountains so that they could level up. Despite all the positives, the guy said that there was a small problem that he didn't tell his people. Suddenly, someone began to rumble on the ground, frightening everyone, immediately realizing that a monster was approaching. They were right, because an elite-level boggart came towards them. The people were immediately afraid of the elite, not believing that they would have to fight him, expecting help from Sung An. He, in turn, said that he would not interfere, and that it would be better for them to fight as much as possible, creating a tower under themselves and Zai Jun. The humans would have to defeat the boggart to gain territory for the base, while the girl couldn't believe that they would just leave the team without help. Scratching its nose, the monster did not seem very dangerous. On the contrary, it seemed like it was trying to sneeze. People at this time began to discuss how they would act, primarily trying to determine what was in command. Before they could decide anything, the boggart sneezed on them, covering them in a large mass of mucus. Brother Nan immediately felt like he couldn't breathe, closing his eyes only to sink deeper into the mucus. Sung An looked at his team with sincere hope, mentally asking them not to let him down. Only his entire team was already drowning in this slime, barely holding their breath. Sun Yue successfully managed to hide behind a tree, noticing that the boggart's snot had inflicted such a lesson. Gigi sat in front of them in shock, not knowing what to do, since both Wang Di and Feng were caught in this captivity. With his screams, he attracted the attention of the monster, which began to move towards him, only frightening him more. Sung An was mentally very upset that they couldn't handle the weakest monster, deciding to intervene. Suddenly, Zai Jun began to tell the boy that he should use his skills and get rid of the slime. She knew that the boggart hated cleanliness, and water washed away slime, which the guy didn't like very much, because she was literally saving them. She encouraged Gigi to act because he was in danger and believed in himself that he could be useful. These words really encouraged the boy, staring at the boggart and thinking about what he should do now. Sharply focusing his anger and strength, he summoned a huge ball of water, shooting it directly at the slime. This ball slightly touched the monster himself, causing him to become frightened because he didn't like water. All his friends began to crawl out of the slime, greedily swallowing air and spitting out the slime. Gigi didn't even believe himself at first, but he began to ask how they were all, but the guys thanked the baby. Zai Jun finally looked at Sung An, seeing his displeasure, and awkwardly apologized because she was panicking. Looking back at her, the guy said that it was okay, it was nothing, although he was sorry that it all ended this way. Sung An added that it was a good lesson about the dangers of the world around him, noting that her kindness had helped them, which clearly embarrassed Zai Jun. Now he turned to his team, pointing out that their problem was that they did not cooperate with each other, and that this would help them a lot. He suggested that they consider what strengths each had in order to use them in the fight against the boggart. These words made the team think quickly, looking at each other to assess who could do what. Only Sung An warned in advance that he would not give any more hints, repeating again that they should look for their own advantages. He particularly pushed the idea that there was a guy hiding behind the rock, suggesting that this be considered an opportunity. Sun Yue didn't like the fact that his friend was setting him up in front of everyone, saying that he didn't want to take him at all, and now he was scolding him for nothing. His ability to make all the monsters aggro on him was immediately activated, and the boggart noticed his new target. Because of this, the monster rushed at full speed after Sun Yue, who tried to survive by running away and shouting that he hated Sung An. Only Brother Nan decided to use this to their advantage, seeing this as an opportunity. He told Wang Di and Xi'er to try to distract the mob, which they were surprised to hear but agreed to. The rest were left with him while two began to distract the boggart, inflicting strong blows on it. The monster, of course, began to scream in pain, because the guys were inflicting quite a lot of damage. So he turned around and, despite all his anger, managed to change his target to them. Now Brother Nan told Wang Di and Xi'er to dodge, leading the others forward. Because of this, the boggart's stick, which he wanted to hit the couple with, was hit by a strong melee weapon, breaking it. Boggart clearly didn't expect that people would be able to do anything bad with such damage, staring at the remaining piece of the club. At this time, Feng opened the inventory, starting to put something out, warning that no one would trip. It turns out that she threw slippery pearls at the monster's feet, on which he slipped, receiving more blows. Sun Yue turned around and couldn't believe that the team was able to knock down the monster and stop it. Of particular admiration was Zai Jun, asking the boy to notice that they had done this. Now here in battle, Sung-an imagined who would be who, deciding that Brother Nan would be the commander-in-chief of the small group, Wang Di and Chi-Er would be the scouts, and Feng would become a special part of the group. The guy was especially struck by how quickly Brother Nan gathered everyone together as a leader, which was a great rarity. Just thinking about Gigi, the boggart started to squirt slime, and Brother Nan called out to his boy. He completed the task in no time, summoning water and stopping the slime, to which Sung-an decided that the little one would be a magician. The only thing that upset him was that there were no doctors on the team, when a girl came out of the crowd, shouting that she would help. But before she could even swing, she instantly lost her balance, hitting herself and falling. This only made Sung-an feel more depressed, as it was nothing at all, and he had no idea how to fix it. Only the monster could not be intimidated by an ordinary sword. He instantly waved his hand, wanting to crush the girl. Chi-Er immediately shouted for Xiaosu to be careful because she was being attacked, but everyone knew that she was in trouble. Sun Yue appeared right in front of her, telling her that she shouldn't bully girls while holding a boggart's hand with a shield. Looking at Xiaosu, he winked and asked if she was okay, mentally glad that they had managed to communicate. Only the girl stood up and said that she was safe, calling him a good person, immediately upsetting Sun Yue. At this time, the guys did not lose their heads, immediately grabbing their weapons and attacking the monster. Their combined damage was able to do something colossal to Bogart, causing him to bleed out after a couple of hits. Sung-an watched this with particular pleasure, because his team was literally changing for the better before his eyes. Finally, people were able to take a break, receiving from the system what they raised their levels. Sung-an and Zai Jun finally came down from the tower, wanting to make sure that everyone was safe and sound. Feng looked at the guy and asked if they had passed the test, receiving that everyone had done a good job. Now he called the team partners, promising to give a few tips later. After asking for a couple of minutes, Sung-an warned everyone that they would soon be heading to the next dungeon. Sun Yue was the first to complain that they had just finished fighting, after receiving from the guy that there wasn't much time left. Then he turned to Brother Nan, thinking that he would support his idea, asking for support so that he could say that everyone was tired and needed rest. Suddenly the guy turned green. It turns out he received a skill from the snotty monster, which was called Green Panic. A strange green pillar suddenly formed around the guy, surrounding only him. He admitted that he just wanted to check, not thinking that he would develop his first skill like that, especially since he had just come up to it. Feng saw that it was a boggart skill, while Gigi hoped that Brother Nan wouldn't splash slime. Then Zai Jun reassured everyone that the boggart's skill in healing was indeed an excellent skill. Just to restore his skill, he needs to eat his own slime, which is why it's everywhere. Brother Nan didn't really like this prospect, while everyone else was glad that they weren't in his place. Sung-an joined the conversation, suggesting that everyone not rush to conclusions, because everything is not so simple. Approaching the guy, he offered him to try his new skill, only puzzling him more. He asked Brother Nan to concentrate and try to spread the energy around him, which is why the beam turned into some kind of ball. Feng immediately noticed that the more the guy tried, the faster and more the green light moved. Very soon, everyone found themselves within the sphere, admiring how pleasant this light turned out to be. Sung-an heard this and said that this was the skill that they all felt. It was treatment. Zai Jun remembered how they had already had to change a boggart, praising the guy for being able to fix it. Brother Nan began to read that it was true to obtain a healing aura, not knowing whether to be happy or not that this was his first skill. Sung-an added that this skill can also be passive, but the only downside is that its recovery speed is relatively low. After some time, everyone was finally restored to health, but Sun Yue sarcastically said that they had suffered more than they had gained. Suddenly, Xiaosu turned to them and wanted to say something rather important. She revealed that she also had a healing skill, thinking that it could help everyone. Only it wasn't a skill, but a class. And the girl was a healer, greatly surprising Sung-an with her lack of understanding of the game's structure. After thinking for a while, the guy honestly said that such healing would not be enough for them in the future, while Sun Yue began to look for other healers. Sung-an suggested finding out about this a little later, because now a new portal to the dungeon was waiting for them. As everyone entered, they noticed a new monster, Wakame, realizing that this would be more difficult. There were also boggarts in the dungeon, which is why Sung-an began to speak of his 3 obligatory conditions. The first was to raise every player to at least level 30 within a week. The second thing is that everyone should have at least some kind of healing aura. Everyone was already a little shocked by such conditions, but they also watched as the monsters raged for the guys, still afraid of when they would attack. It turns out that the more auras there were, the more healing there was. And then Feng realized that this was also a known bug. Sung-an put his finger to his lips and asked the girl to remain silent so that only he and she would know. At this time, Zai-jun had already gone to have fun, cutting monsters with her scythe, thus raising her level. Sun Yue was not as active as her, threatening that if Sung-an did not help, he would simply leave. Only the guy noticed that everyone had nothing to worry about, because he would always be there for them. Sung-an divided the teams, giving Sun Yue his brother Nan and 2 others to act as defense. Everyone else had to learn from Zai-jun first how to find the weak points of monsters, then how to attack. He called Feng and Gigi along with him to teach them special tactics, for some reason calling them a trio. At this moment, Sun Yue immediately showed dissatisfaction that his team was made up of only men. Then Sung-an offered to make the set of first-class armor his. Because of this, Sun Yue's eyes lit up with excitement, motivating his group to go and fight to show the monsters their strength. At that moment, a strange monster appeared in front of them, which the guy wanted to attack. Only the system warned that it was Boss Terry, completely covered in slime and calling for her assistance. Zai-jun immediately realized that the boss wanted to injure himself to strengthen his attack by telling everyone to leave. Only Sung-an stepped forward, saying that no one should worry because he would take on the boss. Walking up to Terry, he continued that he had one last third demand. With a swing of his sword, he hit the boss as hard as possible, saying that there would be more difficulties and obstacles in the future. He asked everyone to fight to survive, because he didn't want his team to die after finishing off Boss Terry. Standing majestically, he asked if people understood him and what he was trying to convey. Everyone immediately picked up their fighting spirit, promising him that they would definitely not die so easily, so that he would not underestimate them. At the same time, in another dungeon, people were persistently mining crystals, trying to be faster. The man walked up to Deputy Shu, greeting him as the other immediately asked him to show him the way to his special magic crystals. The man pointed with his hand that they should now go straight ahead, letting his deputy go first. People began to whisper among themselves, not understanding what he was doing. But the deputy was from the League of Star Coins. Unfortunately for them, this meant that they would now have to work longer hours and without days off, starting to pick at crystals again. At this time, Shu Fei was glad that the mine was inexhaustible, because he especially liked such things, hoping that the man was not joking with him. He said that he would never do such a thing, because he knows the difference between reward and punishment, thanking his deputy in advance, hoping for his share. Before his eyes, the system was displaying an error which was causing the resource reboot. Because of this, Lao Bi reported this to Deputy Shu, seeing this bug himself, while the man was wondering if anyone else knew about it. But hearing no, he happily noted that they were in for a show. 10 days later, people were already calmly fighting the Earth Dragon boss. As the dragon prepared to attack, Sun Yue led his group, telling them to surround the dragon on either side. Putting up his shield against his attack, the guy offered him some more, since the monster wasn't getting enough damage from them. His suit gave him the bonus that no one could hurt him under the shield, and all damage was easily reflected. Because of this, the boss's fire beam hit him, causing him to blaze and burn. His team began to break the dragon into pieces, swinging their swords and maces. At that moment, Sung-an appeared, using his cloak of stealth, suddenly jumping out and delivering the final crushing blow. Justin, a newcomer, immediately came up to him, noting that the guy had been chosen as a leader for a reason. This was his well-deserved place. Having raised his own level, Sung-an told the team that they had done a good job. He immediately asked with concern if anyone was hurt and if everyone was safe. Even though they said everything was fine, they all activated their auras together, receiving a considerable amount of recovery. Justin was eager to be more useful, asking the leader for permission to start collecting crystals. Grabbing a pickaxe when he heard yes, he asked his friend to try not to embarrass himself in front of his leader. Sun Yu noticed that the youth were now stuck in the material trap while he was filled with spirituality, and his team didn't think so. Sung-an began to examine what had fallen from their killed boss, and was delighted when he saw a dragon bone there. Finally, all the materials for his bone blade were collected, and he set about improving it. Chi-ar stared at this, not believing that the first weapon of one of the higher classes would appear now. At this moment, Sung-an chose to create, finally improving his weapon. A scarlet, sparkling blade of magic appeared in front of him. Those who were nearby immediately saw this miracle, staring at it with sparkling eyes of delight. Sung-an himself was pleased, because this was the first weapon of the highest class. Sun Yue was clearly envious, as he said that it looked super cool, but still praised that he had better defense. Because of this, the guy offered to test his sword on him, immediately hearing that he said nothing. Sun Yue's team was almost there, but he decided to check on how things were going with Zaijun and the others. He also had an Easter egg for this, giving passages in dungeons to other dungeons. Entering the portal, he immediately called the girl, saying that he and the guys were already finished. Only Zaijun was immersed in the fight, saying that they were not there yet, asking for a little more time. In front of her was Boss Tauren, explaining that the newcomers were just getting acquainted with tactics, and very soon, they would turn the situation to their advantage. Looking at the enemy, she roughly estimated that they would need another 20 minutes to finish here. In response, Sung-an offered his help, but Zaijun refused, because everything was fine and under control. She used her special attack, warning that her tactics would definitely work, and if not, she would fail. Sung-an even felt uncomfortable, because his assignment was not very important, and here he just wanted to show off his weapon. He understood that their help was not needed here, and conveyed this to the team so that they could go out and wait. As they were leaving, they managed to discuss other materials, that they would all be given out as needed. But what was more important were the materials so that Feng could create something from something. It turns out that during these days their team already consisted of 20 people, forming the Zero Guild, the name of which Sun Yue still could not come to terms with, offering something better. As they stepped out, they were immediately greeted joyfully by the other guild members, with the leader being especially warmly greeted. Sung Anya was very embarrassed by such attention from everyone at once, asking not to pay attention, because everything was the same as before. He hadn't managed to get far from the portal, when Fen immediately called out to him, running out to meet him. She had a magic pistol in her hands, which she showed off with pride, because she had finally gotten it. That very terribly rare pistol. Sung-an said with delight that this was a very unexpected craft, especially for a girl like her. Holding it carefully, Feng boasted that it had taken her 9 whole days to get it, but now she had it. No one could believe that such a weapon existed, and they stared at it with their mouths open. The entire group from Guild Zero, staring at the magic gun in Feng's hands, couldn't believe that she could even create such a thing, thinking that it was some kind of cheating, since the chance of obtaining it was almost impossible. Sung-an, the leader of the new guild, also took it up, saying that his people were partly right in considering it a fairly strong weapon in the game. The guy noticed that the girl had a blessing of a 4-leaf clover on her hair, thanks to which she was able to create an amazing gun. Feng decided to take advantage of this moment of attention by starting to tell that she had to put a lot of effort into creating it. She first told how she met the rainbow rabbit, received the clover, her emotions, while the whole team led by Sung-an was not very interested in the details. So the guy suggested that everyone go test the gun, offending Feng by how uninterested everyone was in the process of getting it. Turning to the girl, Sung-an said that now everyone was more interested in learning about the action of the magic gun. These words greatly offended Feng, but she said nothing, sniffling loudly and nodded. A little later, a dummy was prepared for the weapon, while the guy remembered that all his mana would be converted into damage, because that's what the gun shoots. Deciding to use just a little force, the people nearby suddenly noticed that the gun had changed color, moving back slightly. Sung-an only concentrated more at this time, aiming his bullet at the dummy. A moment later, there was nothing left in the mountain except a huge hole, greatly surprising everyone with the power that was in it. The guy looked at the gun, realizing what a bonus it was for him, remembering how useful it would be against demons. Turning to Feng with the gun, he startled her a little with the surprise, but asked if there was anything else she could do. Raising her finger to look smart, the girl said that it was very difficult because of the low probability, but she would really like it. Mentioning that there were also fewer materials, Sun Yue immediately volunteered to help, offering to bring what she needed. His team also energetically picked up on it, asking him to say the materials, because it was time for them to stretch their legs. Sung-an was the happiest of all, because his guild stood by each participant, helping every minute. At this time, the guard was on duty on the tower, noticing some people below. Taking a closer look, he recognized her as the commander, their brother Nana, who looked back at him with a smile. The guard immediately shouted from the tower to everyone that their team had returned, especially attracting the attention of the leader. Turning in his direction, Sung-an happily noticed that this was all very timely. Joyfully, brother Nan approached him and greeted him as if he were his friend. He also immediately reported on the matter that he had brought informers, as Sung-an had requested. Sun Yue didn't mince words as he pointed his finger at his grandfather, saying that he might have hearing problems to be a spy. Only the old man heard everything perfectly, and before the guy could finish his words, he immediately got hit on the top of the head by him. Brother Nan immediately began to apologize, explaining that this man was not an informer, mentally trying to find out where Xiaobao had gone. Grandpa was ready to fight, so he took out his nunchaku as if challenging Sun Yue to a fight for insulting him. But before he could do anything, he immediately got it from the old woman for showing off and behaving indecently. Sung An had first admired how the old man had pierced his friend's thick armor, but now he felt embarrassed about their quarrel. Only now the guy was attracted by the stranger in the bushes, asking Brother Nan who he was. He sat quietly in the bushes, spying and quietly going deeper when he realized that he had been noticed. The man grabbed Xiaobao by the hood, asking what he had forgotten there, taking it out from the bushes. Shaking off the leaves, he apologized, because this was his professional deformation, because of which he always hides in order to feel safe. He was also called as a messenger, which is why Sung An immediately warned that he owed them some business here. Then the guy warned that it was just news, and he had two of them, giving a choice. One was about demons, the other about bugs, and both made Sung An very wary. His guild immediately shouted out that they were interested in the news about demons, without even considering the second option. Sung An supported their idea to ask Xiaobao to discuss the demons first. Then the guy started telling that an anomalous celestial phenomenon had occurred in one area. The monsters there suddenly became stronger than usual, causing the death of many players. Sung An knew that there was a gate to the demonic underworld in that area, but he didn't believe that things were going to get worse. While he was thinking that the demons were already preparing an army for an early attack, Sun Yue asked what Xiaobao had to say about the bugs. The guy was smarter, saying that he had a policy where if you buy one piece of news, you can get the second one for free, hinting that payment was expected. Sung An, without thinking, threw him a bag of coins, which he caught with dexterity. The guy demanded that he tell him straight out what he knew without further ado. After hiding the coins in the inventory, Xiaobao revealed that the Star Coin League had found an unlimited supply of useful materials caused by a game bug. Only they tried so hard to hide this information that it took the guy several days to find out. Sung An immediately thought of crystals that could infinitely produce materials, but he didn't know what the League had, considering that it would be great for players if everyone had such crystals. But as long as there is a Star Coin Guild, it will be difficult. Turning around to leave due to a bad feeling, the guy thanked Xiaobao, asking him to monitor the situation and come to him when there was new information. Turning to Sun Yu, he asked him to convey everything to Zaijun when she returned. Sung An himself decided to go to meet with the Star Coin League and talk. This guild was at their mine, where the deputy scolded Lao Bi for doing a poor job since their crystal production had decreased. At this time, a group of bandits noticed them and decided to attack, because they monopolized the loot, so they could not buy equipment for themselves. They considered the man a rat, because of whom they lost a lot of money. Throwing themselves at him from the cliff, they demanded that he give them their money. Adjusting his glasses, Xu Fei said that this was a great impudence on the part of the group. Shadows suddenly flashed from behind his back, rushing to protect him. Standing in front of Xu Fei, the man swung one of the bandits aside with a sharp movement, suggesting that they finally end this. As soon as the wounded man landed, he immediately recognized that there were mercenaries in front of him. 3 samurai mercenaries, brothers Ahua, Akai, and Ashir, headed towards the bandits. They were professionals in their field, fighting competently, especially keeping their distance. The leader immediately sensed something was wrong, but his team was already in the smoke bomb, also realizing that things were bad for them. But before they could do anything, a mountain of arrows with a green glow was aimed at them, hitting everyone. Instead of causing damage, these arrows compensated them with plants, which skillfully tied everyone up one by one so that no one could escape. Sun Tianxing watched from the cliff, and he fired all those arrows, saying that the capture was successful. He looked at the disgruntled mercenaries, noticing that they might not thank him. Only the brothers, on the contrary, were angry, considering him a jerk who always made them look weak. While clapping, Xu Fei still praised everyone, especially noting that the money spent on the mercenaries was especially good. At this time, the leader of the bandits, tied with vines, was unhappy, shouting nasty things at him, wanting him to go broke with the money. Only Xu Fei took out coins from his inventory, suggesting that everyone cool down and not quarrel, especially with him. He offered to pay them off in this way, knowing that he had treated them badly, but he was ready to pay compensation in coins. Sun Tianxing turned off his ability, causing the bandits to break free and stare at the scattered coins. The chief immediately rushed after them, saying that it was all his, pushing everyone away. Xu Fei stood in front of him, now offering to talk about investments since he had grabbed his gold coins. He activated an ability that required those who touched the coins to carry out his order in order to be freed. But for now, they were frozen in place. The man glanced at the mine and ordered all of his prisoners to dig it for him. The bandits didn't even have a choice. Their bodies were now controlled by orders, taking up pickaxes and starting to work. The mercenaries were of course a little scared, realizing that they would have to be more careful and cautious if they decided to continue communicating with him. When Xu Fei turned around to say that he would pay them later, they said okay in fear as the archer walked down to them. He looked through his inventory, realizing how little crystals he had left, hoping to get more for this order. At that moment, someone's silhouette appeared from the sky next to them, looking tensely and warily, ready for battle. It was Sung An, asking permission to find out if they were from the Starcoin League. Before the boy appeared, Xu Fei examined his crystals, noticing that they had become cloudy due to the large amount of loot. The man clutched his head, not wanting to deal with a new headache, and decided to find new workers. Having said that they had worked hard, they would receive 100 coins, which of course did not suit everyone, since they had agreed on something else. Then, looking at them sternly, Xu Fei remarked that they should be grateful for at least some money. The mercenaries, of course, didn't like this, but they had to put up with it, because the man wielded enormous power. Only Sun Tianxing asked for a pair of magic crystals instead of coins, looking at them. Xu Feng honestly said that it was very interesting, mentally understanding that he was not only the strongest, but also did not ask for money. At that moment, a mysterious silhouette appeared behind them, jumping from the sky. Sun Tianxing instantly felt a sixth premonition as he stared at the stranger. He grabbed his bow, telling everyone that whoever was coming towards them would be very strong. Then Sung An added, "Isn't there an endless replenishing mine here?" The guy immediately remembered that he had put an Easter egg here with a punishment because of a bug, now upset to realize that they had beaten him to it, especially such a greedy guild as the Starcoin League. He headed towards them to warn everyone about the trap in this place. Only Xu Fei decided to communicate from a distance, finding out who it was in order to protect himself. Sung An refused to introduce himself, because he had important information about this place, because by digging more here, they called themselves punishment. Only the man, of course, did not believe in any danger. There were no monsters here, and Lao Bi only added that the guy clearly came for a share. Sung An had to shout to explain that if they continued to mine crystals in large quantities, then a dungeon of the most difficult rank would be activated. The mercenaries, of course, immediately believed him, fearing that they might be doomed to death if such a dungeon appeared here. Lao Bi also believed this, reminding him that the crystals had indeed become cloudier. Only Xu Fei refused to listen to this, shouting at everyone that this was just nonsense, that the guy was just trying to drive them out of a profitable place and get everything. Sung An exhaled and said that it didn't matter to him whether they believed him or not, but he had to stop the extraction. Lao Bi was on his deputy's side, ordering everyone else to kill the guy to get the reward. Summoning his blade, Sung An already understood that they would not be able to come to an amicable agreement by accepting the fight. While everyone thoughtlessly ran to attack him for the coins, Sun Tianxing hesitated to shoot his arrows, looking closely at the stranger's weapon, not believing his eyes. The boy quickly used his blinding skill, instantly covering the entire crowd, throwing them off their mission. He swept his blade across everyone just as sharply, feeling no regret as he stuck to his goal. Xu Fei was frankly shocked and frightened, ordering Sun Tianxing to quickly kill him, not understanding what he was waiting for. The guy actually thought about Sung An's words, because he also felt that there were problems with the mine, and he began to believe him. Only the man was unwavering, ordering him to shoot, already promising a mountain of magic crystals. Sun Tianxing himself understood that in order to get answers, he still had to catch the guy, pulling his arrows through the thick smoke. Sung An noticed that an archer was aiming at him, and an arrow was flying, but he did not understand how he could see if his smoke reached him. Although it instantly moved away from the arrow, it suddenly changed direction towards him, piercing his leg. Falling to the ground, clutching his leg, Sung An was in shock, especially after receiving considerable damage. The same archer was looking at him from the smoke, clearly confident in himself, aiming even with his gaze. Sung An quickly guessed that he had an unusual bow and arrows with the effect of reaching their target. Thinking of getting rid of the guy first, he ran towards him, thinking that he had no chance in close combat. Only Sun Tianxing used the magic crystal to create a fire arrow, directing it towards the boy. After stopping Sung An, he realized that the archer had created a fire shield that had bound him, preventing him from getting any closer. At that moment, the guy was already aiming a second arrow, because with the help of crystals, he could give them magical properties. Saying that the boy had lost, plants emerged from his bow and headed towards Sung An. A moment later, he stood before him, tied up, unable to move or use his weapon. Xu Fei's entire team came to their senses, their vision returning, finally seeing that the attacker had been apprehended. Only the deputy did not calm down, demanding that everyone immediately kill this guy. The mercenaries did just that, now heading towards the unarmed guy, angrily asking where he would run off to now. Sun Tianxing immediately stopped them, asking them to wait, as he had questions for the stranger. Sung An immediately didn't believe that a strong player like him needed to join the Starcoin League, asking why. The guy nodded negatively, explaining that he was just temporarily hired, introducing himself, and noting that he was just a solo player. In response, Sung An also introduced himself, noting that he used to be a solo player, but now he has a guild, Zero. Xu Fei only became more angry, demanding that this liar be finished off quickly. But Sun Tianxing did not listen, asking if the guy was telling the truth about the dungeon, until Sung An noted that he had no need to lie and he had not lost this battle. A moment later, everyone was grabbed by other stems of the plant, which the guy called with the blessing of the forest, thus getting out and shocking his new acquaintance. Everyone immediately decided that this was Sun Tianxing's ability, accusing him of this and that he was an impudent traitor. At this point, Sung An noticed that the boy could have won if he had not used the tree attribute, tying him up with vines and telling him that he could control the plants around him. Taking out his blade, he waved it toward Xu Fei, telling him to immediately lead his workers out of the mine and stop working. The deputy noted with a smile that it was useless, because his ability was irreplaceable. More ominously, he noted that the only way out here would be to dig up the entire mine. Otherwise, the people he had made a deal with would be locked in here. After hitting the man, Sung An said it was a terrible ability, demanding that he figure out how to free the people. Only Xu Fei stood up, saying that he would never do such a thing because he was a capitalist and should be above the working class. A minute later, everything around the guy was covered in thick white smoke, only hearing the thunder of the last dug-up crystal for punishment. He tried to understand everything, looking in the fog, not believing himself that something had happened inside. From the caves, all he heard was the scream of a guy asking the monsters to let him go and not drag him anywhere, warning the others. Only a moment later, the guy dissolved into a portal from where a skull was visible, absorbing the others. The remaining survivors stared as their newly acquaintances were pulled into the portal one by one, genuinely scaring them. Those who could began to run away, screaming in fear of death. But only Sun Tianxing remained unshakably standing in his place. But the tension on his face betrayed fear, and even he himself admitted that he was not ready to die. Xu Fei stood there shaking in horror as he watched his men disappear, not believing himself, calling out for Old Man B. Lao B was trying to pull him to run away at this time, shouting that they needed to save themselves. Otherwise, it would be too late. Only Sung An heard them, warning them that they would not run away, sharply throwing his blade at their feet. He was burning with red flames of hatred all around, saying that it was because of the greed of the Starcoin League that all the people died. Without even listening to the end of the sentence, Xu Fei knelt before the guys, begging for mercy, promising that he would never return to resource extraction, because he wanted to live. He offered them to agree that if Sung An let him go, he would tell the chairman about him and give half of the money for everything he had obtained. But the guy wasn't interested, hitting him and asking if he really thought that lost lives could be measured in money. The man was thrown into the rocks by such a blow, severely disfiguring his face, and all he could hear was Lao Bi's scream. Now he fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness, while Sung An drew his blade. Having grabbed Xu Fei, they were able to leave, because the guy gave his permission to do so, letting them go, deciding not to dirty his hands with their deaths. He was about to go into the portal, knowing that otherwise it would close, but he was suddenly called by Sun Tianxing, still tied up in vines. Sung An thought that he wanted to free himself and escape, so he let him go, apologizing for detaining him. Stretching his arms, the guy asked if he really wanted to go into the portal and save those people. Sung An did not hide that he was going for himself, especially since those guys could no longer be saved, saying that underground cities were a rarity in the game. He wanted to collect good equipment and ability to protect those dear to him, immediately remembering his guild. Only Sun Tianxing didn't understand him, staring at him questioningly, only realizing that the guy was very self-confident. Extending his hand to him, he suggested with a somewhat sly grin that they join forces and go together. Having promised that he would not interfere, Sung An honestly asked him why he wanted it. The guy began to honestly tell that he used to be a freelance player and believed that personal strength was above all else, acting alone. It was only because of this that the game awarded him the title of Nerd, which was displayed on his profile. He got this achievement when he was in a forest, killing about 10,000 monsters, but getting a bonus, although Sung An was more surprised by the number. This title also gave him prestige, making money from what he could do, even though it was risky. Only Sung An smiled awkwardly, remembering and realizing that this stranger was very similar to him in the past. Still holding out his hand for a handshake, Sung Tianxing asked if he was good enough for them to be partners. Although he agreed and shook his hand, the guy warned him that this was a high-level dungeon where even he wasn't sure he would get out alive. Only Sung Tianxing honestly said that he already knew this, otherwise he wouldn't have asked for a simple task. He noticed that life was like an adventure game, no matter how literal it sounded in their reality. Sung An was surprised by this attitude, but he himself was ready to take risks, remembering his dear friends. So they entered the portal together with their weapons, teleporting into the dungeon. It was called the Pool of Undead, where there was one interesting monster, who himself was waiting for his enemies. Before they could enter, they were immediately attacked by a high-level undead warrior, flashing with magic. But just as quickly, this monster lost its head, clearly cut off by a blade in a split second. Without blinking an eye, Sung An was especially focused after learning that there were a lot of undead from the system here. He used his ability to increase his damage and attack, as well as gain a small shield while moving through enemies. Sung An also used Black Fog, warning the monsters that their wave and crowd tactics would not be able to defeat him. Fortunately for him, the blindness worked on the undead warriors, covering everyone nearby. Just as they were lost in blindness, Sung An took advantage of this by raising his blade to use a large attack. His demonic execution ability instantly destroyed all those nearby, leaving the boy in a triumphant smoke with a smile. At that moment, Sung An began to worry about his new acquaintance, turning around to make sure that he was doing well. Only that one was doing well, sending his arrows into the throats of the skeletons, destroying them. Some of those who survived the arrow in the crowd wanted to get them, a little surprised by what had flown at them, but not a second passed before they instantly exploded with a crowd of their monsters, and Sung Tianxing kept count of each one killed. The undead warriors were extremely angry about this, especially the uncultured gestures from the guy. Before they had time to pounce on the shooter, he grabbed the crystal and bow and instantly gave his arrows the effects of mass destruction. Sung An was genuinely shocked and happy about this, noticing that the guy would clearly need crystals, of which there were plenty here. Shaking off the dust of the killed skeletons, the guy began to look around in search of useful materials for himself. Sung An was thinking about how to get this archer to join him in order to resist the demons in the future, while he was collecting improvements for himself. As he was thinking about including Sung Tianxing into his guild, pebbles suddenly started raining down on him, after which a huge boulder crashed into the wall. A sudden light came from the direction the stone came from, causing Sung An to be unable to understand what was happening. The shooter was even more confused, staring in that direction, expecting danger. Before them appeared the unshakable spirit of resentment, Vice Lord, surrounded by screaming souls. Sung Tianxing, without taking his eyes off the deity, asked his partner if this was the boss. Only the spirit heard him, flashing its eyes and calling a large number of other souls directed towards them. These souls next to them immediately reincarnated into guardians of the dead with immortality. Sung An immediately noticed that they were immortal, realizing that the fight would be difficult. They were also attacked by ordinary skeletons who had become archers, drawing their arrows. These arrows almost hit Sung Tianxing, who was saved by Sung An's teleportation. Realizing that these arrows completely break all cover. Coming to his senses, he thanked the guy, but also wanted to know who they were. Sung An did not hide it, immediately explaining that this was an invincible legion, summoned by the spirit of resentment, while his partner was more worried about the word that they were invincible. Then the guy explained that these guards are immune to all negative effects that can happen. This legion only exists for a few seconds, but the spirit of resentment can summon more of them even after they disappear, which is why fighting directly is certain death. Staring at them, Sung Tianxing was honestly worried, but asked what their strategy would be. Standing before him with his blade, Sung An warned that he would distract them, and he would have to hit the spirit of resentment in order to kill it. Looking at him, the guy understood that it would be difficult to kill him at once, but Sung An added that they still had a problem. Having opened the bottle of powder, he only said that he himself would understand very soon. He scattered the powder on the guards, causing them to become drawn to him, surrounded by a red aura of vengeance. Jumping on them, Sung An shouted that he would take them all on himself. Watching the boy run away from the guards while waving his blade, Sung Tianxing called him a hot-tempered fellow, not understanding what he was doing. Having taken out the crystal to create a powerful arrow to kill the spirit of resentment, the guy promised that it was not in vain that he relied on him. Sung Tianxing decided to use the crystal he obtained by killing the bishop boss in another dungeon. Unfortunately, the guy only had one such powerful stone, so there was only one attempt at a strong blow. Staring at the spirit, Sung Tianxing was convinced that this expense was worth it, because what else would help at such a critical moment, if not a rare artifact? Using the crystal on the arrow, Making it holy, he aimed it precisely at the spirit, warning Sung-an that his attack had begun. The blow hit the monster right in the heart, tearing it apart with a piercing scream. Sung-an did not relax until the spirit warriors began to disappear due to their owner being killed. Their souls literally began to be sucked out of their eyes and left for rest, accompanied by screams. In an instant, everyone disappeared, slightly surprising the guy with all the unexpectedness. Looking at Sung Tianxing, he realized that he had succeeded, while the guy smiled and noted that he had done everything as he had asked. Having said that it was a victory, the silhouette of a girl appeared from the rays of light from his arrow. She looked sharply in their direction. Her hair stood on end and she screamed the word, "Revenge." Sung-an immediately realized that this was another phase of hers, shouting at the guy that they weren't done yet. Just hearing him dodge, Sung Tianxing realized that she wasn't dead yet. A second later, the girl was already surrounded by all the souls that had left their bodies of her past warriors, attacking the guy. Sung-an immediately jumped to his defense, using his instant execution ability, shouting at him to run. Some of them walked across his body, defending themselves from the blade strikes, realizing that she had a counterattack. Despite the attack, Sung Tianxing did not abandon his new friend, running to help him. As soon as Sung-an Lei stood up, his partner came running to check on him. The boy immediately covered his stomach wound, but he couldn't hide it from Sung Tianxing, reassuring him that it was a small wound. In fact, Sung-an had just leveled up and immediately lost half his health from this attack. Only the spirit did not stop, calling only more of its warriors and souls, building an entire army. Staring at this with concern, Sung Tianxing tried to think of something, especially since Sung-an was injured. He became only more angry, grabbing his bow and shouting that he would be able to kill her when the guy asked him to stop. Only Sung Tianxing didn't listen to him anymore, using his crystals in turn on the arrows, hitting the spirit straight. Even though he was hitting her right, the system was giving him misses on all his arrows. He stared at it in shock, not understanding why he couldn't do any damage to her. Rising to his feet, Sung-an tried to explain its mechanics to the unresponsive boy, who only understood that it was the guards. As the spirit moved towards them menacingly, the guy explained that she was currently in the state of her astral body, due to which she ignored damage and summoned more. Realizing that the monsters had become stronger, Sung Tianxing asked fearfully what they should do. Only Sung-an said that they would not fight, taking him by the shoulder, telling him that it was time to run. At that moment, the spirit began to send fatal blows in their direction, blinded by the thirst for revenge. Luckily for them, they were able to avoid damage by teleporting and landing in a new location. Only here the warriors of the spirit appeared, not giving the guys a moment's rest. Sung-an mentally realized that they had no way to escape, and a couple of seconds had passed since the spirit ability. Sitting down due to the pain in his stomach from the wound, Sung Tianxing suddenly said that he could handle it. He promised to buy time, even at the cost of his life, because he doesn't like to remain in debt to someone. Having warned that he would be able to hold back the guards with one and provide protection to the other, the guy begged Sung-an to get out of here. Suddenly he had an idea, asking to repeat what he had said. Having repeated that he wouldn't last long, the guy asked to repeat his tactics. Hearing that he would use crystals to do this, Sung-an sharply asked him to hit him as quickly as possible. He remembered that the guy had once already shown a trick with a crystal, but he was still a little hesitant about the idea. Finally, he understood Sung-an's idea, pointing his bow at him, saying that he was a very amazing person. Having said that he trusted him, the spirit of the forest finally came to the guy mentally and gave him a blessing. Thanks to this, his vines began to heal his body, finally rising to his feet. With this help, he managed to summon a tree from under the rocks, climbing up with Sung Tianxing, hoping that this would stop the warriors for a short time. Looking at Sung-an, the guy noticed that he was not taking care of himself at all, because on the verge of death, he asked him to shoot, honestly asking if he thought that he could just kill him. Sung-an just showed his class, noticing that he trusted Sung Tianxing and did not regret it. These words touched him, not believing that he really trusted, because no one had ever done this to him, because he was alone. Now, Sung-an told him that he had been like that in the past, fighting against himself. In the past, he too did not rely on just anyone, believing only that the most important thing for him was strength. Only now he has his own guild and team to whom he can trust his life. He also said that in the future, all players will face a great disaster in the form of a demonic invasion. Now, Sung-an extended his hand to him, suggesting that if that was the case, he could join his guild, Zero. Sung Tianxing, after all the words and stories, was slightly confused, staring at him. He only shook his head negatively and asked to talk about it later, since he was not yet mentally ready. Sung-an did not argue or insist, only adding on his own behalf that the path of a lone player is very difficult. Suddenly, the spirit began to slowly dissolve, as did her entire large army. Suddenly, she hugged herself as she disappeared, screaming that the king was her love, apologizing to him. The boys found out about her disappearance through a system that gave them a bunch of levels. For this, they were given the scepter of the spirit of resentment and its ability to become a spirit beyond damage after fatal damage, which greatly surprised Sung-an. Only players will not find such an ability very useful, refusing it. But the guy decided to keep the scepter for himself because it had a fairly high class. Suddenly, after they had studied what they had received, a cry for help came from the cave. Sung-an immediately thought of the people who came here when they were taken by the monsters into the portal. Sung Tianxing, on the contrary, was somehow frightened by this, not immediately remembering about the miners. The only thing they thought about together was saving those who called. In his mind, Sung-an dismissed the idea that it could be the miners, saying this to Sung Tianxing as well, realizing that it was someone else calling. Deciding not to think for long, he headed towards the call, quickly descending from the tree. Walking forward, they came across a huge door behind which someone's voice was calling for help. Slightly distrustful, they came closer, only becoming more convinced that it was her that someone had called for. Staring at her, Sung-an honestly said that he had a bad feeling about this. Moreover, black stripes appeared on the door, thinking that this was the boss's room. Having made up their minds, they smoothly opened the door, finding themselves in a huge hall. In front of them were torches, signs, and a throne on which sat the one who called for help. Rising from his seat, he extended his hand forward, asking if they had really come to save him and had seen his head, as the system had written that it was a headless king. Sung Tianxing immediately took out his bow, warning that after all, this was the boss in front of them now. Not even a second passed before Sung-an teleported to the location of the monster's head, striking with his blade. To his surprise, his damage did nothing to the king, failing to even penetrate his armor. Only despite the lack of a head, the boss easily grabbed the guy in his hand, squeezing him until his bones broke. Immediately, fire arrows flew at him, forcing the king to open his hand, thanks to which Sung-an was able to teleport a distance. Holding the bowstring at the blow, Sung Tianxing asked how his partner was, only to hear that everything was fine. Noticing that the fire was piercing the king's armor, the boys quickly realized that he was susceptible to physical damage, but could be affected by magic. Only the king did not want to just stand and catch arrows, taking a huge sword in his hand and swinging it. Despite his menacing appearance, a voice from the bright light asked if they had seen Firen. The guys were a bit hesitant, of course, but were still ready to attack, asking who it was. The king began to come closer, saying that Firen was his beloved queen, who had taken his head, having waited for it for 300 years, raising his sword for power. Suddenly, the space around his sword began to warp, pulling and absorbing the guys towards it. Now they sat before him, listening to a new question: had they seen his queen? As he spoke, the king began to attack them, and Sung Tianxing, barely dodging, said that they had not seen anyone. On the next strike, Sung-an stopped the sword with his blade, holding it back. Only the king abruptly removed his sword, just as unexpectedly swinging it near Sung-an's neck. He then grabbed Sung Tianxing on his shoulder, warning them that it was time to move away, using teleportation. Waving his sword, the boss did not like at all that they began to run away, warning that he would keep their heads for himself. Despite the teleportation, they were unable to get far, which is why Sung-an pushed his friend away, getting hit himself. Sung Tianxing sees the guy being slashed in the stomach by a sword, shouting his name. Then the king realized that he had hit the bull's eye, pointing the sword straight ahead, thoughtfully extending a. He pressed forward with his sword, cutting through Sung-an, but he did not give up, holding the blade with his hands, even though he suffered prolonged bleeding. Falling to his knees due to the force, he shouted at Sung Tianxing that they wouldn't be able to kill him because he was too strong. Sung-an realized that if he continued to hold on like this, he would simply die. Not understanding how a headless person could see, he suddenly used the black mist, hoping that he could use it on someone who had no eyes to save his life. Surprisingly, it worked, and the king, with a cry, was lost in space, shrouded in blackness. He began to say that he saw nothing, but also that he was well acquainted with this thick fog. To his surprise, he quickly remembered what exactly the smoke was, calling the moles rats, cursing them for it. Finally, Sung-an managed to stand up, and Sung Tianxing realized that this fog was frightening the king. While he was running, suddenly remembering something, Sung-an allowed himself to relax due to his low health, falling to the ground with the guy's support. Grabbing his blade, he tried to stand up and figure out how to fix his situation. Suddenly the king returned, starting to shout that those rats had stolen his precious crown. For this he attacked the guys, running sharply with a swing of the sword, demanding that they return his value to him. Standing in front of the boss, Sung-an hoped that he would be able to use some kind of bug or Easter egg before the king's sword managed to hit him. In the past, Sung-an was always plagued with bugs, which were often very difficult to fix. At such moments, Zai-jun approached him, asking him if it was a mine with endless crystals, which scared him a little. Sung-an clutched his head and didn't know how to fix it, but something had to be done, because this bug was seriously affecting the balance of the game. Moreover, the guy was very afraid of his boss, that he would skin him alive if he couldn't cope. Unexpectedly, the girl suggested that he make this Easter egg too, which really interested him. She even suggested its meaning, saying that if you scoop up too much, you won't be able to carry it home. This area should remain with infinite resources, but if you exceed the norm, an entrance to an insanely dangerous dungeon will appear. Yes, such that no one would get out, and Sung-an liked it very much, calling Zai-jun his goddess of luck. Embarrassed, the girl denied that there was nothing wrong with that, especially since she had recently made a boss. This was Sung-an's memory, realizing that he had made the dungeon specifically so that none of the players would survive. At this time, the king did not calm down, shouting at the rats, whom he remembered, so that they would return his crown to him. Unfortunately, because the dungeon was for punishing greedy people, there was no bug or exhale in it until the guy got hit again. The king did not give them any breathing space, constantly demanding his crown back. While Sung Tianxing tried to protect them, he barely took the blade because he lost a lot of blood. His friend saw this, promising to detain the boss so that he would escape. So he used his arrow and crystal, creating smoke and disappearing from the boss's observation area. By combining their powers, the boys were able to summon a tree that took them up, realizing that this was the one safe point. As he recovered and rested, Sung Tianxing was glad that their combination worked so smoothly. Sitting on top, they tried to figure out what to do against the boss, because he had a lot of health and too high resistance to physical damage. But he didn't remain idly by, thinking that the guys had decided to fight from a distance. Raising his sword, he said that for his sword, the waterfall would be no problem to reach them, waving the wave towards them. The boys had to run away quickly to survive, unable to think of anything better than jumping. Only the altitude was significant, which is why the wind hit my face, making it difficult to land. It was only by some chance, especially for Sung-an, that they managed to find themselves back on the floor, only now exhausted and barely alive. The king stood before them, saying that no one could hide from him because the waterfall cuts through space itself. So, pointing his sword towards them, he wished for them to die quickly. Sung-an tried to teleport, but realized that he couldn't move, and the oppressive aura emanating from the boss was pressing hard on him. Realizing that he had already used everything he could, someone suddenly started calling him, which is why he woke up when he opened his eyes. Not expecting this, the guy came to his senses in confusion, looking around. Around him was his old office, where he worked before the disaster, not believing his eyes. Immediately, a newspaper roll that his boss was holding hit him on the neck, scolding him for asking for his dismissal due to his laziness. His colleagues, as always, pointed at him and laughed out loud. Feeling gloomy that he had returned here, the guy had to apologize, explaining that he had simply fallen asleep late, although he clearly remembered that he had fought the boss king. Clutching his head, Sung-an did not believe that all his battles were a dream, especially not because his head was splitting and memories were surfacing in his mind. Someone was calling him from his head again, but more quietly, more familiarly. At that very moment he found himself in himself, where Sung Tianxing was begging him to wake up, as he fell under the king's sword. Sung-an realized that he should have died then, because he was split in half right before his friend's eyes. Standing in front of the boss, the guy still didn't understand where the place was, where everything that he remembered so well was in reality. Only now did he realize that he had somehow ended up in the past, not believing it. He immediately got hit on the head by the boss, who continued to yell at him, threatening that there would be an announcement soon, and he had a ton of work. Sitting down at his computer because of this, Sung-an couldn't believe it, still thinking that what happened to him was real and not a dream. The only explanation he could find for this was another game bug that had managed to bring him back here. But he didn't know how to get out. Sitting down at his computer, he found some kind of stark triangle, activating it, as the game system told him. According to the conditions, he managed to perfectly study and use a bunch of bugs. Why now this triangle allowed him to use bugs wherever and whenever he wanted. But activation cost his life. Why the reward was reversible death. Finally realizing everything, Sung-an smiled while the boss continued to stand by, yelling at him for smiling and not working. Only the guy specially rose from his seat in response to this, glaring menacingly at the man. A minute later, he gave his boss a sharp slap in the face, baring his teeth. Everyone in the office was genuinely shocked by his actions, staring at it with their mouths open. Taking off his glasses, Sung-an asked that after everything he had been through, should he really be submissive and grovel before a man? Trembling with fear, crawling away from the guy, the boss did not understand what he was doing, asking what kind of riot this was, not letting him get closer. Sung-an was not stopped by the distance, only grabbing the boss by the chest, pointing his fist at him and shouting that he should not even hope to control him. At this time, the girl he had liked a long time ago came running, demanding that security be called quickly. The other guys grabbed his arms, asking him to stop, thinking he was just crazy, until he calmed down, trying to at least touch the boss with his foot. The girl started pointing her finger at him, saying that it was too much for him to treat their boss like that, and wishing he would sit behind bars. Running up to the man, she began to shake him off and stroke him, trying to figure out if he was okay, lifting him off the floor. Sung-an did not mince his words, saying that she was just a sycophant who was simply sucking up to the boss. After shouting that she was for justice, the guy then asked if this company treated its employees fairly. He mentioned that often no one was paid for overtime. Salaries and bonuses were withheld, leaving them no peace of mind. Here, other employees also understood that he was right. They drooped and let go, exchanging only slight glances. With her hands on her hips, the girls still believed that their boss was a benefactor, since he still paid them. Turning away from her, Sung-an did not waste his energy calling her lost and walking away under her wrath. At that moment, Zai-jun flew into the office, followed by Sun-yue, asking if he had really fought with the boss. Only the guy was just happier that his friends were here and they came to him. Taking his hand, the girl tried to understand what was wrong with him, whether everything was okay, and why he had attacked him like that. Only now did Sung-an understand that they were the ones who had always been next to him, mentally promising that he would protect these two of his by hugging them. Although they were slightly perplexed, the guy did not have time to explain everything, because the game with its glow reminded them that it was time to return. He personally said goodbye to them by name, waving with a wide smile and promising to meet again in the future. At that moment, he finally returned to his body in the game, greeted the king again, believing that today was the beginning of a new reality. At this time, on the flying island, a man received a space-time data error, straining the cat. Rafaela clutched her head, not liking the feeling that time had gone back a moment. The man began to look for it on his screen, agreeing with the feeling that someone had indeed activated the return in time. Rafaela immediately started screaming that it was that same damn cheater Sung-an, wanting to deal with him. Only the man didn't care a bit, only realizing that he had received a special artifact. Rafaela was not happy with this, because she wanted justice for everyone, and Sung-an violated everything, demanding punishment. The man sincerely did not see the need for this, because in 2 weeks, a whole uprising of demons awaited people. At this time, the Zero Guild with Zai-jun and Sun-yue went deep into the forest, hunting anacondas. Sun-yue immediately used his equipment, conveying that he would attack from above, while everyone else would seize the moment to strike from behind. Because of the guy's ability, the monster's hatred and rage were activated, attacking him. So the rest of the team stepped forward, seizing the moment to strike. Zai-jun was in complete control of the process, sometimes giving someone a hint, sometimes managing people. Having said that the magicians should work now, he happily summoned his water ball, directing it at the snake. The anaconda was of course a bit in a stupor, having fallen under water from which she could not get out. Because she couldn't move her head, all the other swordsmen started beating her, agreeing among themselves to get high levels before Sung-an arrived. They also agreed to collect more materials for Feng so that she could create more weapons, which slightly offended her. Zai-jun watched all this from the sidelines, openly proud of what a team they had in the Zero Guild. She remembered him as an office worker who was constantly struggling with bugs. But now he was the leader everyone wanted to be. Finally, the anaconda was defeated while the girl finished her thought that she had mad faith in the guy. Suddenly, the same anaconda that they had just killed appeared before her eyes, which surprised Sun-yue as well, since he had seen the same thing. Thinking that it was some kind of bug, everyone immediately remembered Sung-an, deciding that it was his doing, while Zai-jun was worried about how he was doing. At this time, in the Pingxi steppe, Gucci Nana walked up to Li Jerui, wanting to convey something, clutching her head. The guy beat her to it, saying that if his feelings were correct, then Sung-an had activated the bug, reversing time. The girl was incredibly angry because they were struggling here with the investigation of the demon invasion, and he was wandering around God knows where, finding only trouble. Baimu suggested that she not be so negative as he sipped his drink, suggesting that she imagined that the guy, on the contrary, had found something good. Then Lee Teruya remembered his people on the expedition, logging into the system to see where Shakchi was. Only according to the data, he had not been online for a day. While Bai Mu was calculating, it was approximately that long for them to walk to the demon portal. According to his calculations, the team should have gone to the Longxi volcano in one area nearby. At this time, Sung Tianxing saw the boss cut his partner while he managed to dodge. He looked at it in horror, reaching out to help as he realized what had actually happened. Sung An's body fell while the king was ready to fight and said that the boy would be next. He conveyed that death awaited all who entered the royal palace, while Sung Tianxing felt as if time around him began to distort. At the last moment, he saw the boss heading towards him, swinging his sword, wanting to kill him. He remembered being on his own as a child, thinking it started with his father leaving, when his mother hugged him and reassured him that they could cope on their own. But it seemed to him that it could have all started on the day they launched the game, seeing his mother under the rubble, asking him to survive and fight. Despite this, he still decided that he had to become strong without relying on anyone, killing everyone. Then he decided that there would be no sympathy or pity in his soul, for which even the system gave him the title, deciding everything only by force. Everything changed the day he met Sung Anya, remembering his words about protecting those who are valuable to him. He was the first to show that there was another way, even inviting people dear to him into his guild, into his family. Sung Tianxing promised that if he survived and could choose another path, he said out loud that he would join Sung An's guild. At that moment he appeared, safe and sound, asking if he had told the truth, noting that he had remembered it. The guy was shocked beyond measure, because the man who had just been dead was standing before him alive. The king was also a little shocked, saying that it was impossible, trying to cut through his defense with a sword. His rage was reflected in his strength, all the while screaming that he had killed him, that he could not survive. Sung An noticed that although he had killed, it was his past version, and now he was completely different. Having knocked away his sword, so hard that he threw his hand back, he shouted that he had managed to be reborn. So, jumping on the boss, he said that he needed a rematch, and the most honest one at that. He instantly used his black fog from above, blinding the boss so that he lost sight of him. Landing on the ground, crouching, he shouted at Sung Tianxing to attack him with his best blows, since only magic was still affecting him. Although the guy was a little confused by the fact that he was resurrected, he did not find out the reason. Pulling himself together, he knew there was hope, calling upon his bow and nocking an arrow. His arrow certainly worked, causing the king's body to glow from the powerful impact. Sung Tianxing happily noted that they had succeeded, and if they continued like this, they would be able to win. So Sung An began to shower the boss with his blade strikes to distract and stop his sword. Although it wasn't useful in terms of damage, the boss was distracted by it, which is why the guy noticed that he was no longer the scary king he used to be. He also remembered the gun that Feng had created, and it turned energy into power that could pierce anyone. Only the king used his spatial rift ability to create a black hole. Sung Tianxing was already genuinely fed up with this ability, noticing that the boss was dodging like that. The king himself answered that, in addition to attack, he also uses it for defense, cutting through space and appearing in any part of the palace. Saying that they would never be able to hit him that way, Sung An landed on the ground, asking if he really thought so. At that moment, his bullet changed direction, flying straight at the king again. It turns out he tagged the boss with his Demon Slayer ability, and all of his projectiles will follow the enemy. Therefore, the bullet flew right on target, although it did a lot of damage. But this was not even a third of why Sung An began to come up with a new method. The boss rose from the smoke, aware of his danger, but still confused, since this was the first time he had been dealt such great damage. At that moment, Sung Tianxing aimed an arrow with a vine at him, entangling the king. While the boss was immobilized, Sung An returned to his partner next to him, wanting to discuss the plan. The first Sung Tianxing wanted to ask how he was resurrected, since he clearly saw his death, to which the guy suggested discussing it later, first killing their enemy. Here the archer honestly asked if they should run away now so they could figure out and deal with it later. Only Sung An immediately said no, because it would not be so easy for them to leave, and only death would decide everything. While drawing a new arrow, Sung Tianxing said that he believed him, and promised that he would definitely apply to join his guild. Sung An seemed to be encouraged by this, saying that he would be incredibly happy to see him, confident that they would get out. Wanting to threaten them with his fist, the boss said that he had enough and he would simply tear them to shreds, calling them rats. So he grabbed his sword again, and with a sharp swing, created a new spatial rift. Starting to be attracted, Sung An himself ran towards him, saying that the same technique would not work on him twice. He took up his blade, preparing to strike, confident that his abilities would be enough to repel the attack. So he collided with the boss's sword with a loud bang, enveloping everything in smoke. Suddenly, while the king was holding the sword, he began to be enveloped in black shadows, as if calling someone. And so it happened, and souls flew at Sung-an wanting to kill, until the guy realized that the boss had several techniques. Before he could even move away, the souls instantly passed through the guy's body, as if driving the soul out of him. Sung-an realized that his body had stopped obeying him, and his head was filled with hallucinations, as if his soul was really leaving. Sung Tianxing noticed this and shouted at him to watch out, but realized that he couldn't hear him. So, seizing the moment, he sharply pushed them aside, and so that the king's sword would not injure them. Sung-an began to come to his senses, finally landing on the floor, preparing for battle, realizing that they were lucky. Then the guy asked him what it was, saying that his soul seemed to be under the control of the boss. So the guys realized that they couldn't fight the king head-on, they needed a remote method. Looking at them, the boss said that only his queen Firen could defeat him, because he held on out of love, and she renounced him. Swinging his sword, the boss shouted that he swore to take revenge on this entire world for this. It turned out to be a spatial rift again, pulling the guys towards it. So Sung-an grabbed his partner by the shoulder, teleporting to a safe distance. Having opened his inventory, the guy began to think about how to create a magic spear again to hit with magic. He found the scepter of the spirit of resentment that they had received back, deciding to use it to summon guardians for protection. This is what the boy did, using the call of loyalty, creating guardians that were with the spirit. A couple of them were already ready for battle, heading towards the king. Looking at these monsters, the king was horrified, noticing both the scepter of the spirit of resentment and the guards, remembering his Firen. He remembered that he had given exactly the same one to his beloved while he was alive. While his head was lost in memories, the guards began to shoot at the boss's body, piercing him. The guards moved towards him while he was remembering, noticing that it was very ironic. He remembered that she had brought the army of the kingdom of Hadamon to his palace to take away his crown, title, and house. Then they took his head too, remembering how she had struck him down with her sword. All ablaze with blue fire, he laughed and shouted that Firen's actions were unforgivable. Screaming that he hated her, hated people, his body began to change, while his physical defense decreased, and the guys saw a new boss in front of them. His stats improved, screaming that everyone was a traitor while his head was replaced by a skull with a black crown. Sung Tianxing was frightened and noticed that things were bad for them, as the boss had gone berserk. With a sharp swing of the sword, cutting down the immortal warriors, shouting that all traitors will know his punishment of death. Sung-an remembered that the king had passed through protection, attacking the enraged boss from behind. So he successfully struck the king in the back, happily dealing a lot of physical damage. He noticed that now was the perfect time to finish off the boss. Only he turned around sharply, calling upon his souls and waving his sword. He tried to kill Sung-an. The guy managed to teleport, giving the boss a black fog from behind and tried to hit him with the blade again. Before he could do anything, Sung Tianxing instantly wrapped the king in vines, immobilizing him. All tense, he asked Sung-an if he was okay, hoping he was on time. Keeping his bow at the ready, the boss managed to throw the guy into the wall while trying to get himself together. Wiping his face, the boy realized that due to the state of rage, the boss's speed increased and he became inattentive. Before he could even move away from the wall, the boss flew at Sung-an, instantly managing to tear apart the vines. The guy realized that he couldn't move now, thinking that he was now at a dead end and couldn't dodge. He immediately remembered that the Stark constellation gave him the ability to activate any bug, using it now. Sung Tianxing also entered the safe zone, all surprised, not understanding where they were and where the headless king was. At that moment, even the boss did not understand where his enemies had gone, leaving only a crater. Touching the wall, the guy was shocked to notice that this was a very interesting and amazing bug. At this moment, Sung-an drank holy water to remove all negative effects and restore health and energy. Throwing the bottle, he explained to the guy that he could use the bugs as he pleased, which is why he suggested giving the boss a dressing down. Touching the wall, he removed the safe zone bug, preparing for battle. The king was more attentive, turning around in an instant and noticing that they had returned, saying that they were just cowards. Then Sung-an activated the high ping bug, using it on the king. The boss began to burn all over as the boys stood in front of him, preparing to attack. Before he could do anything, the king wished them death, while his eyes glowed red. He grabbed the sword, pointing it at them, but Sung-an didn't move. It turns out that the boss was shaking and could not move, even being completely frightened by this. The guy said with a grin that he had a very high ping, which is why he couldn't move. So the boys took advantage of this, deciding to show off their full ability to hurt the boss. Sung Tianxing used his best red crystal arrows, dealing as much damage as possible. The boss no longer had a chance, staring at this onslaught of all attacks afraid. Unexpectedly, the king managed to dodge and all the attacks missed, greatly surprising Sung Tianxing as he was able to react at a high ping. The king angrily said that all their tricks were useless in the face of his true power. Noticing that they had a lot of strength, the boss used spatial turbulence to allow them to run. They began to be drawn to it as if to a black hole, asking them how long they could hold out. Their strength began to slowly fade away along with their health. Realizing that they would not be able to last long, thinking of using the safe zone, Stark's triangle did not give such an opportunity, trying to think of another way out. Slowly being pulled in, Sung Tianxing honestly said that he couldn't stand it any longer if this continued. Looking at the guy, Sung An tried to think of some way for the bug to help them. Suddenly, his little mole appeared in front of him, holding out the crown to him, all beaming. The guy was slightly surprised, asking him why he showed up at all and what he had. The mole began to squeak with a smile for him to immediately take the crown, trying to hint at the king, calling him Tsar. Taking the crown in his hands, Sung An asked him how this crown could be useful to him. In his own language, the little one squeaked for him to trust him by putting it on his head. The guy, of course, believed his pet, promising to do everything possible. Therefore, using his teleportation, Sung An cast a black fog on the boss, blinding him. Even though the king was blind, the boss remained vigilant, trying to understand what he was up to. Even blind, he could deal a lot of damage to him by swinging his sword in front of him, trying to hit. Unfortunately, Sung An was injured, realizing that if he didn't finish off the boss, he would simply die here. The blind king sensed the boy's fear, saying that the souls of all traitors should go to hell, raising their sword to the sky. He tried to kill Sung An in front of him with one blow, but he was very lucky to come to his senses and defend himself with his blade. Gathering his strength and rage, he rushed at the boss with a scream, trying to fulfill the mole's request. Having parried the king's attack with his blade, he moved towards him at speed, trying to get behind him. The boss, although he didn't see anything, was very surprised that his hand with the sword was pushed back with a force that the guy couldn't have. Holding the crown in his hands, its shine managed to enter the boss's eyes, trying to understand what it was. Sung An sincerely hoped that this would be able to decide and determine the winner of the battle. The king, of course, recognized his crown, but the guy had already managed to throw it at the boss's head. It grew in size in the air, fitting neatly onto the king's head. Enraged, his skull turned into a normal face, eyes flashing, trying to figure out what had gotten on his head. 300 years ago, there stood the kingdom of Hadaiman, a majestic palace. A girl came in with a bang, asking what kind of decree her brother had issued. There was a man sitting in the hall, surrounded by guards, while the lady came closer, asking why she had to marry the ruler of the Deuce Kingdom. Having said that it was true, the girl did not understand even more, asking why, since their kingdoms were at odds. A man standing next to her brother told Princess Firen that the king had no other choice. To the man's displeasure, he added that King Deuce had completely destroyed 30,000 of our best warriors. Noticing his face, Firen simply stood there, saying that now she understood him. She burst into tears and screamed that he was simply giving her away as a war trophy to their enemy. For this, he threw a glass of wine in her direction, frightening her greatly and almost spilling it all over her. He put his fist to her, shouting that she was simply impudent to dare to talk to the king like that. Only the girl was not one of the timid ones, putting her fist up and shouting that she was telling the truth, because he simply could not win, and decided to return the power with her, his own sister. The king just glared at her with displeasure, saying that she simply didn't understand anything, especially since he had already decided everything. Having promised that his kingdom would fall to Deuce, she still had to meet on the mountain and leave with the king. She was clearly displeased, asking if this was really the legendary son of the demigod, the valiant and unrivaled King Deuce. The man looked young and said with a grin that she was Princess Firen, King Hadaiman's younger sister. Extending his hand to her, he conveyed to the king that he accepted this gift, wishing to lead her on. Before she could even extend her hand, the man pulled her towards him, saying that she would now be his queen, smiling, making her blush. Firen mentally understood that she had previously considered him a bloodthirsty and cruel man, looking away. Only, he turned out to be a very generous and wise king who carefully led her into his kingdom. Before they even had time to arrive, the people also greeted them with joy, noticing that everyone respected him, while she herself did not feel captivity. He was very attentive, introducing the girl to the blossoming azalea, noticing that they captivated him with their beauty, just as she did. Through their marriage, the two kingdoms reconciled and signed a treaty of friendship. Only Firen knew that her brother was a hypocritical and cruel man, which is why his plan was clearly more cunning and incomplete. Having made peace with one kingdom, he began to expand his territories, destroying nearby states as he went to their capital. One day, Firen asked her king, her love, not to give in to her brother, and not to fight him again. Grimacing with hatred, the king said that he would not give up, since it was he who had broken their agreement, promising revenge. Starting to cry, Firen realized that Hadaimon's kingdom was better than before, and they couldn't handle it. He held her gently against him, promising to take care of both her and the city. As she pressed herself against him, she mentally understood that her brother clearly did not wish well for either her or him. Because of this, she secretly fled to Hadaimon, telling her brother that she had returned for one treaty. Only the man looked more threatening and angry, looking down at her and asking what she wanted. Falling to her knees, she begged for his mercy, since she had married the king because of his order, but the king laughed. He only thanked her because she had bewitched him, and he became stronger, asking if she was in a position to demand anything from him. Although King Deuce's defeat was obvious, her brother was frightened by the capital's guards while the girl cried, saying that if she used her status as queen to lead his troops into the capital, the war would end, and her husband's life would mean nothing. For this, he offered to think about her proposal, but obviously with a sly smile. Trembling with thoughts, Firen understood that her king would not give up, why this could be the only chance to save him. So she agreed, leading the people into the palace itself, throwing off her hood in front of her husband, asking him to surrender. He was shocked to see his queen with the traders and warriors of Hadaimon, asking what she was saying. Finally realizing that she was for her brother, the man could not believe that she had been deceiving him all along, only to betray him later. Out of his anger and hatred, he pointed his sword at her, wanting to cut off her head for betrayal. She began to cry, looking at her husband, but he instantly stopped his sword, trembling slightly. His eyes filled with tears, saying that he couldn't do this while being lost in his feelings. Awkwardly reaching her hand towards him, she called him king as her eyes filled with tears. Before she could do anything, her husband's sword turned and headed towards him. A moment later, his bloody crown fell from his head as a small mole ran past. Firen stood in shock in front of her husband's body, not believing that he had been killed, especially the one with whom she was a family. Her brother was already behind her, and she still couldn't believe what he had done to him and why he had done it that way. Hearing footsteps, she turned to King Hadaimon, asking why he did this, since they had agreed to spare their lives. Standing before her, her brother said that he had changed his mind because the capital had been defeated and the war was over. And now she was his sister again. She sat and began to talk to her husband's body, apologizing to her love because it was so selfish that she had harmed him because of her ignorance, and with him her meaning of life had gone. However, she decided to become an evil spirit to protect the entire capital of King Deuce, promising to pursue her brother to destroy him. She mentally conveyed that she did not want to hand it over, until the man remembered how the girl ran to him, stopping him. His head snapped back into place, his hair turning blue fire, realizing that something had broken into his mind. Firen sat and cried, apologizing to her beloved for the harm she had caused him, because she did not want to betray him. The man couldn't accept all the thoughts until Sungant noticed that the king's head had changed again. Realizing that the mole had saved them, the boy immediately thanked him, because the crown had really done something. At this time, Sung Tianxing ran up to him, noticing that the space had returned to normal. Suddenly the king began to cry, saying that now he knew everything, realizing that Firen had done everything for him. His tears fell to the floor, realizing that everything he had thought about here was not true, and his queen wanted to save him. Sung An began to rest a little, using the king's warmth to his advantage, thinking about how to destroy the boss without holy water. Noticing that he was expected, the king thanked the adventurer for his crown, and for having learned the truth. Not understanding what the boss was talking about, the king asked him for one last favor. All ablaze, he took up his sword, asking it to respond to his final blow. Sung An honestly tensed up, thinking that he wanted to decide the outcome of the fight with a blow, thinking about how to make his damage stronger. Only the guy really had no choice. He himself called fire on his blade, saying that he agreed to the blow. Because of this, the two of them stood in front of each other, preparing for that very last one. Sung An rushed first, heading in from the jump, hoping that he had succeeded. At that moment, the king also headed towards him, shouting the name of his beloved Firen. Realizing that he had no chance, Sung An promised to do his best and strain himself. At this moment, his red power flashed as their sword strikes collided. Only there was no blue light near the king. On the contrary, he was smiling while Sung An was behind. A moment later, his body was cut through by the guy's blade, unexpectedly strong and accurate. He himself realized that he simply would not have survived. And the king fell to his knees, realizing that he clearly did not want to kill him. All in blue smoke, the boss said that Sung-an's blade was his grace. He reached out his hand to his beloved, asking for an apology to her, because all the time he clearly hated her in vain, asking if she would become his company. At that moment, he opened his eyes and saw her holding hands. They were together after so long, finally making peace. Now the body and spirit of King Deuce find peace of mind, realizing that now even death will not separate them. After his disappearance, all that was left of him were words of gratitude and a crown. Finally, Sung-an was able to recover, because the boss was completely defeated. Sung Tianxing also regained his health because they raised their levels together. After looking at the system, they were able to get 3 levels for just one boss, while items from the king appeared in the center. They immediately ran up to them, while the archer praised the guy, while he admitted that the king had clearly given in to him. Sung-an realized that the crown clearly held something within itself, something like a touching and profound story, because he himself did not write this story, because Zai Jun did. While examining the items, Sung Tianxing immediately noticed that among the armor there was an item, a hat, of the highest class. It was the crown, the first time it had met the best item in the game world. After reading about his ability, the guy was delighted, because thanks to it, one can survive one fatal blow. But he handed it to Sung Tianxing, saying that he would find it much more useful. Only the guy turned his head no, saying that it was only his, especially since it had been his pet's from the very beginning. Because of this, Sung-an asked him to choose his ability first, so that it would be fair. After thinking about it, he chose the ability of Spatial Rift, because this way he would be able to increase the accuracy of his shots. The guy himself liked this idea, taking a hit with souls, because these abilities were of the highest class. This ability was his 4th, giving him the ability to mark enemies to accumulate souls and hit them. After studying it more closely, Sung-an briefly thought that this skill could help him influence people's minds, and controlling abilities were very rare. Suddenly, an image of a sphinx appeared in the guy's head, saying that he had unlocked the personality card, which made the game more interesting. The guy didn't understand where he was hearing this voice from and whose it was, asking the voice. The voice only continued to tell the young man to try hard so that one day he could find it and understand the true essence of this game. Sung-an clutched his head and did not understand why some ghostly golden image and mystical voice appeared in his head. While he was suffering from a headache, Sung Tianxing immediately ran up to him to find out what had happened. He tried to talk to him, asking what was wrong and why it hurt. The guy waved it off, smoothing his head and saying that everything was fine and it was just fatigue from the long fight. He himself realized in his mind that there was a hidden plot in the game, while Sung Tianxing was very glad that they had finally finished. He extended his hand and invited him to return to his Guild Zero, calling him not just by name, but as master. Only Sung-an asked not to worry about it, and just address each other by name. As they headed towards the exit, the guy remembered that they had once discussed an attack. Turning to look at him, Sung Tianxing asked him to tell him what he meant. Sung-an did not hide it, offering to tell him everything in detail and explain it on the way, remembering the demon that he had managed to defeat earlier. At this time, Li Jirui's people were near the volcano, understanding from the map that this was the entrance to the kingdom of the dead, Zane. Sha-Qi immediately said that they would go there to detect signs of invasion. They absolutely could not return empty-handed. But looking at the faces of his partners, he realized that they were afraid, looking away from him. Then he honestly said that he didn't need cowards and weaklings on his team, which is why the guys agreed to go. Suddenly, the volcano burst into flames, spitting fire and lava, causing them to think that it was done by demons. Sha-Qi told them to keep going no matter what happened, because they only wanted the truth and facts. As they approached the crater, they noticed a huge red eye in it, under which lava was appearing. The deputy immediately thought that this meant that the demonic invasion would still take place, as if hoping that this was not true. Suddenly, the eye began to twitch, at some point noticing hidden observers, which is why they immediately hid behind the rocks. Only after pressing himself against the rocks to avoid being seen, did Sha-Qi notice something flying from the sky. A girl with bird wings and demonic horns landed next to them. She looked at the team, saying that she thought there were rhinos running around here, not expecting to see people here. Hiding behind rocks, trying not to get noticed or seen, they realized she was a demon, not understanding why she was there. Suddenly, the eye spoke to her, calling her Molokai, one of his apostles of the 8 great demons, demanding that she leave no one alive and that no one ruin his plan. The girl responded, calling him the master, promising that no one would be able to pass on the information received here. Flying towards the boys, she screamed threateningly that they would become her wonderful food. Sha-Qi immediately stepped forward, protecting his team, although he himself was slightly frightened and surprised. Before the demon could point his axes at them, the guys were tied around the neck with them, preventing them from attacking. Their leader, without hesitation, sent his shadow leopards at the demon, trying to distract him at least a little. Only Moloch smiled, saying that it was incredibly charming because for the first time she was fighting with people, wanting to understand how strong they were. At this moment, Sha-Chi came at her with a ghostly execution blow, but she easily blocked it with her chain. She remarked that it was simply wonderful because she had never experienced pain, remarking that it was a wonderful feeling. Sha-Chi shouted to himself in his mind that he should not dare retreat. And if he could overcome his fear now, then no enemy would be scary. Moloch was pleased with the way the guy attacked her, saying that it was just perfect. The deputy then shouted to his men to leave while he detained the demon. But before they could even move back, they were entangled in the demon's chains and axes. Suddenly, she glowed even more with fire, asking them that no one allowed them to leave, using the restoration of their health. Sha-Chi called the boys, but the demon absorbed their life force, realizing that they were dead. Rising into the sky, she said that they should stop playing for now, laughing evilly. She flew at him and screamed that human meat was very tasty and that Sha-Chi would become a part of her. Only the guy did not give up, finding the strength to resist. Repelling her heavenly attack with claws, Moloch told him to stop digging, wrapping a chain around his arm. Before Sha-Chi could realize it, the demon pulled him towards herself, tightening his arm into a noose. Looking at his hand, he realized that his hand was now torn as it fell to the ground. Moloch watched with pleasure as he suffered, because humans have very fragile bodies, suggesting that he simply give up. After all, while trembling, Sha-Chi truly knew that at first she would not be an equal opponent to him, but he always despised weakness in himself. Chi-Holi always bullied him when he was a child, remembering that he lacked the courage to resist back then. When the game started and he got a rare enough class, he could have taken revenge and fought back, but he still didn't risk confronting his brother. He was too used to enduring, never getting the courage to say no to anyone, not wanting to run away, which is why he got back on his feet. The demon was very amused by this, saying that he would definitely make dinner out of it to enjoy it to the fullest. Without listening to her, Sha-Chi activated his Shadow Dancer ability, summoning shadow crows. Moloch began to chop up the pile of crows from all sides with her chains and axes. Only Sha-Chi used his ability, attacking the girl from behind, while she called it kindergarten. When she hit his face with the chain, for some reason she heard a ringing sound instead of the guy's body being torn apart. It turns out that he had a small sword in his teeth, and his eyes were sparkling as he continued to fly towards the demon. He slit her throat, using a phantom execution to inflict as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, Sha-Chi only fell to the ground after such a blow, hoping that he had managed to kill Moloch, conveying that the leader would have to cope, and his task was completed. One of his crows managed to survive, passing on the message so that the bird could pass it on to Li Jirui, bringing everyone here. Only the demon survived, cutting the bird, noticing that the human limit is very small, recovering. She promised that the information would remain here, and that people were too useless, and they would definitely die from the army of demons that were gathering near the nest. At this time, Sung Tianxing and Sung An were discussing the demon invasion, not believing that there was little time left there. But the guy also agreed with the idea of unification, proposing to create these strong people. Landing near the gates of the Zero Guild, Sung An said that this was the purpose of his guild, offering to go to the place. Lin Nan immediately recognized their leader from the outside and shouted it out to everyone. Therefore, the people watching the gates immediately obeyed why they needed to open them. So soon they found themselves on the guild's territory, looking around to see what had happened there. Sung An was especially surprised, because he remembered what the area was like before. He honestly didn't expect that people here would build such structures, dividing the entire guild into camps for services and items. As he passed by, the boy couldn't believe that they would do so much in just a few days, while Sung Tianxing walked behind, honestly afraid of people. Everyone immediately ran out to meet them, joyfully greeting the leader, because everyone had missed him to death. Feng immediately asked who it was that came with him, having clearly changed in age herself. He spread his hands and asked that he would tell them a lot of things later, because too much had happened, and was surprised at how warmly they all treated him. At that moment, Zai Jun ran out of the crowd with tears in her eyes, happy to see the guy. Sung An himself greeted both her and Sun Yue, who had approached with a smile. Suddenly the girl pressed herself against him, hugging and crying, making him embarrassed and greatly surprising him. The guy felt a little awkward, especially since he didn't understand what had happened. She scolded him for not contacting them all these days, wanting to know where he had been and why he didn't think they were worried at all. Sun Yue asked himself if it was he who returned them in time, since he was always connected with all the bugs in the game. Gently pushing the girl away from him, hugging her, Sung-an said that something unexpected happened, but everything is fine now, smiling. Sobbing and blushing slightly herself, she asked him not to dare disappear for so long again. Feng began to take pictures of them, while everyone smiled and noted that they had thought so, and they would definitely be together. Because of this, Zaijun recoiled without looking at him, only blushing even more from awkwardness. Now all attention was focused on the stranger behind Sung-an, asking who it was. Placing his hand on it, he formally introduced Sung Tianxing, telling him what a strong marksman he was, and how he was now part of their guild. He will help them resist the demon invasion. While he noticed that everyone's level has increased greatly, Gigi immediately began to boast about their success in obtaining materials, telling how they cleared the area of monsters. Feng immediately exposed him for being lazy and not killing monsters, and for taking credit for other people's achievements, as he was the first to start. Sung-an walked up to this mountain of coins and materials, of course proud of his guild, saying that they were super. He then turned to Feng, asking if she would try making a magical weapon out of the materials. But the girl immediately reproached him, because the chances of this were very low, even with her clover blessing. If there had been more material, she would have taken a risk, reminding him that Sung-an already owed him a debt. Only the head thought, because she was right that it was not worth wasting materials for a very low success. Having examined them, he realized that there were a lot of rare and expensive materials there, and decided that he needed to earn money. He immediately remembered that a long time ago, Ah Dong had given him a VIP card to get benefits in the trade union. He successfully found this card in his inventory, announcing to the guild that he needed to go to Trade Zone A. At that time, in this area of the Soros Trade Union, there was a huge palace, where he founded a special union. In his rich man's lounge, a girl sat with a glass of wine in her hand, asking if the man was lying to her. Xu Fei knelt before her, saying that everything was as he said, and there really was a dungeon hidden in that mine. Only the girl said that she didn't care at all about the process. The result was more important to her, asking whether they would admit their defeat. Xu Fei fell in front of the girl, the leader of the Gifts of Heaven Union, Liu Xu, screaming that the boy was to blame for their problem with the mine, asking her to listen to him, crawling closer. For this, guard Liu Xu sent the man back to the wall with a good slap to the cheek. Rubbing his hand, he warned that even the deputy heads had no right to approach the girl closer than 5 meters. Relenting, Liu Xiu asked him to be more gentle, since Xu Fei had contributed to their alliance. The guard didn't argue in any way, but just stood still and said that he was completely obedient. Having risen, Xu Fei immediately began to thank her for her mercy, because he was ready to give his life for her. Then Liu Xiu thanked him because he helped her catch a big fish, leaving him dumbfounded. She explained it to him more simply, because if Sung-an knew so much about the mine, it meant that he was the one who was running the game from behind the scenes. With a sly smile, she said that with his help she had definitely gotten the clue to the true nature of the game. Moving to the shopping area, they immediately saw a magician who was showing various tricks to the curious crowd. Sung Tianxing remarked that it was very festive, to which Sung-an explained that during development, this was a place where players could freely trade, which is why there were so many people here. Then Feng asked why his fat friend Sun Yue didn't go with them. The guy explained that he had invited him to go with them all, but he had refused the offer. Zaijun found a solution so that the guys would go about their business, and they, the girls, would go about theirs, offering Feng to go shopping. As she was leaving, the girl happily noted that their beloved rich boss would pay for everything, listing what would be very useful to them as girls. At this time, Sung Tianxing also went to get some ice cream, warning the seller that the guy behind would be paying, pointing at Sung-an. The guy was slightly outraged by this, because both the girls and he just came here to spend money when they had more important things to do. Sung Tianxing said that it would be better for them to combine it, since it was like a vacation, which Sung-an did not argue with, suggesting that they go somewhere then, since they were guys. They entered some very rich and beautiful building, where they were met and greeted by a nice lady. As they walked a little further, Sung Tianxin realized that it was a casino. Asking if he was a gambler, Sung-an honestly said that he had only seen casinos in movies and TV series, but he had never been there or played there. Wanting to enter the VIP zone, they were suddenly stopped by 2 security guards who said that they needed a special pass. At this time, Sung-an immediately took out his gold card, asking if it was enough to pass. They were shocked that the guy had a black gold card from the trade union, which was only given for deposits over 100 million, and obediently dispersed and let them through. While Sung Tianxing was hesitating, the guy urged him on, saying that they were here for this very reason anyway. As soon as they got up, they saw a bunch of games in the hall, noticing that all the people were wearing masks. A a servant approached them, asking them to put on their masks, while Sung Tianxing realized that Sung An had come here because he could find a suitable buyer here. At this time, a table became free, the head of which offered to join him, only warning that the minimum bet here was 500,000. Coming closer to the table, Sung An took the minimum chip, saying that he would play. Not even a couple of games had passed before the worker said that the man, the dealer, had won the game. He laughed and laid down his cards, saying that Sung An had lost again, reminding him that his loss was already 10 million. Sung Tianxing began to whisper to the guy that their opponent was a very strange and suspicious guy, but he still said that they would continue the game, because for him this amount meant nothing. The dealer was very pleased, offering to increase the stakes to make the game more fun. Sung Tianxing tried to stop him by clapping him on the shoulder, but he didn't care, thinking about the increase. The dealer was very keen to continue the game, as he considered Sung An to be a real player, something he did not quite understand. The man explained that although he is a businessman, he knows that in this game, strength decides everything. So he added with a sly smile that he was not at all interested in his money. He needed his equipment and weapons. He offered to supply him with his weapon, since he clearly belonged to the high class, which is what he needed. Sung An didn't resist or argue in any way, just took out his weapon and placed it on the table. The dealer himself suggested that they have a bet, since it would be difficult to value the blade in money. The only condition the guy had was that if he wanted his blade so much, he should give him something equally valuable in return. The man didn't argue, he just reached into his jacket, saying that he also had a special item that could upgrade weapons. From his pocket, he took out a star spirit stone, which is used to upgrade a weapon to its highest class, adding value to it by the fact that he was the only one with it. Staring at the stone, Sung An seemed to become agitated, realizing why he wanted his weapon so much. Sung Tianxing himself was shocked to see such a rare item on a person sitting in a casino. Of course, the guy agreed to this, banging on the table and shouting that they would play a game for it. Suddenly, the doors opened and a lady appeared with her guards, clapping and apologizing. Noticing that Mr. Wu already had an opponent, he didn't even turn around to look at her, displeased, asking why the head of Liu Shu had come here. Upon hearing this name, Sung Tianxing immediately recognized that it belonged to the leader of the gifts of heaven, not expecting such a meeting. Xu Fei recognized them even with their masks on, twitching, which of course Liu Shu saw out of the corner of her eye, asking what was going on. The man said openly that the two who had destroyed their endless mine were sitting at the table. Sung Tianxing threatened to hit him with his fists, saying that he didn't dare mention it like that, since it was his fault that people died. Sung An immediately got up from the table because he was burning with rage, realizing that the world was small and that today they would have to settle scores with her. At that moment, two guards jumped out in front of Liu Shu, warning the guys that they dare not get close to the leader. To their surprise, Liu Shu told them to calm down and disperse, as there was nothing to worry about. Walking between them herself, she explained that Xu Fei had told her about two heroes who had successfully escaped from the most difficult dungeon. Therefore, on behalf of the Gifts of Heaven Union, she bowed, apologizing for the insult and inconvenience caused. The guys didn't quite understand what Liu Shu was doing, but they decided to watch, since this wasn't the best place for a fight. At this time, the girl offered them compensation if they wanted, because she would easily allow herself to do so. Mr. Wu suddenly stood up from the table, shouting to Liu Shu that these were his guests, with whom he had a very important game here. After looking around the table, she asked what kind of important game it was that he would put his star spirit gem on it. Only becoming more angry with her, the man replied that it was none of her business, now rudely demanding that she and her people leave. Liu Shu took out an hourglass from her inventory, repeating the man's words exactly, because she also decided to play. After a while, girls ran into the casino, and as soon as they entered, they immediately started calling Sung An. Zai Jun, finding him with her eyes, immediately asked what happened and why he called them so urgently. Feng was a little indignant because they came immediately after receiving the news from him, without even having time to wash off their makeup. The girls were met with not entirely kind and pleasant glances, which caused a moment of silence. Sung An didn't pay attention to the girls' appearance, but stood up with a smile and said that he was very glad to see them. Mr. Wu was not happy with this, clenching his fist and slamming the table, indignantly demanding the game, saying that he was already tired of these uninvited guests. Because of his words, Feng quickly realized what kind of games the boys were playing here. Coming closer to the girls, Sung An explained to the man that they were his goddesses of fortune, without of course refusing to play the game. Liu Shu was a little surprised but laughed modestly and said that the room was getting more and more interesting. There were bets from each player on the table, so Mr. Wu suggested that they start, glad that everything was fine with everyone. He suggested, in order not to waste time, to simplify the rules as much as possible by having them play one game. It was necessary to knock out the highest number on the dice. Why did Liu Shu not refuse, only noticing that the man was very self-confident? At this point, Sung An made one request, sitting Feng down in his seat, explaining that she would be playing for him. The girl was perplexed, but realizing that he had made her gamble, she began to brush it off. Zai Jun was a little confused about what was going on, and Sung Tianxing asked if the guy was sure that he should let someone else play for him if he had put his weapon on the line. Turning back to them, Sung An confidently replied that at such moments one must trust the strength of one's comrades the most. Gently stroking her head, he seemed to hint to her about the clover, saying himself that he would not be angry for losing. Such words and actions touched her deeply, honestly asking if he really trusted her so much. Despite this, he slightly forced her to drink the lucky toad oil, which could bring or take away luck, by pouring more of it into her. After this, Sung An turned to his opponents in the game and said that they were ready to start the game. At this point, the servants mixed the dice in the glasses, inviting everyone to check each other's dice to make sure everything was in order. Mr. Wu raised his glass and mentally rejoiced, knowing that his victory was literally a foregone conclusion. Xu Fei leaned towards Liu Shu, starting to whisper something about Wu Liang, the man at the table, wanting to express his suspicions. Only she interrupted him, telling the judge that an examination was not necessary because she trusted everyone. Sung An also stared at them and said that they also had no questions, while Feng honestly felt that there was a catch somewhere. She realized that this feeling was from the man when he suggested that they begin. As soon as the game began, the girls calmly began to shake their glasses, knocking the dice inside. Wu Liang looked at them with a sly smile, thinking about his ability as a businessman, which was created specifically for gambling. He shook his bones vigorously, realizing that victory in this game would ensure him freedom from a life of crime for 3 months. Slamming his glass down on the table, he activated his borrow ability, immediately knowing that he had a winning combination of 3 sixes. Liu Shu also put her glass on the table and said that she was ready. Only Feng remained to shake the glass anxiously, mentally understanding that the oil had not worked, and the feeling of a catch and loss did not leave her. At this moment, Sung An's hand landed on her shoulder, drawing her attention, and he told her not to panic and to think about her ability. The girl seemed to understand what kind of ability he was referring to. Hitting her palm with her fist, Wu Liang wanted to raise his glass, offering to open one for everyone and decide the outcome of the game. Only Feng instantly jumped on him, asking him to wait a minute, grabbing onto his glass. She held him, demanding that the man swear to her that he had not cheated. Greatly surprising him, he threatened her with his fist, warning her that such jokes would not work on him, also asking if she really did not know how to admit defeat. She folded her hands and instantly became polite, apologizing and saying that she was just joking so that the man wouldn't get angry. At this moment, Liu Shu opened her glass, offering to hand everything over to the goddess of fortune, because whoever loses pays. Sung An immediately looked at her dice count, noticing that it was the lowest number, 3, while Zai Jun suspected something. Only Liu Shu giggled and said that today luck had turned against her, and she had lost. Xu Fei wanted to say something, but the girl's sharp gaze instantly shut him up. Opening his glass, Mr. Wu noticed without even looking that luck had turned his way. Lowering his eyes to look at his maximum result, he wanted to immediately boast about his victory. Only when he saw that there were only 2 dice under his glass did he furiously scream that this couldn't be. Seeing Mr. Wu's face, Feng began to laugh, saying that there was no way he could win if he was missing 1 bone. She was the last to open her glass, where she got her best score, shouting that she had won. Only Wu Liang started pointing his finger at her, shouting that she had set it all up and pulled a trick on his bone. Twirling her finger, imitating it before, she asked how it was possible to accuse like that without evidence, because she didn't know how to admit defeat. The man screamed that his victory must be clear and certain, demanding that everyone present be searched. It turns out that Feng handed the bone to Sung An, and while he was standing in the crowd, he quietly destroyed it, losing all the evidence. Liu Shu looked at him with disdain, saying that they had already agreed on everything, and he was too petty to be angry now. Only Wu Liang pointed his finger at her, saying that she was simply in cahoots with them all, as if considering her a traitor. Rising from her seat, the girl left the watch, saying that in the game you need to be able to admit defeat, threatening that if he did not understand this, the casino would blacklist him. Although the man did not want to, he admitted defeat, leaving his magic stone, promising before leaving that he would take revenge on them all. Liu Shu immediately approached the guy with congratulations, calling his catch a huge win. While collecting his items, Sung An decided to ask why she had deliberately given in. The girl called him by name with a sly smile, saying that she knew he was a developer responsible for fixing bugs, but he used them for himself, receiving 2 classes. The guy was very surprised at how she knew this, asking directly, while Zai-jun did not mentally trust this Liu Shu. The chapter only continued that the guy used the bugs to benefit himself, which is why the desired equipment and riches came to him easily. Staring at him, she said that he was the one she had been looking for so long, just like Mr. Wu, calling him a real player. But their conversation didn't continue at this point, and the guy calmly collected his winnings into his inventory. Liu Shu once again congratulated him on his biggest win today, which angered Shufei. Sung-an's team didn't react to them at all, turning around and leaving calmly, only waving goodbye, surprising the man even more that the leader was simply letting them leave. Taking a glass of wine, Liu Shu said directly that she knew that he, as a short-sighted person, would not understand her action, but one day, he would see that this investment of hers would bring a lot of benefits. Shufei only continued that she gave him a valuable item worth $1 billion, reminding him that it wasn't just an hourglass. Only the girl explained to him that in the right hands a valuable item would become even more valuable, knowing that the guy would use it correctly. At this time, Zai-jun stopped Sung-an, reminding him that the leader knew a lot about his past, thinking that she was planning something, just as Sung Tianxing was tense about this, thinking that it was revenge. With a smile, the guy answered them that he himself understood that she did not have good intentions, but since she herself did not argue with them, then they would not start a conflict. They themselves went to the trading point to sell their items and materials, having roughly calculated the earnings from the merchant. Even though Sung-an had received 120 million, he still felt like he didn't have enough, regretting that his greed ability only worked on NPCs. Then, calling the merchant away, he whispered to him that he had a couple more great deals at a big discount. Having shown him items of one of the best classes, the merchant was crazy about it, of course wanting to profit. Waving his hand, Sung-an of course agreed to sell, because now he didn't need these items, and coins are used for everything here. The merchant was incredibly happy, throwing money around and of course buying everything the guy could offer. His group looked at this with a sly grin, because they knew that Sung-an was just cheating this rich simpleton out of money. As a result of the last sale, the guy received as much as 560 million coins. Seeing how happy the seller was with his purchase, the guy realized that he could have gotten more money, but it would have taken more time, deciding that he had already made good money. Suddenly, the system warned him that he had received a letter, and he opened it immediately, trying to remember who could be writing to him. It was Li Zhirui asking him to come to Hadaimon urgently, greatly surprising the guy, because he remembered that he was investigating the invasion. Of course, his excitement about what could happen in the demon zone was noticed by the team, who came closer to find out what happened and who wrote to him. Taking Zai-jun's hand and pulling her towards him, he said that now was not the time to explain, suggesting that they talk about how they would return to Hadaimon. Not even a second had passed before he grabbed Sung Tianxing by the shoulder and activated a long-range teleport that Feng barely managed to grab. At this time, Li Jirui's team was in the abandoned palace of Hadaimon. Nana looked around the building while the boy was busy, noticing that the frescoes on the walls seemed to tell a story of the past, of a princess who fell in love with the ruler of an enemy state. Bai Mu, sipping his drink, asked honestly if she cared about these frescoes, more importantly asking how Jirui was doing. The girl remembered that they had sent a group a week ago to investigate the truth about the demon invasion, but today was the 3rd day that they had not contacted. Then their leader decided that either something bad had happened to them, or they had died when they went here to perform the ritual of upgrading the holy sword. She remembered that Li Jiruya had already sent information about the demon invasion to all the strong players, and they would all come here. At that moment, Sung-an landed near the palace while the others were recovering from the wind. Nana, although not very happy that Sung-an arrived first, conveyed that the leader was busy now and they should wait. Bai Mu immediately ran up to the team, greeting Zai-jun especially joyfully, shouting that he missed her very much. While the girl was a little embarrassed, Sung-an began to ask matter-of-factly what happened to the people in the demon area. Nana was displeased and did not want to answer, saying that he would receive all the information from the head. Li Zhijuya immediately stood next to her, but answered Sung-an that the guy was right in thinking that something had happened in the area. Only when the guy's gaze fell on the sword in Li Jirui's hands did he realize that he had leveled up a lot. The divine sword has indeed become different in appearance and stronger, and its rarity has increased. The leader continued that something had happened to their deputy, Sha Qi, suggesting that he and his team had died. Sung-an didn't even believe this thought at first, staring at Li Zhirui in fear. Looking down, he couldn't say anything about it, only reminding that he, as one of those who fought the demon, should understand what this meant. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, as if with respect to the deceased, and said directly that they had definitely met a demon and were killed. Clenching his hand into a fist, Lee Jaruya reminded that their time had become shorter, thinking that the demon army had already come to this world. Now the boy agreed to Sungan's plan to take a defensive position here in Hadamon, saying that he had already sent out messages to everyone. Extending his hand, he also reminded him that he would like to invite both him and Zaijun to join the Raiders Guild. Only Sungan shook his head, saying that he no longer fought alone. He had his own guild. 0. Hearing this information, Lee Jaruya was slightly surprised that the guy was able to do this. Nana was also surprised, asking him outright how he had founded a new guild so quickly. Zaijun herself confirmed that this was true, and they already had almost 50 people, although not very famous, but very friendly, which upset Bai Mu, because he wanted her to join his guild. Although Lee Jaruya was surprised, he praised the guy, because he honestly didn't expect him to change so much. After looking at the guy's level, Sung-an honestly said that he thought the same thing about him. At this moment, Liu Shu also came to them, apologizing for both disturbing them and for them being a little late. Sung-an immediately recognized the girl while Zai-jun was asking what the leader of the Gifts of Heaven Union was doing here. From these conversations, Lee Jaruya realized that they were acquainted, and suggested that they not waste time on introductions. The girl immediately looked at Sung-an, honestly saying that she didn't expect to meet him so soon, explaining that she was also here to help the leader of the raiders with the demon invasion. Her presence did not please Feng at all, which is why she asked a little rudely what she, a speculator, could do if not give money to the demons. Only Liu Shu effectively answered her that war is expensive, and it is naive for the girl to think that being a warrior is enough to defeat an army of demons. Her answer infuriated Feng, who wanted to say something, but Zai-jun shut her mouth in time, asking her to be silent, and told Liu Shu that she didn't mean to say anything bad. At this time, the head of the union had already turned to Sung-an, reminding him that the hourglass she had lost to him could soon come in handy, since it had a time labyrinth effect that sped up time in it by 20 times. She continued to explain to Sung-an that this item cost her a lot of money, as she had to spend 1 billion, so she asked honestly if the guy would not deceive her expectations regarding himself. Although he felt awkward, he nodded and mentally understood that she was right, and the item would be very useful when the demons came. Even though he thought that the girl might have sealed someone in this watch to destroy him, he still extended his hand to her, offering to become comrades in arms since they were in the ranks of the opposition to the demons. His goal was to find out her true goals, to which Liu Shu explained that she was investing in something that would give her more benefits, thinking that the demon invasion was simply a test of the game, by passing which they could find out the truth. She wanted to live on, to complete the game and thus become its winner, a little frightening with her enthusiasm. Lee Jaruya asked them not to suspect each other now, otherwise they would not be able to unite and pass the test. There would be no future. Sung-an then approached him, honestly asking about his plan, since he decided to gather everyone here. Opening the map, he explained that they had too little information about the army, suggesting that they prepare for the worst. He assumed the worst-case scenario, that the demon army was already assembled, and he called everyone to unite and defend the city wall. He put his hand on his heart and explained that this was so that other players would not be harmed, because selfishness should not prevail in survival. Only Liu Shu was not very impressed by such an honor for ordinary people, only looking at the guy with displeasure. Zaijun honestly said that she would help the resistance army, saying that she had the potential to be a leader. Li Zhirui liked this very much, saying that he would definitely help her but would not lead her, while the girl asked Sung-an about the plan, embarrassed by the guy's attention. Then the leader of the raiders looked at Sung-an, reminding him that although they had little information, he had a blade against demons. The guy thought about it hard, realizing that he himself had no other ideas to offer, even though he didn't like the plan. But Liu Shu raised her hand and asked what he would do, while Li Zhiruya knew that simply defending himself would not be enough. The girl suggested that since they had no information about the demon army, they should send some volunteers to explore the demon area. With a sad sigh, the leader gave up on this idea, because there was already an incident with Sha Qi who went there. Only Liu Shu continued that even if they did not return with useful information, there would be fewer casualties and their own realizations of how quickly the demons were moving. Sung-an did not accept this idea of sacrifices, as long as the girl believed that in war only players were of use. She wanted to suggest ordinary people, but Feng didn't let her finish, shouting that Liu Shu was also of no use, suggesting that she become cannon fodder. While Zaijun was calming the girl down, Lee Jirui asked Sung-an's opinion on the union leader's proposal. He honestly said that he did not approve of what was said at all, but if they only defended themselves, they really had less chance. He understood his idea, reminding him that Shachi had failed in reconnaissance, which meant they needed a strong and trustworthy player. Suddenly, he said one idea, greatly shocking everyone in the palace. He confidently looked at them and said that he himself would go to the demon portal zone. Bai Mu and Nana immediately said that this was unacceptable, especially since he was the organizer of the resistance. He couldn't be risked. Even though he had the highest level in the game, Sung-an also did not approve of the idea of his sacrifice, because only he could unite everyone. Lee Jirui's team immediately tried to go with him, but he was against it, because he didn't want to sacrifice his people. Staring at him, Song-an once again mentally acknowledged that Liu Shu was right, and if the leader was willing to sacrifice himself, then he also needed to think about everyone. Therefore, he suggested that Lee Jirui go himself to find out what the demons were doing. Nana and Bai Mu didn't believe his words at first, but they were glad that their leader would stay with them, while Lee Jiruya clearly didn't expect such words. Now Zaijun and Feng were outraged, because he had promised them not to leave alone, but Sung Tianxing had immediately suggested going together. Liu Xiu was also against it, saying that she didn't give him the hourglass so that he could act like a hero. Looking at her a little disdainfully, the guy explained that he valued his life, but he was a strong player with trust. He asked everyone if anyone had the ability to travel long distances like him, while Lee Jiruya tried to say something. Only Sung-an did not listen to him, only proving more that he was the one who could survive surrounded by demons. At this time, on the volcano Lunsi, the demon Moloch worshipped her master, telling him that at his call, the army had gathered. The leader inside the volcano began to speak, saying that although the army had been assembled, he still had one unfinished business. He said that the birth of 8 devils is also needed, because unlike the creation of an army, it is the birth that is accompanied by the death of life. Having said that she must exterminate all living things, Moloch was happy to take on this task and complete it right away. She showed the eye her new ability due to absorbing the player, summoning shadow leopards next to her. Only the eye answered that she was the devil of gluttony, but now he does not need her, but the one who is capable of killing people en masse. That is why a new devil appeared from the mouth of the volcano, saying that the ruler needs her. Stinginess. Standing on the stones, Moloch said with disgust that she, Botus, was a vile viper. Only she, laughing, crawled closer, saying that when a bird attacks a poisonous snake, the snake ends up swallowing it, teasing Moloch. It worked, why the devil of gluttony is called on the hand of his claws, offering to check. The Lord distracted the girls by saying that Botus must lead an army to the lands where people live, destroying everyone along the way. Moloch just snorted, thinking that she would have been better off turning away from Botus. The girl, with a sly smile and sticking out her tongue, happily said that everything would be done. At this time, Sung-an decided to use the Star Spirit Stone to improve his bone blade. His improvement caused quite an earthquake, leaving many confused and off their feet. Only by covering his face did Lee Jiruya explain that this was how heaven and earth reacted to the creation of a maximum-class weapon. Bai Mu couldn't believe that someone had obtained such a cool weapon like his, while Nana immediately realized that it was Sung-an's doing. With a glass of wine, Liu Shu looked out the window, watching this bright creation of a weapon, realizing that the stone had finally been put to good use. With a sly smile, she mentally asked the guy to use the hourglass wisely. At this time, the creation of the improved blade was completed, and Sung-an received one of the most powerful weapons. Looking at it, he realized that all his skills had improved, and a new one had appeared, which he decided to try in the investigation. At this moment, the Zero Guild approached him, and a dissatisfied Sun Yue said that they had to chase after him for a long time. Holding his blade in his hands, Sung-an of course greeted all his guys with a smile. At this moment, Sun Yue began to approach him, only becoming more and more angry and dissatisfied. At that moment, he simply jumped up from his seat, grabbing the guy by the jacket, saying that Zaijun had already reported everything, asking why he decided to act alone. Feng also picked up on this, as did a bunch of other people from his guild who came to help. Sung Tianjing also opposed the solo fight, suggesting that they go together. Sun Yue only became more furious, shouting that he was simply an irresponsible leader, behaving so willfully. Sung-an chuckled and couldn't believe that they had all come to convince him that he had people who cared about him. Only after taking Sun Yue's hand and pulling it away from him did he convey his deep gratitude to everyone for their concern. But then his face took on a serious expression, explaining that he could not take everyone with him. Sun Yue took his words as an insult, directly shouting, were they all really a burden to the guy? The girls were more upset at this time, because it seemed to them that he had crossed out all their previous efforts. In an instant, Sung-an shouted out that none of them were a burden to him, saying this with the utmost seriousness. In his mind, he was prepared to risk himself so that they would be protected, saying that he did not deny their efforts. His opinion was unchanged, telling Sunyu that no one would go with him, no matter what the persuasion. Zaijun and Feng tried to stop the guy somehow, calling him over to do at least something, but he only waved his hand at everyone so that they would not say anything, reproaching them that if they considered him a leader, they would not go with him, telling them to work hard here. Despite them, with some pain in his soul and regret, he still firmly said that this was his order. Sun Yue no longer tried to persuade him to go together, only asking how he was going to cope alone, if even in the last battle with the demon he had a team. The guy didn't even turn around, answering that now he had become stronger, instantly closing all the questions. Only at parting did he turn around, waving his hand to everyone and promising that he would not lose to the demon again and would return here alive. A moment later, Sung-an had already successfully teleported to the area of Mount Longxi. Looking around, he immediately noticed that the land had become different, not understanding what had happened to it, because it was completely barren. Immediately behind him, a strange smacking sound was heard. Turning around and grabbing the blade, he asked who was there. Not far away sat a group of people, eating something in the center, all together, chomping loudly. Looking closer, the guy couldn't figure out what they had, only noticing their ragged appearance. He noticed that his blade didn't react, which meant that those people weren't demons, but there was a vague feeling from their bodies. Shouting louder what they were doing here, Sung-an attracted the attention of one of the crowd, but no one answered him. A moment later, the man opened his eye, glowing green, growling angrily, holding something in his hand. Because of this, Sung-an realized that they were no longer living people, as the entire crowd instantly pounced on him, trying to grab him. The guy didn't believe that this could be the work of demons, but now he wanted to calm them down so he could think about everything. Jumping higher, he used his black smoke ability on the entire crowd, blinding everyone. While the people lost him from the crowd, he landed behind one of them, asking him what he was and what happened here. Only he calmly turned his head around his neck, staring at the guy, frightening him with this. Because the zombie tried to grab him, Sung-an realized that the blindness had no effect on him. In an instant, he used his blade, cutting the man into pieces, noticing how his strength had grown. The only thing that didn't make the crowd any smaller was the fact that Sung-an jumped towards them without relaxing. Using his demonic execution ability, he quickly dealt with them, finally stepping onto the ground. His strong blow knocked everyone down, noticing that they were ordinary people, but something happened here. So Sung-an looked at the mountain where all the demons should be, thinking that it was their doing to turn people into zombies. His intuition told him that there was something terrible among these mountains, realizing that the demons had already descended. At this time, in the village of Balafo, a boy begged the snake to spare him, trembling and crying. Botus squeezed him with her tail, noticing that people are very fragile, and when their lives are threatened, they immediately ask for mercy. She promised that the guy had nothing to worry about because his life as a person would end, but a new one would appear. Looking at his neck, she invited him to meet her new race, hissing with her tongue. After biting, she released him as the boy simply fell to the ground, frozen, while Botus licked her lips. After a while, the man stood up, but completely different, flashing his green eyes and growling. He noticed a crowd of people immediately heading towards them while everyone asked him, Yandi, not to come closer because his appearance was now frightening. Only Yandi no longer had his own mind, becoming a zombie and immediately attacking his former acquaintances, wanting to eat them. Botus watched all this, licking her fingers and laughing loudly. Only then did she receive some kind of signal that someone had managed to destroy her charges near the ruler. At this time, Sung-an decided that since his blade was not responding, that there were demons nearby. Then, he should climb to the top. Something hissed sharply behind his back, coming closer, and the blade began to shine, indicating that there was a demon next to him. Now the system informed Sung-an that the one standing before him was Botus, one of the 8 devils who turns everyone into another species that obeys her. His blade was shining brightly because it was close to the demon, causing the boy to tensely await the attack. He realized that he had a familiar feeling now, realizing that she was just like the demonic dragon he had met before. Hissing with anger, Botus asked how the man had managed to bypass her intelligence and get here alone. She knew she had destroyed everything in her path, until Sung-an pointed his blade at her, saying that he saw no point in talking since she was a demon. So, he explained to her that they were enemies, jumping lightning fast towards her. Only Botus snorted contemptuously, saying that he was simply ignorant if he had the audacity to provoke her by summoning a magic ball. In an instant, he flew towards Sung-an, who managed to dodge, noticing that it looked like a laser bomb from a demonic dragon. At that moment, he suddenly summoned his black smoke, a little surprised that the devil said that everything around him had gone dark. Realizing that the ability had worked on her, Sung-an swung sharply from behind, trying to inflict more damage. She did not expect at all that the man's blow would be able to harm her. Why did he suddenly feel pain? She screamed, not understanding how this was possible. With a sly grin, Sung-an explained that his blade was created to fight demons like her. Turning sharply, saying that he was her best, she hit him with her tail, only noticing how the guy covered himself with a blade. As he looked at her, he realized that due to her self-healing, he couldn't see her attribute panel, thinking that the demon couldn't take fatal damage. Summoning her orbs, she asked where he was running off to, until Sung-an realized that this demon was causing him more of a sense of oppression. Thinking that Botus was blinded and he could escape, the guy honestly asked himself if it was worth retreating while tearing apart her shells. He remembered Lu Shu, realizing that she was right when she said that with the current information about the demons, they couldn't win. Standing confidently before the devil, Sung-an decided that since he had promised, he would definitely find out everything, even if he had to fight Botus. Noticing that after her balls there was no body or sight of the guy, the girl still felt his energy, ordering her creatures to get him. At that moment, zombies emerged from underground, saying that everything would be done fairly. At this time, Sung-an was in the safe zone, realizing that they were obeying her, meaning she was truly one of the 8 devils. Now he understood that she had a special ability to turn people, making him more convinced that she needed to be finished off. After drinking the cure for everything, he began to open his zone, which appeared behind Botus, forcing her to turn around. At that moment, Sung-an pointed his gun at her, shouting that this was his true power. The blow was of insane force, leaving behind a pile of dust, due to which he could only see the direction of the demon. Blowing smoke from the barrel of the gun, the boy decided that only ashes remained of the demon. Unfortunately for him, when the dust cleared, he saw a figure rising, realizing that it was not dead. It turns out that instead of a demon, an eye appears, which has accumulated power in itself, restoring Botus, who was furious with the man. She had previously absorbed life energy, which saved her, until Sung-an was upset to learn that she had not died. She, stretching her neck, now told the man that devils appear and live thanks to life energy. This meant that as long as her servants were alive, she would be able to be reborn an infinite number of times. Now Sung-an realized that she was literally feeding on the blood and flesh of all her subordinates, who were ordinary people. Botus was furious, calling for stronger attacks as the boy wondered if there was any point in continuing the fight if the devil could be reborn. Having fought off and cut off all the attacks, he decided that now he needed to get out, and then think everything over carefully. Noticing the boy's strength, Botus hissed and shouted for him not to think about running away, ordering her servants to attack. Zombies immediately appeared from all sides, surrounding Sung-an, trying to grab him and carry out the order. He had nothing to fight back as the zombies closed in, surrounding and capturing him. At that moment, Botus's balls flew at him, deciding to take advantage of the moment to free themselves. He jumped back instantly, noticing that she was so desperate that she was attacking her own servants. Not even a moment had passed before Sung-an looked up and realized that a stone was flying towards him at full speed. It turned out to be a hammer unknown to him, holding it back with a blade while Botus sent her ball behind his back, saying that she could always recreate the servants. Bouncing back, the guy fails to completely avoid the collision, but still takes damage. Realizing that if he stayed here he might die, he instantly teleported away, gasping for breath. Sung-an was extremely lucky that his teleportation finished recharging and he managed to survive with only half his health lost. Laughing evilly, Botus asked him what had happened, whether he really wanted to use the gun again, suggesting that she first kill the demons and servants. Unfortunately, the guy understood that if everything continued like this, he would be at a dead end, trying to find another way out. Looking at the crowd that was running at him so furiously, he honestly began to think about an unused bug that could have turned the tide of the battle. Botus didn't give him time to concentrate, demanding that her servants not give the boy a chance to attack suddenly. Looking at them, Sung-an quickly realized that it would be difficult to fight off such a crowd. Although his forest blessing didn't work on the barren soil, he used his merchant ability to create a wall of ice blocks around it. This did not stop the demon, on the contrary. He only demanded louder that the army attack, because this man must be dealt with. Before the servants had time to rise into the air to attack from above, they were met by Sung-an's blade, simultaneously breaking a few boulders. Only after making the blow did the guy realize his stupidity. Immediately noticing that Botus was aiming at the unstable wall, He instantly jumped to the side, but the wall managed to withstand the blow, saving his life. This made Botus incredibly angry, not believing that people could be so fast and evasive, only making him more irritated. This only made her shoot more while she thought that this guy was more dangerous than the others because he had a special attack against demons. At this time, the zombies tried to attack Sung-an, but he quickly used the tower's construction to go up. Looking down and realizing the scale of the enemy's numbers, he realized that no matter how rich he was, he would not be able to constantly buy materials. Therefore, watching Botus closely, he decided to wait for a convenient opportunity to get closer to the boss and kill her. Sung-an deftly jumped over the tower fence, simply running towards the demons. Only at the very bottom, to intimidate the enemy, he used his black smoke, blinding everyone. Luckily for him, it worked on all the demons, thus distracting their attention. While they were at a loss and the zombies were blindly following them, Sung-an cut through the entire crowd with a powerful blow. His blade managed to reach everyone, almost instantly cutting them into pieces, having already told Botus that he would simply kill all of her minions. Clenching her fist in hatred, the girl tried not to get close to him, because she understood perfectly well what was on his mind and what plan he had against her. So she summoned two demons named Arnold and Sina behind her, who obediently waited for their release. Although Botus was confident in their abilities, she still decided to add some unique ones to them. Although they became her minions, they remained the leaders of the demon army, without losing their influence and as if reborn. At this time, Sung-an was a little distracted by the destruction of the demon army, realizing that there was simply no end to them. Suddenly, something thundered behind him, and he turned around out of the corner of his eye to see what it was. A fist of an unknown monster immediately flew at him from the smoke, before he even had time to understand anything. Realizing that there was no way to dodge, the guy tried to stop his blow with his hands, feeling how strong the demon was. He tried to escape by teleporting, when an unknown person grabbed his leg, squeezing it. Sung-an couldn't believe that this big guy was literally keeping up with the speed of teleportation, intercepting him. Immediately, this demon brought him down to the ground, hitting him hard with his back, without holding back his strength. The blow had a stunning effect on the guy, which is why he lay on the ground, recovering from the pain. Only the monster did not wait, wanting to finish him off. But suddenly a yellow shield appeared next to Sung-an. It turns out that he had activated the unwavering loyalty effect, which is why all the fatal blows were blocked. Deciding that this was the game's chance, he instantly rose from the ground, jumping onto the new enemy with his charged blade. Even though he managed to dodge, Sung-an still decided to use it, since it was his turn to attack. In an instant, the unknown was enveloped in sparkling lightning from the blade, growling in pain. Only despite the fact that the guy managed to wound him, the monster's body quickly recovered, managing to resist him. After throwing Sung-an back, he didn't understand why he was recovering so quickly, and why his demon hunter blade wasn't working. But while he was thinking, the enemy did not give him any respite, quickly catching up and at full speed wanted to pierce him with a horn. Trying to deal damage from a distance, all of his attacks with the demon hunter failed to work, doing no harm to the brute. The system kept writing and writing that the target could not be identified, which is why Sung-an began to think that in front of him was not a demon, but a mutant. Without having time to think about anything, the enemy did not allow him to come to any thought, constantly attacking. While he was watching Arnold, another shadow flashed behind him, giggling maliciously. Thinking it was that big guy, he lost his guard a little, turning around trying to find him. Only instead of him, another enemy descended from the sky, almost touching him with his blade. Having managed to figure it out, Sung-an grabbed the blade, sending the enemy to the ground with a sharp blow. Now two enemies unfamiliar to him were in front of him, while the guy was a little glad that he managed to avoid serious injuries. It turns out that there was poison on the dagger, which is why he was poisoned when he touched it. Only now he felt how his eyes grew cloudy, and his body did not listen to him. It was a paralyzing poison, why unable to stand on his feet, Sung-an fell down, trying to keep himself conscious. Botus watched this with pleasure from the sidelines, praising Sina especially for her moonvine poison. Even though Sung-an was unlikely to be able to fight, the girl asked Arnold to finish him off just in case. The brute agreed without even thinking, approaching the guy to carry out the order. Looking up at him, Sung-an understood that this was his end, because he had neither the strength nor the opportunity to save himself. Before his eyes, he only saw Arnold swinging and already close to his face. Suddenly, someone's figure stopped his fist, standing between the monster and the guy. The savior turned his head for a moment, asking Sung-an if he was okay, calling him friend. At that moment, Sina tried to jump on him from behind, shouting that they, the gnats, should not barge into what was none of their business. But she was also beaten to it, because behind her the girl, clearly a friend of Sungan's savior, had already pointed her katana at her. She said that stealth was clearly not her, the demon girl's signature skill. This made her incredibly angry, so she grabbed her dagger and knocked the katana away. Even so, the unknown heroine managed to wound her, which is why Sina growled about what disgusting little people they all were, promising to skin them all alive. At that moment, the guy shouted for everyone to attack together and destroy the demon army. With his weapon, he pushed Arnold and Sina back into the distance as the girl stepped forward, leaving Sung-an under cover. From the same direction from which these two emerged, a crowd of people flew out, agreeing with the guys and attacking the enemies. The demon army was a little stunned as they watched a crowd of people run towards them out of nowhere, not understanding what to do. People took advantage of their confusion, immediately attacking them, wishing death on everyone, all the while saying that the Datan Guild was moving forward. At this time, Sung-an watched this from the side, mentally not knowing where they came from, because he himself did not expect that help would come. It turns out that half an hour ago, these same people were walking around this area, studying what happened here. The girl then asked if there was any news from Lee Jarui, noting that it was already clear that the invasion had taken place, ruining the lands here. At this time, some people began to complain to the head, this guy, that they were not feeling well, offering to leave. Only this made him even more angry, because he saw that they were simply chickening out, asking where their fortitude was. In an attempt to justify themselves, everyone suggested that this would simply be a strategic retreat, and that revenge could wait. The leader slapped his chest and said that he would not join Lee Jaruya when he promised to become the first among the players and the best boss. At that moment, the girl interrupted his sentence, staring into the distance and saying that someone was approaching. Summoning his sword, the guy came closer to her and asked who exactly, a demon or a human, was coming here. The girl herself began to take out her katana, admitting that it was still unclear to her. But the energy was that of a strong being. It turns out that at that moment, Sung-an moved to the barren lands, but at a great distance from them. The smoke from his teleportation reached the people, which is why the leader suggested hiding and watching before finding out who it was. He glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye, briefly calling her Xian, to which she immediately understood what he wanted from her. She began to use her ability of the zone of unprecedented shadow, which created a space that hid people and objects from any detection. With this shadow, the people came closer to the stranger, while he also looked at how barren the lands had become. Why everyone decided that this was a man. Deciding not to rush, they continued to watch as a real demon came for Sung-an, which greatly surprised the leader. He watched with admiration the fight between the unknown guy and the demon, what kind of blows he used and what, wanting to know who it was. Xian watched this more calmly, noting that the boy might well be able to defeat the demon. They saw how Sung-an almost managed to kill the demon with a pistol, but she managed to absorb a lot of life energy before that and did not die. The leader was very surprised that after such a blow, the guy was unable to finish off this demon, realizing that he would have problems. Soon, Bodis called on Arnold and Sina, which only made everyone more convinced that the guy was in trouble. Thinking that it was worth intervening, Jian immediately upset the leader that they were not at all equal to the demons to fight against them. But the guy didn't listen to her, saying that Li Jaruya would clearly not approve of such behavior, and he, Lu Tong, would lose his honor. So he left the area that was hiding him, running to help Sung-an, shouting for him to hold on. Clutching her head, Xian couldn't believe that they had chosen such an impulsive leader, since they would also need to come to the rescue then. Back in our time, Luton stood in front of Arnold as he furiously beat his chest. The leader believed that the demon was teasing him there, asking if he really wanted to measure his strength with him. He summoned the golden personality of the deity Hercules, which increased his strength for a few seconds. Sung-an looked at this radiance in surprise, not believing that this guy was also awakened, just like Li Jaruya. Now Luton teased and provoked Arnold to attack him, offering to find out who was stronger. Before he even had time to approach, the guy swung his sword, cutting the demon across the stomach. While his sword was attacking, he shouted for his attack to increase 20-fold, which it did. The demon was a little shocked by the blow, as Luton again lowered his sword onto his head, now increasing the power 40 times. Leaning on his weapon, he explained that he had observed demons and knew how fast their regeneration rate was, but not always their strength. Only Sung-an was more stunned by his power, remembering that unlike Li Jarui, his quality increased his strength. While Arnold was pinned to the ground, Sina told him to hold on because she was going to save him. At that moment, Xian appeared in front of her, telling her to take care of herself first. Just after swinging her katana, using a chokehold, the demon screamed that she couldn't see anything, clutching her face, closing her eyes. Xian said that she wasn't finished with her yet, jumping closer to her with a sharp jump. A moment later, she walked behind the demon, leaving her covered in cuts from her katana and using her new ability. Sung An watched her closely, his mouth open in shock, even admitting that she had a powerful technique, realizing that he had never heard of them. At this moment, Lu Tong turned his attention to him, asking if he would just sit there, asking if he was here from Li Jerui. Rising from the ground, Sung An introduced himself, mentioning his guild, and also asking who they were. After introducing himself, Luton immediately noted that he clearly hadn't heard of him or their guild, since they only had 16 people in Datan. The guy also added that their guild got its name from the university where they studied, so Sung An realized that their guild was made up of classmates, while Lu Tong asked not to underestimate them, because they had unique knowledge. Extending his hand to introduce himself, the guy continued that they immediately understood the essence of the game, deciding to gather their acquaintances so as not to bring problems with their popularity, but simply to survive and finish the game. Shaking his hand in return, Sung An said that he had a similar goal, while Lu Tong asked if he had a plan to deal with the army. Clenching his free hand into a fist, he said confidently that yes, he had an idea. Remembering his hourglass, he only explained to Lu Tun in a riddle that when hunting thieves, you have to start with their leader. The entire Datan Guild team fought honestly against the demons, helping each other. Botus didn't like this at all, looking with horror at the people who were about to destroy both her army and her two strongest minions, Arnold and Sina. She was already unhappy that one guy almost killed her, so another girl joined him. She especially didn't like Luton, realizing that all these players were stronger than usual. While the people were busy hunting her army, she decided to quickly slip away to report everything to the master. Suddenly, Luton appeared in front of her, asking if she really hoped to escape, clenching his hand in a fist, calling on his ability. Having received a strong blow from him, the snake flew off to the side, where his friend Xian was already waiting for it. She jabbed her katana at her with sharp and quick movements, blinding Botus. While there was time, the demon tried to recover quickly in order to survive. As the boy shouted for Sung An to use everything he had, it turns out that the girl managed to immobilize her, which is why, having teleported behind the demon, he thanked them, promising to do everything. At that moment, he activated the hourglass, causing everything around them to disappear, creating a labyrinth. Botus immediately began to try to get out, to which Sung An upset her that this time labyrinth cannot be passed from the inside. She was suddenly surrounded by some red lightning, causing a bad feeling, to which she began to scream that she could not stay here. Only Sung An's plan began to break down because something outside the labyrinth knocked down the hourglass. Looking around, he saw a shadow leopard, remembering that Sha-Chi had one. At this time, Luton tried to resist one such beast, trying not to let it get close. However, these animals were intangible, which is why he couldn't do anything with just his hands. As soon as one of the leopards dissolved, the guy felt something unpleasant, instantly shouting for Xian to turn around. It turns out that another demon, Moloch, appeared behind the girl, greeting the people with a sly smile. Before Xian could do anything, the demon struck her with a ghostly sword using Sha-Chi's ability. The girl didn't have time to dodge, which is why all the damage hit her body, causing insane pain. Out of fear for his girlfriend, the guy wanted to run up, shouting her name. Because of the attack, she was completely unable to move, which is why Moloch, taking her by the throat, introduced herself, not letting Luton get close to her. Smiling slyly, looking at the stunned guy, she keenly noticed that she was one of the 8 devils. At this time, Sung An's hourglass stopped working, and he heard their entire conversation, realizing that this devil was using the abilities of the people he encountered. The Datan Guild also did not remain idle, trying to get rid of all the demons until one of them fell. His partner immediately ran to his aid, asking him to get up, because one mistake could kill them all. Despite the dedication to their people, many were already tired of fighting the army, hoping that the leader would soon find a solution. Only Luton was now ruled by hatred because Moloch kept his Xian close to her. He tried to unexpectedly quickly run and strike her, increasing it in advance several hundred times. Only the devil, with some ease, covered herself from him with one hand, while continuing to hold the girl with the other. Even though she managed to avoid much damage, she was still surprised by what happened. From the smoke, an angry Luton once again demanded that she let go of Xian, only looking at her more ferociously. Snorting and squeezing the girl's throat even tighter, Moloch praised the guy for how strong he was. She licked her lips contentedly and said that she would do it a little later, after she had swallowed his girlfriend. Covered in scratches, Xian was covered in a magical red aura around her, still quietly screaming in pain. What stopped her was that out of the corner of her eye she noticed Botus lying on the ground. acutely noticing that she was simply in an insanely miserable state. Somehow coming to her senses, the snake only heard the contented laughter of Moloch, who mocked her as if she had not come here, she would have died. Pleased with her joke, the demon only added that she would have come here anyway, because those who dared to invade the place where their master rested had only one thing in store for them. Having finished in a special voice that death awaited everyone, she lightly cracked Xian's neck, causing her to no longer make a sound. Luton was simply horrified as he watched Moloch easily kill the girl. Unexpectedly, Sung-an teleported away, managing to snatch Xian from the demon's hands in seconds, moving away to a distance. Looking at the dying girl, the guy with a sly smile said thanks to Milk for her cruelty, because now he has access to the bug. The girl didn't even have time to realize how her victim ended up with another person who appeared out of nowhere. Sung-an also introduced that he uses a bug called the game is not over yet. Looking at her hand, Moloch did not understand what was happening, because after breaking the man's neck, she had a strange feeling. At that moment, Luton ran up to the guy to find out how Xian was and whether she was breathing at all. Carefully handing her over to the boy, Sung-an warned that she would not receive any damage for 10 minutes. But what pleased Lutuna most was the fact that the girl was alive, just temporarily unconscious. Looking at Sung-an, who was standing next to him and smiling, Lu Tong did not hide his shock, asking how this happened. Sung-an did not hide the fact that when creating the game, they made a bug that prevented the player from dying if he walked away from the computer. He explained that intentional killing of a player is considered to be a situation where the opponent is stronger than him in level or when there are more than 3 enemies. If the player does not resist for a minute, and the damage is 0, the system considers this an attack on a player who is not there. For such cases, the player gains health regeneration and invulnerability, and the attackers are punished. The punishment was to return all the damage that the enemies had done to the player back to them, which is what happened to Moloch. Clutching her neck, the demon admitted that they had taught her a lesson again, which only made her angrier. Looking at Botus, she suggested that they join forces, until the snake furiously replied that she could handle it on her own. At this time, Luton listed that his awakening mode had ended. Xian was seriously injured, and his guild people were very tired. Unfortunately for them, there were now 2 strong opponents, realizing that if they really united, they would have big problems. Before Luton could finish his thought, Sung-an interrupted him, saying that they would not fight, but would run away. Despite the surprise, the guy was still more angry, saying that they would not be able to solve the problem by running away alone. Summoning his blade, Sung-an asked the leader to run with his men to the foot of the mountain so that he could use one method to drive away all the demons. Luton, of course, did not trust him, saying that by showing his fearlessness he would not do anything, offering to take a risk together. Only Sung-an was already attacking the demons, asking them to simply trust him, promising that he would be with them in 5 minutes. The guy didn't even have time to ask what his plan was, but hugging his girlfriend tighter, he resigned himself to the fact that there was no other choice. At that moment, Sung-an brandished his blade and rushed towards Moloch and Botus, while they decided that he had chosen suicide. Botus was the first to send out her waves, but the boy confidently and easily dodged them. The demon's eyes lit up, calling upon his army and ordering them to detain him. At this moment, a wall of different demons became an obstacle in front of Sung-an. Only instead of running or dodging, he said that he was waiting for them, smiling slyly. With his blade, he literally cut them down, activating the demon hunter, leaving the army and Botus in the thick of the explosions. Before he could rejoice, the shadow of a bird flashed behind him, and Sung-an quickly realized what it was. In an instant, Moloch used shadow movement, noticing that humans had very useful abilities, wishing death on the guy. He only had time to turn to the demon to realize how much trouble he was in. Without having time to dodge, Moloch's claws literally passed through the guy's body, sending him back to the ground. As they fell, the demon began to use her absorption ability, causing insane pain. Despite this, Sung-an managed to gather his strength and grabbed his blade to wound Moloch with his soul mark ability. Having barely turned away from the strong blow of the blade, she was still very irritated that the guy managed to wound her. Taking her hand away from his body, pushing him away from herself, the girl thought that he was acting too stupidly. While trying to heal herself, unfortunately, she started to have a strange voice in her head that kept her distracted by it. Because of this, she couldn't even move, asking what kind of ability the guy used on her. Having landed on the ground, even having immobilized one of the main demons, there were still a couple of problems left. He was immediately surrounded by the girl's henchmen, advancing at full speed to attack. At this time, Luton listened to the boy, taking his men and running away, only praying that he really had a way to escape. Despite the crowd of demons, Sung-an, on the contrary, was only glad that they were all attacking him together. With a sharp turn around himself, he managed to hit every enemy using his execution ability. The demons who were on the sidelines of all this stared at the guy with their mouths open in surprise and fear. It turns out he was illuminated by a bright light until the system could calculate all the damage he had just done. Seeing that Sung-an had no fear at all, Bodis thought that he wanted to use his strong ability again, deciding to get ahead. Summoning a huge magic ball, she sent it towards the guy, thinking that he would not be able to escape. Moloch thought the same, expecting that he would run out of mana and simply die, but her face twisted in fear. Before her, Sung-an himself soared into the sky, swinging his blade as the demon realized his end. Finally, he said that thanks to his boss, who squeezed every last drop of juice out of him, he quickly finished all the code, which is why the data was lost. Only Moloch didn't understand what he meant, and she shouted out to find out what he was getting at. With a sly smile, Sung-an explained that the amount of damage he could deal with his blade would be around 100 million. Now, all the damage that the system did not have time to digest is here, and he will transfer this blow to the demon. Only before Moloch realized that she could not survive such an amount of damage, she decided to run away. Then Sung-an disappointed her that his soul mark was tracking, and no matter where she went, all the damage would still hit her. This hopeless situation made the demon very angry, shouting that this was some kind of madness. The guy added with a sly smile that his soul strike also increases damage. The blade was already sparkling from all the damage it had taken, while Sung-an asked with a sly smile if she would be able to recover from that. Moloch looked at him with horror, realizing that she clearly had a huge problem. Only the guy added with a smile that his blow would be enough to kill not just a demon, but even a god. Everything around only began to shine more brightly in blue, frightening Moloch even more. At that moment, Sung-an directed all the strength and power of his blade at the demon's head, barely holding his weapon. Even though the girl knew she couldn't escape, she tried to somehow avoid it in order to survive. Milk's body wasn't even visible from the light, just a shadow that slowly dissolved as she screamed and howled in pain. The skull swallowed her, and the black hands pulled her into its mouth, all the while telling her to disappear and rot in a nightmare. The skull immediately disappeared along with the demon, and Sung-an sank to the ground a little relaxed, hoping that after this she would not be able to be reborn. Now he had a moment to rest, realizing that the fight had exhausted him, and he no longer had any trump cards. Just one look at all this from the outside scared Bodis, thinking that this guy had more tricks up his sleeve. At the same time, this made her furious, not understanding how they, one of the 8 devils, could not destroy a person, not wanting to accept defeat. She shouted at Moloch to come to her senses, because their master did not allow anyone to lose. Only at these pathetic attempts to get his friend back did Sung-an look with a smile, saying that it would be a gift, the pain of losing a comrade, to all the demons. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to fight, the boy began to use his ability to quickly move while Bodis kept a close eye on him. Looking back at her with an evil expression, Sung-an said that he already had enough information about them. Why humanity would fight back. At that moment, Bodis promised that she would take revenge on him personally, catch him and turn him into her henchman, wherever he was. Only Sung-an was already flying away from her, having conveyed that the same thing should happen to her, and that at the next meeting they should decide who would live and who would die. At this time, the people from the Datan Guild shouted to their leader that they were already very tired and could not run. Luton clearly didn't like this, but he still stopped, remaining very gloomy. Gritting his teeth, he blamed himself for just running away with his tail between his legs, regardless of whether his comrade would survive. His team heard this very well, which is why one guy said that they couldn't do it any other way, especially since he himself volunteered to stay. Carefully laying the girl on the ground, he still continued to swear that how could he become a great commander, having chickened out at the decisive moment. Although he was comforted by the fact that he had comrades with whom he fought side by side, at the same time, he took an oath to protect all people, which he did not fulfill. Looking at his hand, Lutong admitted that he didn't have the courage to go and meet Li Jerui, nor did he have the courage to remain the leader. Turning to his men, he sternly told them to take Xian and leave, and that he had to return, even if he had to die. At that moment, Sung-an teleported to him, saying that there was no need to return anywhere, especially since no one would blame him. He especially emphasized that the guild leader, Datan, had done everything in his power, asking not to blame himself. Only Luton couldn't answer him, staring at him in shock, not even knowing what to do with his thought anymore. Sung-an broke the silence, trying to cheer him up, because if it weren't for his people, the guy wouldn't have survived the first battle. Grabbing his hand, Luton asked him, without hiding his curiosity, how he did it. He He didn't understand how the guy managed to escape from being surrounded by a bunch of demons and 2 high-level devils. Now curiosity overcame him, wanting to know how he had managed it, demanding to be told everything in detail. Sung-an scratched his head, suggesting that they first get to a safe place, since it was still dangerous here. The boy agreed with him with shining eyes, because he believed that he was strong, and therefore right. At that moment, one of the guys from the Datan Guild approached Sung-an, asking him not to pay attention to their leader, because he always strives for strength. When everyone calmed down a bit, he laid out the information that the snake-like devil had the ability to turn people into her minions. Because of this, he wanted as many players as possible to know this. When at that moment, Xian came to her senses, saying that she had a question. Clutching her head, she added that they had no way of notifying everyone, and even if they found out, not everyone might believe it. Rising from the ground, continuing that it would be difficult to gather everyone together, Luton was just once that the girl came to her senses. Sung-an really thought about her words, but he still insisted that everyone should know, because he didn't want ordinary players to become their enemies. Xian didn't try to convince him otherwise, only warning him to do everything possible, but fate would decide the rest. Asking which city would be closest to Lijiruya on their way, Lutong was the first to shout out the city of Manches. At this time, Bodis had already climbed the volcano and stood frightened next to her master. The eye was clearly furious upon learning the entire situation, causing fear in its subordinate devil. The voice asked if the girl really just let the guy get away without chasing him, while she made the excuse that she was afraid of dying. The eye only became more angry, calling her cowardly and untalented, until she actually told him that the player's abilities were too superior to hers. After trying to justify herself further by saying that she only wanted the best, the ruler doused her with lava, forcing her to fall to the ground. The last thing Bodis added was only that the death of Moloch proves the strength of that man, as her figure appeared from the lava. Before she could rejoice that her master had resurrected her, to her horror he said that her soul was sealed and would not awaken, and that was why he could not save her. Returning the devil to its mouth, the voice only noted with displeasure that there would be no use for milk. However, he thanked the snake for gathering enough life force so that he could create a new devil. This time he promised himself not to make a mistake, as the shadow of a new devil appeared in the fire. Bodis immediately recognized her as the master ordered her to collect life force, and the new minion would do the hunting. He brought the demon Bayman to her senses, ordering her to use her sword to destroy anyone who would interfere with him. At this time, Sung-an and the Datan Guild were already standing in front of the gates to the city of Manches. There were 3 figures standing in front of them, one of whom was clearly the commander. Despite Sung-an's smile, Xian and Lutong were a little tense at this meeting. Having gathered his strength, the head was the first to break the silence, waving his hand, wanting to say hello. Before he could say anything, the girl turned her head away and began calling him a rude man and a worthless person. Now Sung-an was also worried, not understanding what kind of strange reaction this stranger had. A man who looked like a merchant entered the conversation, shouting that they didn't care where they came from or why, but they wouldn't let them into Manches. Out of awkwardness, everyone stood silently, looking at the representatives of the city of Manches. After exchanging glances, one of the guys approached the leader, asking him to say something instead of just standing there. Gathering his strength, he agreed with his partner, believing that since he was the leader, he had to prove himself. But before Luton could say anything, the merchant immediately shut his mouth, saying that their city did not welcome them, strangers. Because of this, all the determination of the guy left him, staring at them in surprise, not knowing what to answer. Because of this, he felt like a terrible leader, having fallen mentally in his own eyes. Then Sung-an entered the conversation, explaining that they had come to tell them about an important thing concerning people's lives. The girl immediately answered him that if they came to tell them about the demon invasion, then they could not waste their energy. The guy was very surprised that she was saying that. Why did Xian decide that they had already been informed? Agreeing with her thought, Sung-an honestly asked why they didn't evacuate the people then. The girl threw up her hands and said that they had no reason to run away, because Manchesa had a growing population and was full of resources. Moreover, she was confident that they had a combat-ready army that would clearly be able to resist. She believed that their city was the best place, and they would never become vagabonds, because Manches could not fall. At this point, Luton simply lost his temper, hearing this nonsense, shouting that this girl was simply a witch, thirsting for the suffering of the inhabitants. As the team held the enraged leader, Xian took up her katana, asking if their army would be able to withstand the demons. So she used her shadow space to literally disappear while Sung-an tried to calm everyone down. The commander immediately decided that things would be bad here, and ordered everyone to protect Madame Diana. Of course, the army obediently advanced towards them, shouting that they were obeying. Suddenly, Xian's voice next to Diana noticed that they were too slow, startling her greatly. It turned out that she was already standing behind her, pointing her rope at her shoulder, not allowing her to even move from fear. Noticing her, everyone was now horrified, both the commander and the merchant and his entire army. She angrily asked if this was really their most capable army, when no one had even come close to defending Lady Diana. Xian said sarcastically that this army would not be able to protect them from demons, let alone from her, a weak woman. The girl looked at her fearfully out of the corner of her eye, asking what she wanted, promising to give her anything. At this moment, the commander came to the defense and fight, demanding that Xian release Lady Diana, otherwise they would not leave this place. Now her guild also came to the girl's defense, shouting that the commander should not even dare touch her. At that moment, Sung-an teleported between them all, stopping this, saying that they did not come here to fight. In this way, they simply tried to convince them that their army and strength would not be enough to resist the demon army. Xian put her katana back in place, only sighing sadly that it was useless to talk to them. Mrs. Diana, still frightened, looked at the girl with her eyes, as well as running her hand over her neck, trying to make sure that her neck was okay. Having laid down his sword and bowed to them, the commander thanked them for their good intentions, but also said that they could not leave Manchus. Before he could finish speaking, the merchant interrupted him, remembering Sung-an, who had sold him a bunch of equipment of almost the best class, as the guy remembered him in response. The commander, not believing it, asked if it was true that Shason had bought a mountain of equipment from him. Then, the merchant noticed that a person who could give away so many things at once was clearly not simple, offering to evacuate the residence in exchange for one thing. Before he could finish speaking, Sung-an did not believe that they had anything more valuable than the lives of the townspeople. At this point there was silence, during which all three exchanged glances with their own. Only later did Shasan interrupt her, deciding that they could tell everything. Coming closer to Sung-an, he explained that the people of Manchus were rich because a meteorite fell from the sky there at the beginning of the game. He didn't even immediately believe what was said, asking again what kind of meteorite it was. It turns out that the fallen multicolored meteorite formed special stones next to itself, which the residents began to sell, because they were needed to improve weapons. That is why they do not let their residents out of the city, so that no one reports this source to anyone. The commander added that they originally created the Order of Knights for the same purpose. Now, Sung-an understood where the merchant got so much money to buy all the equipment from him. Continuing the story of this gift from heaven, Shasan said that with a small probability, a very expensive crystal could have appeared. It was a star spirit stone, which was very important for upgrading weapons to the highest grade. Finally, they told everything, which is why the merchant asked if they understood why they did not want to leave. Realizing that this was a source of unlimited wealth, Sung-an asked if they were willing to give it up now that they had revealed their secret. The commander and Mrs. Diana were simply horrified when they heard such an idea from the guy. Then Sung-an reminded them that if they left the land, they would simply lose it. But if the demons broke into the city, they would lose their lives, as well as the fact that the meteorite would be theirs. He suggested evacuating everyone and destroying the meteorite, which made Mrs. Diana very angry. The commander stopped her, asking her to remain silent, while the merchant agreed that the guy was right, that they would like to leave the quarry. Luton also joined the conversation, not believing that he seriously wanted to destroy the source of the buff for all players. She and herself did not agree with this, but suggested that they simply discuss it together first. Clenching his fist, Sung-an couldn't believe that they were so blinded by greed when they themselves knew what it was like to fight demons. After thinking for a while, the chief nevertheless agreed with the guy's thoughts, deciding that it would really be better for no one else to get this meteorite. Xian encouraged them that the crystals would be worthless if they died, deciding to use them against the demons. That is why very soon they headed to the meteorite quarry, where many crystals had formed around it. With sadness, Shasan directed the people with his hand, saying that this is where the source is located. Leaning down to look at the crystals, Sung-an immediately didn't believe that hard-to-reach resources would be scattered all over the place. As soon as the team saw this, they immediately saw what they had previously needed so much. The leader did not allow anyone to approach the crystals, angrily telling them not to dare touch the resources of their fellow countrymen. Cheyenne herself sat down next to one huge crystal source, admiring its beauty. For this, Luton grabbed her by the belt, saying that his words also concerned her, dragging her to the side while the girl complained of pain. Shasan awkwardly asked if the guy really wanted to destroy it, asking for at least a day to collect at least some of this resource. Sungan said that they would lose the land, but they would save the people, so there was no time to wait. At this time, chaos was happening in another city, where people were running away from something. In the sky stood Shi, the devil Baiman, looking down on the people as they tried to escape. Xiaoyuki woke up on the beach to the sound of someone calling her loudly, realizing that it was some vague memories. A little boy appeared before her eyes, asking what was wrong with her. Had she fallen asleep? Taking her hand, the boy said that she had been asleep for a couple of days, suggesting that she get up and collect shells. Only Xiao Yue looked at him with surprised eyes, not understanding who he was and where he was taking her. At that moment, something flew over them as the boy called it his mother's airship. Holding the girl's hand as the transport landed, he happily said that someone had come for them, and that they would now leave here. Only in her mind did Xiao Yue try to understand why she remembered that look of anticipation in his eyes so well. She immediately came to her senses from the voice of the master, ordering her to obey, lifting her from the lava. It was already getting dark outside when Sungan sat near the fire, deep in thought about something, staring at the ground. Luton approached him, handing him a soda and asking why he was so absent-minded. Taking the jar, the guy looked at what it was, and simultaneously replied that old memories had simply come flooding back to him. The head of Datan also opened his jar, noting that he could not imagine what Commander Hussein was going through now, since it was not easy to evacuate the entire city at once. Sung-en noticed that although half a day was a short period of time, the guild team was clearly taking advantage of the opportunity by pointing towards the meteorite. It turns out that the guys were digging around looking for crystals at the time, bragging to each other about their finds. Seeing this, Luton was simply furious, clutching his drink and shouting that he said not to touch the crystals. The one who found the crystal noted that they were going to destroy them anyway, offering to collect just a little bit. At that moment, another of his partners came to the leader, shouting that he had asked him to find a level-up stone, and he had managed to do it. Because of this, Luton himself blushed and felt ashamed, trying to justify himself that nothing like that had happened. Soon, Shasan appeared behind Sungan, saying that they had already prepared everything, and almost all the residents were ready to leave. Rising from his seat, the boy suggested that he persuade the rest to save themselves. Luton grabbed him by the shoulder, not believing that he planned to save literally everyone, while Sung-an did not understand why he had to abandon the rest. Behind the merchant's back, Mrs. Diana herself said that it would be useless, because they didn't have enough authority, which meant that they definitely wouldn't listen to some guy. Although unhappy that so many people remained, as many as 4,000, Luton convinced him to face the truth. Their conversation was interrupted by Xian, who said that she had finished setting up explosives near the quarry. Sung-an conveyed that everyone had tried very hard, but now it was time to leave. As soon as they moved to a safe distance, the meteorite immediately exploded, raising a huge amount of smoke around itself. At this time, Commander Hussein was helping to evacuate the city with his army, hurrying the people. Looking around the crowd, he mentally understood that almost everyone in the city had gathered here. At that moment, he heard a sharp rustling sound behind him, outside the window, and wanted to turn around. Before he could even take a good look, his eyes widened, looking out the window and at what was in it. Trying to save himself, he didn't even move as a strange beam pierced his body through and through. Falling to the floor, trying to communicate what happened, Bayman had already flown into the room, holding her sword and heading towards the commander. The army also saw her, but they watched motionless, realizing among themselves that it was the enemy. Despite the blow and pain, Commander Hussein tried to get up to take his sword and defend the people. His attempts were instantly rendered useless by one blow of the devil's sword, falling to the ground again. Looking at the body that lay before her feet, the demon only said that the massacre had begun. People themselves saw that other demons began to creep through the window, warning everyone about it. Many did not have time to defend themselves or escape, falling into the hands of enemies who immediately tried to kill them. The knights, instead of defending their people, only ran away cowardly and stuttering. The devil, with her sharp movements, did not allow any of them to escape, wounding each one with a quick sword. A second later, a portal of Xian appeared behind her, jumping out at the demon with his katana. And in front of Baimen appeared a guy, Luton, awakened by revenge and wanting to hit her. Only the girl was in no hurry to do anything, looking first at Xian, then at Luton. When they almost got close to her, she instantly soared into the air, which is why they almost collided with each other. Having managed to stop, the chief asked if the girl was okay, while she was worried about the fact that they were late. Commander Hussein was dead and his army was destroyed, but Xian didn't believe that the demons had gotten here so quickly. The man lying in front of them begged them for help, stretching out his hand and screaming that he did not want to die. Luton couldn't just watch the townspeople suffer, so he ordered his guild to protect ordinary people and save as many as possible. Of course, his team Datan obediently agreed with the order, immediately rushing into battle. Bayman returned to the ground to them, mockingly asking if the ants were really after the tree. She promised that no matter how hard people tried, today everyone would die charging the attack on them. Luton took the blow, summoning a shield and standing firm. Despite his strength as Hercules, the boy was afraid he wouldn't be able to cope, because this devil had simply enormous power. While he was barely holding on, Xian shouted at him to be careful, because the devil was behind him. Only when he turned his head did Luton realize with fright that the demon was approaching him, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Sung-an moved to their rescue in time, using his demonic execution ability. A mysterious black circle formed around both the boy and the demon, while Luton was a little confused. Touching the leader's shoulder, the guy teleported them out of this circle, apologizing in advance for being late. In parallel with the execution, he used black smoke on the demon, blinding her. Sung-an stood and watched her, knowing in advance that he would have to study what skills she would have. Xian ran up to Lutong worriedly, asking if he was sure he was okay, while the boy warned Sung-an that this demon had a strange sword. Only he confidently took out his blade, saying that he had already killed a demon, and this one would not be a hindrance. Closing her eyes, Bayman surrendered to her feelings, realizing that the new guy had a specific energy, very warm. Only after teleporting behind her did Sung-an say that he didn't have any warm feelings towards them, the devils. In an instant, it was as if her vision had returned, dodging the guy's attack at the speed of light. With her sharp movements, the devil Bayman not only blocked Sung-an's attack blindly, but was also able to inflict damage on him. Barely getting to his feet when she hit him, the guy did not immediately realize what kind of pain was tormenting him. Only later, when he fell to his knees and cleared his throat, did he realize that the demon had managed to touch him. Xian and Lutong looked at him worriedly, asking how he was doing. Barely opening his eyes to this girl, he could not understand how she managed to pull thousands of daggers out of him in an instant. Raising her weapon up, Bayman said that despite all their efforts, everyone would be dead today. Her eyes still couldn't see, but she clearly sent her attack at Sung-an, saying that everyone would turn to dust. Her strange ability almost literally wanted to envelop the guy, which made it impossible for him to dodge. Before he could even comprehend anything, Luton appeared before his eyes, blocking and taking the entire attack on himself. Summoning his ability, increasing damage with the power of Hercules, he began to accumulate power in his hand. Xian noticed this, trying to bring her leader back to his senses by calling out to him. Only Luton was serious, his eyes glowing with all the power he had in his hand, only continuing to increase the damage. He seized the moments and fought off the demon's attacks while shouting at his friends to retreat and run away from here. Unfortunately, the guy didn't last long, and after using his tactics a couple of times, he felt like he was falling off his feet, breathing heavily. In an instant, he lost his senses, and before Sung-an's eyes, he simply fell to the ground, face down. Xian immediately ran up to him, screaming for him to come to his senses as the boy stood in front of her to protect himself from the demon. Sung-an knew that if he had fought back, he would have clearly died, but Luton had simply lost his creation. Looking at Bayman, he realized that every blow she struck dealt damage to his mind, as the black smoke had already cleared. He noticed this too, preparing for the fight, while he understood that he simply had nothing to defend himself with, even trembling slightly. At that moment, the devil, unexpectedly for him, simply soared into the air, leaving it a mystery what she had come up with. Looking more closely at the guy, she said that now she could see everything clearly and perfectly. Only Sung-an hoped that she wouldn't attack, joking that perhaps his warmth had charmed her. Bayman didn't appreciate the joke, only nodding her head that he was clearly not the same person, just a similar energy. Because of this, she waved her hand to the sky, holding her sword, and whispered something like a spell. The sky immediately lit up with bright red and pink, as the system called this attack 3,000 moments. The sight of this vivid spectacle filled Sung-an with fear, but he could not do anything, not even move. So the devil easily told him to die, directing her beam at him until the guy decided not to resist. Thinking that people could not escape from this, suddenly someone called him loudly, and when he opened his eyes, the Datan Guild was in front of him. They happily said that he had finally woken up while Sung-an was still unaware of where he was. With a sad look, Luton reported that they had escaped from Manchus, although the losses were considerable. Now he turned his attention to him, saying that he had been unconscious for 2 whole days. Looking at his hands, Sung-an immediately assumed that the crown had saved him from the fatal blow, but how the others had managed to escape was a mystery to him. Luton told him that Commander Hussein had sacrificed himself to save them. It turns out that the man was still barely alive, but sitting on his knees in front of the demons, he did not let them go. No one came near him, because for some reason everyone around him was frozen, just watching him die. With tears and a smile on his face, Hussein happily remarked that as long as he lived, he would hold them all. Bayman suggested that he not endure these torments, but on the contrary, join them, because Bodis could turn him into a henchman. Only Hussein did not even listen to her, saying that his abilities would work as long as he was alive, and they would not go away from this. With a little pity, the demon noted that he was just a man without food or water, with serious injuries, who would not last here. The commander did not even listen to her to the end, saying that it was enough for him to simply let his people escape in order to fulfill his duty, confident that his sacrifice would not be in vain and the people would defeat the demons. At this time, his men were already crossing the Lane Plain, approaching the castle tiredly. Everyone felt terribly tired, but no one stopped yet, not even Song-an. Luton looked at him, realizing that the journey was still long, suggesting that they rest, since they had been without sleep and rest for too long. Xian also agreed with him, especially since many people were injured and it was very difficult for them to walk. But Song-an sternly replied that they could not stop before reaching Hadimon, for the demons might follow close behind. He said that they didn't have long to go, giving them a landmark that when they crossed the Sunset Mountains, they would already see the castle. In Hadimon, Baimu happily ran into the room, offering Zaijun a drink. Only Feng got really angry with him, saying that for the sake of decency he should knock on the girl's room door. Baimu accepted this claim with laughter, indignant that they didn't invite him. Jaijin said with a smile that they girls just wanted to gossip together, while Feng rudely added that it was none of his business. Only after hearing about the gossip did the guy become even more animated, asking who they would gossip about, because he also wanted to listen. But before he could get close, someone's hand landed on his shoulder, squeezing it slightly. It turns out it was Nana, who angrily told him to get out of here. Therefore, with great force and speed, she threw him into the open window, so that he was no longer visible. Holding the mug, Zaijun awkwardly remarked that if the girl liked Baimu, it would be better to confess, since everyone could see their special connection. Blushing all over, she began to deny that no one likes such a guy, and he only calls her pink-haired. Then Zaijun began to teach her that secret love is the most useless thing. Then you need to tell everything at once. Only Nana didn't immediately listen to her words, immediately changing the topic to who she liked. She didn't hide the fact that back in the guild she saw how the girl took care of Sung-an, while Zaijun blushed terribly, not answering anything. Laughing contentedly, Nana noted that if they had love, then it was clearly mutual, because it was clear from the guy that he cared about her. Only Zaijun did not accept this, immediately saying that she was simply worried about him being alone forever. Nana still confidently asked, smiling slyly, why then she didn't worry about other people if they were also lonely. At this moment, Baimu burst through the door, dissatisfied with what he had just heard. Nana immediately shook her fist at him and warned him that she had not ordered him to return, especially since eavesdropping was vile. Only Baimu was concerned about something else, urgently conveying that he had come here to tell him something very important. Having said that it was about Sung-an, Zaijun was the first to react, listening to him attentively, afraid of hearing something terrible. It turned out that he and a bunch of people were now standing in front of the gates to Hadamon. Sung-an immediately introduced himself to the guards and said that he had 30,000 men with him, asking them to open the gates. Only the head of Liu Shu stood on them, while the guards confirmed that it was a guy waiting for an order. Looking down on everyone, the girl demanded that no one be allowed in except Sung-an, which greatly angered everyone. Crossing her arms over her chest, she explained that the boy's mission was to gather information about demons, not to save people. He tried to explain that the situation was now extremely dangerous. The demons were approaching, asking to open the gates and discuss everything in person. But Liu Shu stood her ground, because the castle's defense was on her, so she would decide who to let in. By this time the girls had climbed onto the wall, and Zaijun was the first to run up to see the guy. They were incredibly happy that he was safe and sound, wanting to quickly find out what information he wanted to know, not understanding why they were not allowed in. Dissatisfied, Liu Shu rudely replied to them that it was actually her responsibility to decide matters of defense, not them. Feng was extremely indignant, immediately calling the girl a sneak, while Nana pointed out that just because Li Zhirui wasn't there, didn't mean she could do whatever she wanted. While they were dealing with Liu Shu, Sung-an was just incredibly happy to see his girls, and Lu Tong was hooked that Li Zhirui was not here. Nana explained that he had gone into seclusion, initially thinking that he was refining his holy sword, but it should have ended by now. For some reason, he just never returned, which is why Liu Shu decided that only she could raise the banner of Hadaimon. she set him a condition that he could enter the castle, but only alone, which of course did not suit him. Feng didn't understand why the chief was acting like this, demanding that they answer for this, because there were ordinary civilians there. Looking at the wounded people, Liu Shu only roughly explained that war has no time limit and resources are limited. Why the more people there are, the less they can fight because of food supplies. So she asked who was more concerned with resources, the players or the civilians. Why the girls actually thought about it, even if it was cruel. Liu Shu only continued that ordinary people would get in their way, and what was important to them now was victory. Xian, drawing her katana, suggested that they had little time for persuasion and that she could speed things up. Only Sungan sharply waved his hand, almost shouting no, stopping her. He said with a serious face and a rough voice that he would go himself. At that moment, he teleported to Liu Su on the wall, asking with his sword if she could stop him from doing something with their Heaven's Gifts alliance. At that moment, the guards became active, telling each other that no one would allow the guy to approach the leader. Noticing that the one with the power, that is, him, was the one in charge here, the guy called Zai Jun, Feng, Nana, and Bai Mu to him. Noticing such activity, Liu Shu immediately asked what he was planning to do. Coming down to the floor with them, he calmly replied that it was nothing, because he simply wanted to protect his people from her. Since they were not welcome here, they would simply find another place for themselves. Bai Mu himself agreed to this proposal, firmly answering for everyone that they would follow him. Liu Shu already knew that she was in trouble, but she still asked who would fight the demons if they left. With a serious face, Sungan reminded that she was not the one in charge here, that it was she who needed them, and not the other way around. Almost through her teeth, she hissed for the gates to be opened, and the people below rejoiced in their new safety. Lowering her head, she said with displeasure that Hadamon would only be able to feed such a number of people for a month. Sungan merely rudely said that it was not for her to teach him what war was, demanding that everyone gather at Hadaimon's imperial palace so that he could tell him what he had learned about demons. All of Sungan's acquaintances gradually came into the hall, happy that he had returned. Brother Nan and Sung Tianxing were especially happy that he was able to conduct an investigation. With a smile, the guy happily invited them to come over and sit at the conference table. Only Gigi, not holding back his emotions, ran up to him, hugging him and crying that he missed him very much. Out of embarrassment, Brother Nan tried to pull the boy away, telling him not to whine. Feng herself felt embarrassed for him, though she asked him not to make a fuss, while Zai Jun laughed awkwardly. Hugging Gigi, Song An waved his hand at Sun Yue, asking if he was angry with him yet. Waving her hand, Zai Jun answered for him that it was better to drop all these quarrels, because they were together, which meant that all difficulties were within their power. Sun Yue waved back, noting that he had never been angry, and only embarrassedly asked him not to take risks again. During the campaign, Sung An sincerely missed them, which is why he mentally decided that while they were together, he would protect them to the last. But, having collected his thoughts, and made sure that all his people had come, Sung An announced the beginning of the meeting. The only thing is, he turned to Nana, asking if her Li Jiruya had arrived. Bai Mu immediately intervened in their conversation, saying that the guy had told him that he needed to be alone with himself and asked not to be disturbed. Of course, this made the guy incredibly angry, which is why he decided to head to the main hall of Hadamon to find out what the leader was so busy with. Having opened the doors, he immediately, almost shouting, demanded to explain why he was sitting here in the current situation. Only Li Jirui's eyes lit up with a bright light, sending his sacred sword towards the boy. His sword was shining with yellow lightning, which is why Sung An didn't immediately realize that there was a weapon in front of his face. A guy had already approached him from the other end, calling both his appearance and his words very unceremonious. Sung An looked at the sword in front of him, wondering if this was really a new greeting. Pulling his sword back to his hand, Li Jiruya immediately began to say that he knew about the guy's questions, but he had a lot of things to do right now, asking for time to explain everything later. Only Sung An was furious, because the guy was chosen as the leader, and he seemed to be hoping that someone else would lead the people into battle. Li Jiruya said that he still knew what it was like to fight devils, but against 8 who would have a large army behind them, they simply didn't have a chance. This only made him more angry, not understanding why the leader chose to surrender without fighting. Approaching Sung An, he replied that he did not plan to give up. On the contrary, he had a plan to get out of this impasse. Only the guy was still angry, not believing that he had come up with this plan while sitting here all this time. Li Jiruya shook his head, asking the boy to just trust him, even if it was the last time. Sung An immediately felt some suspicion, because he had not had time to tell him that there were 8 devils, why Li Jirui, extending his hand, only asked to trust and fight shoulder to shoulder with him. Sung-an slapped his hand away a little roughly and apologized, saying that he wouldn't trust such a mysterious person as the chief. Lee Jaruya understood him calmly, only lowering his eyes and not answering. The guy simply turned around to leave, waving and warning him in advance that until he told him anything, he would not believe him. He only believed in those in the hall who had gathered to resist, so he looked back at Lee Jaruya and added that the choice to join them was up to him. Soon he returned to the meeting room, where all the people continued to wait for him. Before Chinan and Bai Mu could ask about the leader, Sung-an said that they could not count on him. Of course, his partners were very upset that Sung-an himself did not rely on their friend. But Zai-jun cried out worriedly, trying to understand what had happened to the guy. Her indignation was supported by Liu Shu. Because Lee Jaruya was their leader, they would not be able to fight without him. Sung Tianxing himself noticed that their leader had gathered everyone together, but he himself had not come, which is why the question of who would lead the battle worried them the most. Sung-an interrupted all disagreements by hitting himself on the chest and saying that they would be united without him. Brother Nan, of course, supported him, because only by uniting everyone can they survive difficult times. Exhaling with relaxation, Zai-jun supported them, as did Feng. Unexpectedly, Sung-an turned to Liu Shu, immediately apologizing for all the disagreements between them, but firmly said that she was suitable for the role of leader. The girl didn't even believe his words at first, asking him to explain what he meant by that. Then the guy explained that they were in the same boat now, and she clearly knew better than anyone and was suitable for the role of captain. Before the girl could even say anything, he appointed her as head, if no one else had any other suggestions. Liu Shu was genuinely surprised that the guy suddenly started treating her so well, but she didn't say anything against it. Now that the issues had been resolved, Sung-an began to tell the information he had received. The only thing was that he hurried everyone to prepare, because even now an army of demons led by 8 devils were heading here. Later in the evening, a large crowd of people gathered around the fire, deciding to drink to the fact that they were there. Bai Mu and Chinana came to them with great enthusiasm, asking permission to join in and have a drink. Luton glanced at them with a slightly displeased expression, because he knew that they were members of the Raiders Guild. Only Feng and Zai-jun were already calling them over, of course agreeing to them joining. Nana said with a smile that it was impossible to sleep on a night like this after the horrors of the guild leader Zero, which is why they came here. This caused Sung-an to scratch his head awkwardly, admitting that he was the cause of everyone's insomnia. Nana immediately started by saying that their guild would like to apologize, since their leader had gathered everyone, but nothing more. Only Bai Mu interrupted her, suggesting that everyone just drink calmly without unnecessary conversations. Sung-an did not risk drinking alcohol. Only the joyful one understood that he had nothing to fear as long as his friends were with him, because he was no longer alone. Suddenly footsteps were heard behind him, and before he could turn around, Lee Jaruya immediately asked him for something. Everyone was in complete shock when they saw the leader of the raiders in front of them, especially the members of her guild. Bai Mu and Nana immediately ran up to him, happy that he had finally come out to them. But Lee Jaruya immediately said that he could not spend the last time with them before the war. Moreover, he clearly said that he did not come here to drink, but on business, and only to see Sung-an. The guy was in no hurry to turn around to face him because he still didn't trust him, asking why and what the matter was. On the second day, all the people were fast asleep after drinking alcohol, as was Feng, only hearing someone's screams in the distance. Before she could wake up, sitting down on the ground, the girl could not understand why Zai-jun's voice was trying to wake her up. Still yawning, she looked around for the girl, conveying to her that she would like to sleep some more, since her head was spinning badly. At this time, the guys were standing on one of the watchtowers, noticing something in the distance. It was only later that they realized that real demons were approaching Hariman Castle. Brother Nan was the first to anxiously send his partner to quickly go and tell everyone. He himself looked at that army with fear, realizing that the demon invasion had begun. Inside the castle, panic immediately began among the civilians, who immediately tried to save themselves and find a safe place. Feng finally came to her senses after seeing the demons, immediately asking Zai-jun what to do. Bai Mu and Chinana were still sleeping, but when the screams around them only increased, they reluctantly woke up, trying to figure out what was going on. Feng turned around to look at them worriedly, shouting for them to quickly gather with them, because the invasion had begun. The couple realized faster, not believing what they had just heard, asking what they should do. In response to their questions, Liu Shu shouted for everyone to remain calm, demanding that everyone go to defend the entrances. Zai-jun wanted to approach her and ask something, but the leader shouted that she, as a strong player, should already be in battle. Don't pay attention to her now. The girl glanced around quickly in search of Sung-an, thinking that he had run away. Zai-jun herself remembered the guy, a little worriedly wondering where he could have gone again. At this time, Sung-an and Lee Jerui teleported near Longxi Volcano. He said that according to his information, the one who creates all the demons was on this mountain. As they headed up the mountain, the leader asked if he remembered exactly why they had come here. Sung-an also looked at him, saying that he knew, adding that this was the last time he would trust him. 6 hours ago, Lee Jaruya approached him about something. The point was to tell the truth about the demon invasion and explain how to deal with them. Sung-an, of course, valued this information very much and became interested in what Lee Jarui had learned, so they moved away from the camp to a fairly safe place and got straight to business. Lee Jaruya also didn't hide anything, immediately asking the guy if he knew why demons had such an unlimited ability to recover. Sung-an answered honestly that the reason itself was not clear to him, but the demons were created from the life energy collected from people. Then the leader blurted out that this energy was the whole point, that it didn't just appear out of nowhere, because they had been maturing since the very beginning of the game. It turns out the game exists to get rid of all living things, and when a player died, a demon was created in his place. Sung-an immediately didn't like where he was going with this. Not believing that he was suggesting that they hide and play cat and mouse, Lee Jaruya sighed sadly and said that they would have been able to avoid this at the beginning of the game, but now it was too late. The guy was too impressed and nervous, demanding more clear and direct answers from the boss. It turns out that there was some invisible creator behind the game, and to get out of this dead end, you need to find out who is above. On the mountain, dissatisfied with the boredom of the guards, stood the devil of jealousy, Cilios, making fun of his partner for choosing a terrible form. From the dome of the monster came the devil of lust, Sidi, noting that beauty could not be explained. Cilios immediately refused to argue with her, because he was already bored standing here guarding the master. Sidi assessed this choice of guards more highly, believing that the ruler trusted them the most. Cilios didn't share her opinion, because they weren't the strongest of the devils, which clearly angered her. She immediately asked if he was talking about Bayman, to which the guy explained that she, unlike them, was not created by the Overlord. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden explosion near the Lord, realizing that someone had invaded them. Cilios immediately assumed a fighting stance, ordering the unknown to show themselves. Its echo reached the guys perfectly, who calmly walked through the wall they had broken through. The devils also arrived at the scene of the explosion, noticing two figures, which is why City decided that they had come to the right place. Before they had time to notice each other, the guys immediately split up, deciding that Sung-an would go for the bottom one. With all his rapid speed, he approached her, striking at the same moment. City herself noticed that the man was incredibly fast, barely dodging the strong blow. However, Sung-an managed to hit her on the cheek, activating his abilities so that City felt pain. Now she realized that it was worth keeping a distance from the enemy, taking the form of a jaguar. Despite this, Sung-an easily catches up with her using the soul mark, raining down a bunch of attacks. The girl only managed to quickly turn into the form of a worm, absorbing all the damage and screaming in pain. This was her special survival trick, quickly assembling herself into her own shape from the cut pieces. The guy immediately saw through her ability, becoming more attentive to what she could do. But Sidi also became more attentive to him, realizing that she had been too careless. Sung-an immediately headed towards her, noticing that the last devil who lost to him said the same thing. At this time, Cilios was telling that he had recently been dissatisfied with the fact that he had to stand guard and not kill people, being glad that people had come here voluntarily. Lee Jaruya noted that the devil's existence was meaningless, promising to send him where he belonged. A yellow light shone around him, summoning the golden personality of the god Odin, which improved all stats for 3 minutes. With a satisfied grin, Cilios noticed that the guy had awakened his golden personality, which meant he was one of the chosen ones. This only provoked him more to kill, considering it his advantage before the master. It turns out that he, too, was once one of the chosen people, pointing his sword at Lee Jarui. Rafaela, flying happily, noticed that the birth of the demons was complete, that the master had succeeded. Leaning on his hand, the man himself noted with a smile that although it took a long time, it was worth it. The cat was also incredibly happy that his plan to destroy the world was beginning to come to fruition. Only the man decided that he was not finished yet, without closing the creation programs. Rafaela saw this and immediately asked if they really needed to create more demons. The creator immediately reminded her, since she had forgotten, that they had another very important identity card. Only now did it dawn on the girl, as if in fear, asking if he really meant this. The man's eyes sparkled as he said that the final appearance of the demon leader was Lucifer, and only his appearance would mark the end of the game. At this time, one of the devils flew up to the castle, immediately jokingly noting that she had won the jackpot. She looked happily at the running people with a smile, literally enjoying such a sight. But before she could rejoice for long, a huge stone turtle jumped from the sky to the ground, laughing loudly. Another devil sat on her, saying that Annie was not the first to find this wonderful place. The she-devil was very angry when she saw her friend Volus, cursing that he had destroyed her play area. Only the man said that it was all the turtle's doing, because he couldn't control it while it was thinking about murder. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, while Volus laughed that people had gathered here together to be trampled by him. The noise attracted Lu Shu, who turned around to look and ask what happened in that direction. Xu Fei looked at her with fear, replying that it was all the devils who were able to invade the city. Lu Shu couldn't believe it, angry and unable to understand how several thousand troops and fortified walls had fallen so quickly. A guy ran out of the smoke saying that he didn't understand what had happened, but everything happened very quickly. While they were talking, Annie managed to fly behind the leader, whose flapping wings the girl heard. She decided that since Volus had captured everyone's attention, she would take on the assassination of the leader. Summoning her ability on her hand, she didn't give Lu Shu a chance to dodge her claws. He managed to save the girl Sung Tianxing in time, accurately shooting an arrow into her attacking hand. Annie immediately found this archer with her eyes, not thinking that reinforcements would come running so quickly. The guy, without saying anything, simply started shooting at her, but the devil said that it was nothing, easily dodging. However, before she could do anything with the arrow, Sung Tianxing shouted out the activation of the spatial boundary. At that moment, the arrow literally moved behind her back, aiming straight at her head. Annie didn't have time to understand anything, because she thought that people were weak and had useless abilities until the arrow passed through her head. Just as the arrow finished its journey, the devil woman was caught in Bai Mu's teeth, shouting for Zai Jun to attack. The girl appeared right there, swinging her scythe at Annie. Her blow literally slammed the demon into the ground, telling her not to underestimate humans. These blows were not enough to kill Annie, which is why she was angry while regenerating, considering these wounds a trifle. She immediately extended her hand towards Zai Jun, saying that it would be easy for her to crush everyone here. The girl, unfortunately, realized too late that she had been hit, already flying through everything into the wall. Such a blow managed to cause bleeding while she thought about her mistakes with this demon. Bai Mu immediately stood between her and the devil, asking worriedly if she was really okay. Chinana came running to help with the healing, immediately enveloping the girl in a healing aura. Behind her, under the amulet, stood other members of their guild, who also came running to the rescue. Zai Jun noticed that while they were living in the forest, she had managed to master a new skill, suggesting that they act together. Rising to her feet again, standing up to defend herself against the demon, she was confident that their strength would be enough to defeat the devil. Therefore, the entire guild literally attacked her together, thus deciding not to give her time to rest. Annie took this as a challenge, deciding that they were stupidly asking for death, and she would help them with it. At this time, Volus was plundering people near the wall on his turtle, so that few could escape. The entire Datan guild was in the fight, but even they understood that they could not cope with this force. At this time, the devil was only more amused by this, offering to continue making meat patties out of people. Only in the dust before him stood Luton, not flinching in the least before his greatness. The devil was slightly surprised by such decisive human stupidity, but he simply looked at him, trying to understand what he was thinking. The guy's face was serious, noticing with a wry expression that the demon was clearly having a lot of fun here. So he jumped towards him, activating the personality of Hercules. He suggested that he could amuse him a little more by aiming his fist with increased force. The turtle received this blow, which made Volus unable to believe that he had managed to destroy its defense with one blow. Because of the dust, he didn't notice how the guy in front of him disappeared somewhere, only hearing the shadow landing behind him. Hearing Luton whisper about increasing his strength, he froze in shock, not even imagining that humans could be so fast. The guy, all flashing lightning in his eyes, said angrily that this blow would be retribution for all the devil's actions that had been committed so far. With every second that his fist flew towards Volus's face, the power only grew, surrounding him with lightning. Very soon, all the force was released straight into the demon's face, throwing him aside. Luton still kept an eye on the devil's body, even though he knew that after a blow with increased force, almost 3,000 would not survive. To his regret, when the dust cleared from the ground, the figure of Volus rose from it, who turned out to be extremely tenacious. Wiping his face, the devil looked at the guy with hatred, not believing that a person could be so strong. But he added that the opponent himself was not easy, jumping up in an instant and offering his own fist for a blow. Luton was prepared for this, joking that if he wanted to measure his strength, then he would show his true power. He caught Volus's blow with his own, causing an aura to form around them. The loser depended on who would be stronger, which is why Luton hissed for his strength to increase almost twice as much once again. Volus heard this perfectly well, immediately confidently calling out his power of anger in response. Unfortunately, his power was much stronger, knocking Luton's blow away and sending him into the ground. The guy couldn't believe it, because the devil had enormous powers even after his strong blow. It turns out that the whole problem was in his armor, which the guy completely pierced, but did not deprive him of his strength. Now he had the power of anger with him, capable of making everything he touched hard, even himself, calling forth spears from the earth. Luton was not yet able to resist, why his body hit and flew up again on these peaks. Even though his body was aching with pain, he tried to understand and figure out how to destroy the devil, and as quickly as possible. But Volus simply read his thoughts, explaining that the larger the object, the less solid it is, which is why the turtle broke so quickly. But if he has a small object, he will become harder than diamond, demonstrating this on the fragments of stones. From them he created a diamond spear, which at that very moment he asked the guy to do. Luton managed to notice this, which is why he slightly dodged as best he could, receiving a less serious wound to his arm. But even so, there was too much power in the demon for it not to break. So when he was trying to come to his senses, sitting on the ground, Volus literally came right up to him, saying that this was his end. At this time, Zaijun commanded her people to fight Annie. Unfortunately for the demon, she was doing it very well, and people really did hinder her from attacking. Despite this, she tried to touch as many people as possible, hurting them as much as possible. Chinana stood guard over the healing, checking that everyone was safe and sound. Realizing that the devil was too fast, Sun Yue suggested that he distract her while they seized the moment. Annie heard this perfectly well, but she did not understand who this man was and why she could not take her eyes off him. Sun Yu still had the curse that all bosses and high-level monsters considered him as their main target. She burned with hatred when she looked at him more, at one point simply unable to bear it, vowing to kill him. Why, at the speed of light, she put all her strength into him, burning with anger. Sun Yue defended himself against her with his shield, shouting at Zaijun to act as the boss was furious. Of course, the girl listened to him and immediately approached the doctor. Swinging her scythe, which possessed vampirism, she struck the devil in the back, believing that the fight would be theirs. Although the blow did not destroy her immediately, Annie only became more enraged, considering people to be just gnats. While promising to crush them, she only rained blows on Sun Yu, who was already feeling a little pain from it. He hoped that Sung An and Li Jiruya would return soon while the raider leader was fighting another demon. He used Odin's personality to increase his strength, immediately drawing a sparkling sword. While Cilios was trying to strike, Li Jiruya easily and simply knocked his weapon aside. Realizing that he couldn't defeat the demon this way, the boy summoned Odin's personality, now increasing his speed. He approached the demon at speed, trying to hit him, but he easily jumped out of the way of the blow. Cilios seemed to sense some kind of excitement, and he himself began to shine in his magic, calling upon the blue Pegasus. Literally at that moment, a beautiful Pegasus appeared, heading towards Li Jirui. As soon as he noticed him, the guy immediately realized that his affairs were a little bad, trying to think of something. Although he managed to get rid of the beast, Cilios decided that this was his trump card, laughing at his weakness. From the smoke, Li Jirui honestly asked how the devil knew so much about the golden personality. Then the demon told him that he had once been one of the chosen people here. The guy didn't even immediately believe that he was once a human, and a player at that, who had awakened a golden personality. But Cilios immediately answered him that he was not a player, and there was no game then, because he had been here much longer. Shining with his blue magic, he suddenly said that now is the real Odin. Li Jiruya didn't even believe it at first, staring in surprise at both the demon and his attack. Sung An fought nearby, asking if his partner was doing well. But City took the form of a snake, suggesting that the guy worry about himself first, because her belly awaits him. It turns out that Cilios used to be a great warrior, who was the darling of the public. He fought in the arena with various monsters and creatures, not letting anyone win. He greeted the entire audience with a smile. He was a charming character. At that time, with only a spear, he could achieve anything he wanted. With such a weapon in his hands, there were never any equals in the arena. There were those who died. Previously, all he had to do was wish for something, and it all became his own. However, after more than 20 years, he realized that there was no warrior who remained invincible, and this happened to him when his spear was destroyed. Then the public chose a new favorite, the one who managed to defeat Sileos. After the fight, they literally kicked him out of the arena, calling him old and, after paying him some compensation, demanded that he never come back. For the guy, it meant literally everything. But for a warrior, glory was the most important thing. As he passed by the window with a bottle of alcohol, a witch called out to him, offering to tell dear Sileos his fortune. Drunk, the guy even grinned that at least someone recognized him on the street, which had become a great rarity. But he did not stop next to the girl, only answering that fortune-telling is just a trick to deceive. Then the mysterious witch offered to make his dream of eternal life come true. Sileos couldn't resist such an offer, making a deal with the demon. He was given the power of his ancestors for eternal life. Becoming the chosen one required only a small price. That day, he gained power again and became the invincible warrior, Sileos. So he told Ligeruya his story, only admitting that he had not thought about that small price at all. As he finished the conversation, he conveyed that the boy would have to fight him, the legendary king of the gods, Odin. Realizing the danger, Ligeruya immediately tried to dodge by calling on his personal speed. Dodging his sword, the boy headed back at him, immediately asking if he had been reincarnated for thousands of years, not believing it. Having tried to hit him from the sky, he believed that he had simply made it all up. Ligeruy's sword was easily blocked by Sileos, preventing the attack, replying that he thought it was a player created as a pawn. While he was distracting Ligerui with conversation, he accurately struck him in the chest with his sword. He pointed out angrily that they were all playing their roles here, and the real audience was now sitting somewhere high up and applauding them. Although Sileos was clearly winning the fight for now, he decided to keep his distance from the guy, jumping away. From the smoke, Ligeruya continued their conversation, asking who these spectators were that he had never even heard of. It turns out that when he completed all the story requirements to level up the Holy Sword, it wasn't just anyone who answered him. The Demon Lord himself contacted him for his actions, being very surprised by this. He was then in the Sacred Hall of Hademon, asking the boy who he was and why he appeared here. In front of him, as a hologram, stood the same guy who created demons, but he simply joyfully greeted the Chosen One. Ligeruya didn't trust him, still demanding to know who he was. The guy just said that he already knew the answer, but he just didn't fully believe it. The leader of the raiders actually asked incredulously if he really was the Demon Lord. With a sly grin, the guy noted that although this was a stupid title, it was his idea. Ligeruya became even more angry and couldn't believe that this was all a scam, that he was the one who came up with the game between players and demons. Sitting back on his lounge chair, he said that although it was true, he had not created the game itself. He had simply found the plot boring and added a bit of variety. Waving his hand, Ligeruya demanded that he shut his mouth and simply answer who he was, where he got his strength from, and what this whole game was all about. The guy immediately said that it doesn't matter who he is, he has only one goal: to make people who shouldn't exist die. Ligeruya was horrified, thinking that he simply wanted to destroy the world by asking this directly. The stranger explained that it was like cleaning before the meeting of its owners, but the guy entered into a special clean who could survive. He was only more shocked by this, realizing that he was simply inviting him to join him. But the Lord paraphrased all this to mean that from the very beginning this game was a selection of lucky ones, and he was giving a wonderful opportunity. Ligeruya didn't think that this was an option, because it would mean he would have to betray his people and friends. He couldn't just betray his teammates who came here with him, betray all of humanity. Having fallen back into his chaise longue, he only said that the choice was his, because he could either die with everyone else, or enter the game in a new role with him. Therefore, Ligeruya remembered that if he chose to join, he only had to whisper to his sword why Sileos was not his opponent. The devil did not listen to what the man muttered, only saying that he had no equal in strength, so the guy would die in doubt and torment. After all, Ligeruya's dark face had made him realize that this was a difficult decision, so he wanted to come here himself and ask. Rising to one knee, calling upon his sword, he addressed him, asking one question as a parting question. He wondered why he had to carry this burden while magical rays came out from the sword, but he still had a question about whether the role the Demon Lord had prepared for him would really suit him, until a mysterious shadow appeared behind him. At this time, Luton clearly did not want to give up, glaring at the devil. Only he waved and said that it was all over for the pathetic little man. Pulling back a bit, Volus wondered how long the boy had this power, thinking that it was only a few days or months. But he, the real elite, has the strength that has gone through all the trials, which is why the leader's death from his hand should be a gift from above. At that moment, Xian appeared from behind his back from the ability, immediately lowering her katana onto his body. The devil turned out to be much faster than they thought, which is why the girl missed when she landed. But she was not alone. Behind Volus was the entire Dayton guild, simultaneously rushing at the one who dared to touch their leader. While the guys were sorting things out, Xian was checking on the guy's condition, worried that something had happened to him, while also apologizing for being late. Luton was, of course, worried, because the girl left her post in the south of the city without understanding why she came. Without looking at the guy, Xian said shyly that she was here because she was worried about someone close to her. But Luton didn't like being useless at all, worrying that things were bad because of him. But she told him not to grieve, because there are people everywhere and enough to fight off the demons. Right now, they should be more concerned about finding a way to get rid of the demonic god in front of them. Rising to his feet, Luton immediately said that he knew about his ability to create reinforced items. Xian didn't quite understand what the difficulty was if he just had defense, because the strongest attack was clearly better than the strongest defense. The chief answered uncertainly that it seemed the guy was stronger than him now, but he called upon the strongest power of Hercules to make his strength multiply over time, deciding to seize the moment to destroy the defense. At this time, Volus was surrounded by people who began not only to humiliate him by force, but also to provoke him verbally. He couldn't stand it, using his ability to create, bringing the stone to life. Now his animal was breaking this crowd, laughing at the people who had just laughed, but it was his turn to rejoice. While Volus was distracted, the leader decided to act, instantly attacking him and hitting him in the face with all his might. As he flew across half the field, Luton mockingly asked if he hadn't said a few minutes ago that they were elites who had honed their skills through thousands of years of hard work. The demon's face twisted not only from the strong blow to the face, but also from hatred for such mockery, rising. Before Volus had time to come to his senses and get up to fight, the guy, shouting and calling him a bastard, wanted to hit him again. The devil immediately realized that his opponent's strength had increased. Why he should reduce the range of hardening by putting his hands under his fist. Bracing her body from the front to avoid being hit by him, Jean snuck up behind him, using her katana to strike him in the unprotected back. At the same time, Luton also attacked Volus, which literally put him on the edge. His strength was unable to withstand the people. Why, pressed into the ground, he did not understand how this was possible. Hiding the katana back behind her back, Xian told him that the guy was just distracting him, the demon, and the main power was in her. Lutuna was incredibly inspired by this phrase, immediately running up to the girl to give her a high five for their perfect combo, while she asked to celebrate later. It turns out that he himself was embarrassed, because his hands were damaged and a little bloody, joking that he was not a god but just a man. But Xian didn't really appreciate the joke, immediately demanding his hand, taking out a bandage and scolding him that she had already asked him not to go alone. She was worried that something could have happened to the guy if she hadn't managed to get to him on time. Turning his head away, Luton indignantly said that he didn't interfere, he just didn't let the demon kill ordinary people. But Xian was not satisfied with this answer, saying that fighting the devils alone was literally fatal. She reminded the guy that he had promised that they would survive together, and why, hitting himself on the chest, he confidently said that he would keep his promise. At this time, Volus began to come to his senses, rising to his feet and wondering how amazing the little people were now, because they were the first to break through his defense for so many years and battles. Turning to him, the couple advised him not to come here at all, because they could do even worse. The devil's face immediately changed, saying that he was truly so delighted that he almost did not feel pain. Rubbing his face, Luton immediately didn't believe that the demon still wanted to fight, thinking to give him another beating. The demon's eyes lit up even more, saying that worthy opponents should suffer quietly, which is what he would give them. While checking his ability, Luton realized that his multiplier only had 4 minutes left, why they wouldn't be able to play for long, hinting at Volus's death. In an instant, he quickly approached the devil, once again multiplying his damage so much that the entire field around him was illuminated with purple light. At this time in the mountains, Sung-an stood before the incarnation of City, promising him death in her stomach. But crouching down to jump, taking his pistol, the guy only said that on the contrary, he had been waiting for her for a very long time. Why, jumping high, he shot some of his mana into her mouth, hoping that this power would be enough. But to his surprise, the snake literally swallowed his attack, only spewing smoke from its mouth. She immediately turned into her devil form, for some reason thanking Sung-an for the addition. The tension on the guy's face only grew more, not believing that she was able to absorb all this energy from the weapon. Saying that he was greatly underestimating her abilities, City suddenly produced his own gun in her hand. She explained that she also had the effect of imitating and reproducing her opponent's attacks, which is why his movements were copied by her, immediately firing. Sung-an, although he was not prepared for this, stood confidently, ready to fight. At the last moment, when the bullet was about to hit him, he instantly jumped up, dodging. But even so, the bullet continued to fly after him, which made the guy realize that she had managed to imitate his blade ability as well. City continued her joke that you should treat others the way you want them to treat you, threatening to kill him with his own skills. But the fatal blow was prevented by his eternal crown, which created a shield that completely absorbed the attack. The news that the devil could copy his skills didn't please the guy very much, because his health was already very low. This made Sung-an feel a bit uneasy, feeling that something was wrong, since he had just blocked the attack and hadn't taken any damage before. Looking at City, he realized that ever since his fight with the demon, he had always had an inexplicable feeling of illusion. The girl immediately created his bone blade, suggesting that if he changed his mind about fighting, she would simply finish him off. Before she could jump, Sung-an thought of something. Although he was unsure of his idea, he decided to take a risk. He decided not to resist the blow, knowing that he could withstand it while City struck him with her blade. She, on the contrary, was pleased with this act, asking whether the guy was really giving in to her, since he was not resisting. But landing on the ground, recovering from the blow, Sung-an saw that his health had been reduced, but there was not a scratch on him. Now he was sure that the devil's power was not in imitation or changing forms, but in creating illusions. Sung-an stood up boldly, saying that from the first moment he saw her, he felt a strange sensation. City, of course, was unhappy that her ability was revealed so easily and quickly, noticing that he was in her illusion, and there was no way out of here without outside help. Taking up his blade, Sung-an realized that there was no hope for outside help, and he had something in mind. He then suggested striking inside the illusion, piercing himself with his own weapon with the soul mark. It turns out that this was able to help him, why the invisible dome fell around them, leaving only fragments. Although it wasn't very pleasant, Sung-an was glad that he was able to destroy her illusion. But City was simply furious at how her plan had fallen apart. But she still knew all of his abilities. Now she could exploit his weaknesses, and knew for herself what he could do to her by taking the form of a tiger and attacking him. Before the boy could dodge the animal's leap, the devil behind him immediately transformed into a bird, attacking again. Despite her speed, Sung-an was also evasive, trying to somehow hurt her with his abilities. Thanks to this, the guy still managed to hit City and cause her considerable damage. However, despite one hit, he did not plan to stop, offering her to get acquainted with another of his abilities. He immediately called upon the blessing of the forest, and the vines enveloped the bird in a cage, causing the devil to realize that she was in trouble. She transformed into a fire-breathing dragon, getting rid of the vines. But Sung-an was already waiting for this, his gun ready. This did not help, and the girl explained that she had unlimited regeneration abilities, which is why his attacks were simply in vain. Having driven him away from herself, she hoped to escape, but the guy came back, flying at her. She glanced back out of the corner of her eye, realizing things were bad as she took on a new form. Once on the ground, Sung-an realized that City had once again taken the form of a worm to survive his attack. While she was returning to her devil form, the guy shouted about the decisive move, which scared her a little. Grass and flowers began to appear under her feet, which made her tense up a little, waiting for what he would do. But nothing happened. Why did City laugh loudly that it was too stupid? But Sung-in stood confidently and did not answer her, waiting a little longer. A moment later, the grass and flowers turned into a cage of vines, while the devil thought that this was stupid, because she, a demon, could not be contained like that. But the tired guy explained that it was a bloodthirsty vine, and that it was the kind of plant that could survive in any harsh conditions. Now, City understood that she was trapped, but counting on regeneration to save her, she asked only for a little time to get out. Sung-an shook his head and said that she definitely wouldn't be able to get out, because the vines needed a lot of energy to feed, and they would literally take it from the demon's body. The power of restoration was also considered, why she would never be able to get out of this trap. Turning to Li Zherui, he asked if he was finished, since it seemed like he was done here. At this time, the leader was fighting off Silios's attacks, when a strange black aura appeared on the guy. It turns out that he managed to emerge as a new personality with different properties, which is why his holy sword turned black. Having pierced the devil with it, he said that he was no longer weak-willed, looking at him with a sly grin. Holding the boy's sword in his hand, he tried to swing his spear at him with the other, demanding that he close his mouth. Only despite Silios's strength, he easily rejected him, saying that he was not the chosen one at all, but simply a temporary replacement that would soon disappear. The devil in the distance could no longer see the face of his opponent, only his dark silhouette with a frightening aura. Without looking away, as he rose to his feet, Silios realized that the boy had suddenly become like a different person. But before he could even stand up, Lee Jaruya approached him with clearly ill intentions. As he swung, the demon realized that for some reason he couldn't regenerate, wondering how to save himself. The distraction was the creation of a Pegasus that flew at Lee Jaruya, preventing him from attacking. This, of course, did not suit the guy, and he demanded that Silios fight him to the death and not run away. Now he was faced with another problem in the form of a spirit that was almost knocking him off his feet. He summoned his personality, which easily grabbed the Pegasus by the muzzle. He literally squeezed the animal, dissolving it and throwing it into the ground to be destroyed. Silios was simply horrified by such cruelty, calling the guy a bastard and promising to kill him, sending him to hell. He easily threw his spear at Lee Jaruya, as if he could see with his own eyes that it had hit. Only this blow did not kill the guy. On the contrary, with wild eyes and a sly grin, he took his spear sticking out of his chest. He just took it out just as easily as the body began to regenerate and the wound began to heal. He noticed that Silios was just a disgrace, who was the only one going to hell today, just cutting him down in an instant. Lee Jaruya literally admired the power he gained from agreeing to a deal with a stranger, not believing it. While he was resting, Sung-an teleported behind him, not yet seeing the boy's wild eyes. He asked again, seriously, if he was finished with his battle with the devil. As soon as Lee Jaruya looked back, he immediately realized that something was wrong with him, especially noticing the strange aura around his sacred sword. But the guy simply said that it was his new second-level upgrade, while all the power smoothly disappeared into him. Hiding his sword, Lee Jaruya changed the topic to how Song-an had managed to defeat the devil with his own strength and alone, praising him. But the guy didn't trust the former leader very much, asking whether he had really killed the second devil. With a smile, he simply noted that there was nothing to worry about, since he definitely wouldn't be able to return to life today. Having agreed, they headed towards the mountain, himself mentally understanding that something was clearly wrong with his partner today. Soon they climbed the volcano, seeing an eye there and realizing that this was the entrance to hell where Lucifer lived. Walking straight towards him, Sung-an thought that he would be met there by the man with whom it all began. Suddenly, Lee Jaruya noticed behind him that there was only one thing left to do, as a purple aura appeared around him. Before the guy had time to ask what he was talking about, his partner pierced his body with his sword. Sung-an looked at him out of the corner of his eye, spitting out a little blood and asking what he was doing. As he fell, Lee Jaruya explained that he needed to kill him. His last request was on this volcano. The boy quickly lost consciousness, falling onto the rocks, while Lee Jaruya wished him a pleasant sleep, because he would wake up in a completely new world. At this time, 2 scarlet birds flew over Hadamon, which Zaijun quickly noticed. The she-devil saw them too, realizing that these birds would bring news to them that one of the devils had been killed. Zaijun was next to her, thinking that the devil could not be killed, but then she realized. Other people also realized that this was done by Sung-an and his people, rejoicing at the success of their leader. Nana herself was incredibly happy that this guy managed to cancel the immortality of the higher demons. This success of Guildmaster Zero greatly inspired the people, who pounced on their enemy altogether. Annie couldn't believe that any of the devils had managed to lose their ability to regenerate. She promised that she would mourn her companion and kill all the people even more cruelly to honor the memory of the devil. Volus also noticed these birds, also realizing that one of his devils had been destroyed. But now he didn't have time to think about it, because Luton had already jumped on him with an attack. His eyes were burning with hatred, using up his strength bonus 10,000 times already. Xian was very worried about the guy, because their fight had already been going on for 9 minutes, and they would have to pay for the increase in strength. But Lutuna clearly didn't care about the future consequences, wanting to deal with the devil now. He punched him straight in the face, leaving no chance for evasion. This powerful attack literally caused the devil to roll across the ground, leaving a trail behind him. Luton was already slightly trembling from all the strength in battle, mockingly asking if the demon was really failing at something. At that moment, Volus rose up, throwing all the stones aside from himself, barely holding on. He said that one of his comrades had disappeared forever, which the guy heard without understanding who he was talking about. Xian quickly realized that his comrades were devils, which meant that the person in front of them was one of them. This truly inspired Lutuna to continue, knowing that the first death meant a victory for the 2 strongest players. That's why he also wanted to finish his task and end the battle with the devil. But while he was thinking and dreaming, a small diamond hairpin almost flew at him. Grabbing it with her hands, Xian thought that if the devil died, then the other demons must have lost some of their strength. Only Volus rose from behind the stones more animated, noticing that people were doing something wrong because his mood only rose. Xian quickly took out her katana, asking her friend to be careful. Only Luton waved his hand, not letting her into battle and asking her to leave him alone. He smashed the diamond hairpin to pieces, saying that the girl definitely shouldn't take part in this battle. Looking back at her, he was sure that she was smart and would understand what he was going to do next. Xian blushed slightly, shedding tears, until Lutong reminded him that he was the leader of the Datan Guild, and it was his duty to protect his people. His guild also stood behind, not believing that he was going to fight the devil alone. Xian herself turned around to leave, saying that all those who supported the leader should leave with her. Of course, everyone supported the guy, which is why they immediately ran away until the girl reminded him that he promised to survive. Calling upon his power, almost surrounded by lightning, he said that he remembered and would keep his promise. His strength only grew further, promising Volus that in 3 minutes he would experience insane torment. At this time, Li Jiruya was climbing the stairs of some temple, carrying something in his hands. Entering the hall, he shouted that he came here to meet Lucifer, noticing someone's figure in front of him. The old man closed the book, not understanding what kind of meeting with Lucifer could be here, when he himself did not know about his existence. Li Jirui's eyes shone strangely, but he didn't know who was in front of him trying to ask. The man immediately understood what the guy wanted from him, introducing himself as Alaris, one of the devils, the demon of laziness. Only the guy continued to ask if he was the last devil, not understanding why he was in the hall and not outside. Approaching the stranger, Alaris said that fighting and killing was not his style, preferring to sit quietly and read. He asked the boy to remember that wisdom is better than brute force, because knowledge is higher than strength. But Li Jiruya angrily noticed that he had not come here to listen to the old grandfather's lectures, demanding who he was looking for. At that moment, a girl appeared in the sky in front of him, slightly spreading her feathers. She stared at the guy, saying that she didn't like him at all, a human, trying to understand why he was here. But Li Jirui clearly didn't care, only adding mockingly that he would be proud that she called him a human. She landed right between Alaris and the boys, listening to the man ask about the battle. She walked closer to Li Jiruya, saying that killing people was just like killing a swarm of pests, quick and boring. Baiman said that most of the people had turned into the Bodis race. Only a few locations remained, while Li Jiruya was clearly tense. Only Alaris said that he no longer needed to ask her for help because she was the princess of the ancestors. The man had already turned to the boy, offering him to go with him to talk to the demon lord. Li Jirui's sly grin didn't interest Baiman, who stared at what he was carrying in his hands. Looking closely, she noticed a familiar human face among the strips of fabric. Having demanded that the guy stop, he obediently stopped, not understanding how he could help her. She roughly poked the man in his arms, asking who he had. Li Jiruya did not hide it, saying that this was once one of his human companions, but was now just a corpse. This greatly angered Alaris, since corpses were not to be brought into his great hall of valor. He angrily threatened that the corpses should be buried in the ground and left to rot, and not dragged to the place where the heroic souls of the ancestors sleep. But Li Jiruya rudely remarked that he brought this body here because he had his own reasons for doing so, and there was no need for them all to teach him anything. Only Baimen didn't care why Li Jirui hadn't even had time to turn away from her before she ordered him to put the body down. The boy rudely replied that despite the fact that she was her highness, he only obeyed the orders of the demon lord. So he explained that he brought Sung-en here because he had everything he needed to become a new man. Only Baimen kept insisting that he put it down, which is why Li Jiruya rudely said that he didn't care, asking what would happen if he refused. Taking up her sword, the devil demonstrated that the only thing she would offer then would be death. That's why she pounced on him in an instant, leaving him no chance to fight back. Her sword sent huge waves of blows towards the guy, which seemed impossible to dodge or block, because the guy's hands were busy. Thinking quickly, Li Jiruya summoned his Odin Force ability, choosing Enhanced Agility. Only thanks to this he managed to jump back and dodge Baimen's attack, just as she did not let him stop. Alaris implored them to be careful, as this was the place where the spirits of their ancestors rested. Only Baimen seemed not to listen to him, using her abilities to move. She instantly appeared behind Li Jirui, trying to strike him from behind. Grabbing Sung-an in one hand, he summoned his sword, fighting back, not understanding why the girl was so fast. She sharply told Vancouver why a strange poisoning skull appeared before the guy's eyes. It turned out that she could also attack him in the head, forcing Li Jirui to retreat. He barely landed on the floor of the hall, holding only his sword, not understanding why the devil was so angry with him. Baimen came closer to him, saying that she didn't care who he was or what the master told him, threatening that if he didn't give her the guy, he would die right there. The guy immediately realized that she was obsessed with him, asking why this was so, or if there was something she had that they didn't know about. Her thoughts immediately recalled the boy who called her and led her somewhere, confessing that there was only one reason. Bowing her head, she realized that she felt some kind of attachment to this person in particular. Lee Jaruya did not immediately believe that devils could feel something like affection for others, thinking that all devils regarded humans as parasites. Bayman, rising to the ceiling, said that she was not obliged to explain everything, again demanding that he give her the man. Taking Sungan's body more comfortably, while also holding his sword, the boy noticed that such capriciousness of Her Highness would cost her dearly. Alaris immediately intervened in this matter of mine, demanding that this circus stop immediately. Before he could finish speaking, and they could begin, a strange magical portal appeared next to them. Everyone felt that he was next to them, and immediately turned towards him. The same man appeared from the portal, introducing himself as Lucifer, asking Bayman to calm down. Rafaela was by his side as Alaris thanked the dragon for coming here before the two destroyed the Hall of Valor. Lee Jarui was immediately struck by the fact that he was called a dragon, asking whether it was his real name. Then the guy explained that he was anyone, a dragon, a demon lord, and the creator of the game. Bayman began to slowly descend towards him, demanding an explanation as to why he had allowed the man to come here. Then the guy started listing that there were 3 points, one of which was that Lee Jaruya became the first person to complete the main quest of the game. The second was that I needed a human as a countermeasure to destroy the human race once and for all. And the third was that it was like a pet to find out who humans were, which Lee Jarui didn't like very much. Only Bayman thought that she was being lied to, while the dragon waved it off, saying that he was actually sad because of such statements. The girl said that she didn't care why he needed the guy, but she needed the corpse that he was holding in his hands. This immediately caught the dragon's attention, noticing that he had told him not to bring strangers here. Bowing to his master, the boy explained that he was his close friend and one of the strongest players in the game, which is why he thought of something. But the man interrupted him, saying that he didn't care, which Lee Jaruya really wanted to object to. Before he could even shout to the ruler, he angrily closed the door on him, asking what he had said that was so unclear. The boy, igniting a purple flame around himself, said that he still would not give Sungan into the hands of the demon. Then the dragon asked Bayman why she was so interested in this man's body. Dissatisfied with such general interest in her, the Deviless said that it was none of his business, because she was not obliged to explain herself to him. Then the man himself came up, starting to untie the ribbons, wanting to understand what was so special about this person. Before he could completely unwrap his face, Rafaela screamed that this was the one who knew how to use bugs. The dragon also recognized him, because he gave him a special gift in the form of Star's triangle, asking him to give Bayman back, because it was just a corpse. Summoning his sword, Lee Jaruya repeated once again that he would not give it up even if they all wanted to take it away. The dragon did not believe that his chosen one was doing this, until the cat reminded him that she had already said that he would not obey. Looking at Sungan's body, she thought that the guy was just a swindler, because he could obviously come up with something like this. Adjusting his glasses, the dragon asked Lee Jarui to hand over his body, believing that they were plotting something. But if the boy refused, he would have to fight the ruler himself. Unfortunately, the chances of Lee Jaruya winning were 0, which made the guy nervous. Suddenly, a strange yellow portal appeared above their heads, from which someone's voice was picking up a signal. Alaris was the first to speak, trying to understand who was speaking from there. In an instant, Sungan appeared from the portal, pointing his gun at the demon lord, asking if he was not recognized. Lee Jaruya was especially surprised to see him, staring at him in surprise. The dragon was also dissatisfied, asking whether the body in the hands of his chosen one was real, angry because of the betrayal. But standing in complete shock, the guy tried to understand why Sungan was here, asking him. But he was busy now, suggesting that Lee Jarui talk a little later, suggesting that they deal with the enemies first. It turns out that 3 hours ago, when Sungan was hit in the back by his partner, Lee Jaruya said that this was the last thing he wanted to do. Falling to the ground, the guy could not believe that he had betrayed not only him, but all of humanity. But he managed to come to his senses. Coming to his senses in the same place, realizing that there was no blow, but a mental attack. All he remembered was how Lee Jaruya stabbed him in the stomach, but there was no wound. Then he understood everything. Even though the guy didn't betray him, he didn't understand why he did it and what exactly he had in mind. Later, the dragon realized that this was a deception and a setup from his chosen one. Now Sungan was there, loading his pistol attack to kill the demon lord. Alaris immediately shouted at the boy to be careful. But Bayman was already flying towards the guy to protect her man. She stood right under the gun barrel, wanting to take the blow herself. Only Sung-an shouted that he knew the girl would do this. Why was this blow especially for her? Having hit Bayman, she literally flew to the other end of the hall, crashing into the floor. But the guy was still in front of the dragon, taking out his blade and warning that this blow was already specifically for the stranger. Rafaela stood there frightened, screaming that their master was in danger, while closing her eyes. Only the dragon was in no hurry to even run or dodge, but simply snapped his fingers, causing time to literally stop and freeze. The Overlord reminded him that he was the creator of the game, so it was too naive of Sung-an to think that he could defeat him by summoning invincible and high-damage abilities. Now he was ready for the fight, waving his hand a little and ordering time to go again. Sung-an's blade had only just touched the dragon's body when it immediately shattered into pieces. The guy stared at this in complete shock, not understanding how this was even possible. The creator explained that he controls not only the gameplay, but also all the props, skills, and attributes, that he can decide everything. With this guy in control of everything, Sung-an tried to figure out what to do. Throwing away the rest of his sword, he decided to use the creation ability, using the items in his inventory and making ice spikes. But they were of no use to the dragon, since it was impossible to damage him due to his ability. Confident that this was not the end, Sung-an ran behind him, using his black smoke to blind him. Only because of the ability, again, the effect did not work, which is why the guy took his gun. But he couldn't cope either, because the creator had destroyed its expiration date, and the target could not be found. Having already thrown the pistol aside, Sung-an cursed himself he could not accept such a defeat. He immediately remembered that he had the ability of bugs, deciding to use them to the fullest. But before he could take the star triangle, the system upset him that it could not be used. Looking at this, the dragon laughed, reminding that it was he who gave this triangle. Falling to his knees from helplessness, the boy could not accept that he had become an ordinary person, a player without special features. Lee Jaruya approached him, suggesting that they just give up, since they were just players and couldn't stand up to him. The guy was completely twisted with anger, not understanding why his friend had dragged him here if he knew that fighting was useless. Closing his eyes and exhaling, he admitted that he had come here to surrender, apologizing in advance. Sung-an was furious when he heard that he had come here to surrender and give up their world to the devil. Lee Jaruya could not look his friend in the eye, explaining that any outcome would be futile, since the extermination of humanity could not be stopped. But Sung-an didn't even listen to him finish, immediately slapping him in the face with his fist. He started yelling at him, asking why he was abandoning his people, those who had walked this entire path with them, reminding him of Baimu and Shinan. Grabbing him by the throat, he reminded him that by surrendering, he would betray everyone, even his closest relatives. Lee Jaruya closed his eyes and did not argue, but merely reminded them that everyone knew what they were getting into and what they were doing. His words made the guy want to hit him again, clenching his fist with all the hatred he felt for his actions. Rafaela interrupted him, asking Lee Jaruya if he really had come to surrender, since they had been talking about something completely different. But now the guy didn't care what to choose, because now that he saw the true power of the ruler, he was confident. The dragon laughed at all the guy's words, repeating each one several times. But now, in all seriousness, the ruler offered Sung-an a choice to perish along with humanity, or to join them and together meet the coming of a new era. After listening attentively, the guy remained silent, only hanging his head and becoming thoughtful. Finally, he let Lee Jaruya go, and realized that no one could blame or condemn them for the election. But he would not become a traitor. As he walked towards the exit, he decided that he would return to those who cared about him and die with them, never kneeling before the demons. Sung-an remembered his past, how in the company of his colleagues he was always alone. A lot of debts and living alone, food, sleep, and walks, not even dreaming about anything. He was always insulted and mocked, that he was useless, pathetic, and it was not at all surprising that he was left alone. He only had the rays of Zaijun and Sun Yue, not allowing him to fall into darkness forever, inviting him to them. It was on that day that his whole life literally changed and turned upside down. Before, he was nobody, just a speck of dust, but in the game he gained unreal power. But along with the power, something came into his life that he never even dared to dream of. His team and friends. They are the ones he will not allow to disappear from his life. Looking back into the hall, he asked if the ruler really wanted him to forget about his friends and become a new man. But he firmly decided that he would rather die next to his loved ones. Sung-an would never give in to the devil and his minions, clearly hurting Lee Jaruya with his decision. But Bayman watched him especially closely, feeling something familiar in the guy. Hiding his face in his hand, the dragon praised him for making the right choice as a human, but there would be a price to pay. He offered Sung-an to take his honor and die right there, summoning a bunch of swords. Closing his eyes, the boy apologized out loud to Zai-jun that he would not be able to return to her for now, as he had promised. But before he could say goodbye to her, Bayman blocked all the swords in front of him, protecting him. Sung-an was completely surprised to see her, asking why she saved him. But the ruler was the first to want to understand what she was doing and why she was protecting this little man. Looking back at him, she said that it would be very sad to kill him in such a way. Only the ruler did not understand what kind of sadness she meant if he was a mere mortal. Turning away from the guy's gaze, she shed a couple of tears and honestly said that for her he was different. That's how she felt. Alaris was greatly outraged by Her Highness's behavior, reminding her that it was the dragon who awakened her. Yes, this guy, although not their ancestor, but he made a great contribution to their return, and she also swore allegiance to him. But Bayman clearly wasn't interested in what Alaris had said when he demanded that she take the boy for herself. She didn't even voice another outcome. She simply raised her sword towards the master. Rafaela immediately, shaking her fists, shouted at her that she simply had no right to treat the master like that. Looking at the game's creator, she asked him to demonstrate if he could turn off her power. Throwing up his hands, the dragon said that her powers were there at birth. Even if he could bestow the powers of a demon god, her powers were beyond his control. Before he could even finish speaking, the girl tried to stab him with her sword. Unfortunately, her attempt was unsuccessful, but her thirst for attack only grew stronger. Alaris was simply in shock, thinking that Her Highness had gone mad, since she pointed her weapon at the dragon. As the Lord pushed her sword away, he noticed that the girl was clearly using the man as an excuse to attack him, rather than a reason. He remembered that she hadn't wanted to listen to him from the start. How Bayman had blurted out that he should go to hell because he didn't deserve to be on this planet. Rafaela tried to put in her words, noting that she was the princess of her ancestors, but she herself did not respect anyone. Jumping away from them, she honestly said that she only remembered how she was thrown onto the island like a wild animal. Then they took away her closest person, again attacking the dragon to strike. The Lord was about to say something when she struck with her sword, causing him to dodge. He reminded her that she seemed to have lost half her memory, all a little tense. Bayman admitted that she did not remember all the details of her life, because she had slept for 6 years after all. But she clearly remembered her first thought after waking up, the thought of killing the master. Sung-an stood aside from all this, watching the girl's strong thirst for blood, not understanding why the devil was fighting against her master. But realizing that this was an opportunity to regain his strength, he began to watch the battle more closely, deciding to look for an opportunity to kill the dragon. His mental plan was interrupted by a sharp sword under his feet, barely bouncing off him. Lee Jaruya approached him and said that he understood what he was thinking, warning him that he would have to stop it. Now the guy was genuinely angry because all this time he still hoped that his friend was just pretending for the demons. But Lee Jaruya frowned and remarked that he had only allowed Sung-an to survive because he felt sorry for him. Laughing evilly, he admitted that his goal all along had been to come here and surrender. Sung-an still hoped that he was just lying and joking, not believing in the seriousness of his idea. But taking out his sacred sword, which was already purple instead of yellow, the guy did not hide that he was serious. Then Sung-an understood the whole story, warning him that he would not treat him like a human being for such an act. Lee Jaruya himself admitted that he was now a member of the demon clan, because he knew that he could get a reward for the plot, which is why he joined. His reward was to become the demon god Odin, but the system could not determine his level. Seeing his new status, Sung-an only hated him more, calling him a traitor. Only Lee Jaruya did not stop at such talk, offering the boy to fight, as he had long wanted to do. Heading towards Sung-an at full speed, he noticed that this fight was destined to come true. Only he didn't want to strike first, suggesting that he attack. Sung-an managed to recover his gun, honestly admitting that he never wanted them to be enemies. When the guy fired, Lee Jaruya tensed up a bit, using his Odin Force speed to dodge. Then Sung-an decided to use the opportunity to protect himself by calling upon the creation of stone pillars. Lee Jaruya cut through the rock with great ease, destroying the obstacle in front of him. Sung-an then instantly used water wave creation, forcing the enemy to retreat slightly. Using his Odin speed again, he jumped over the wave, trying to land. Only Sung-an was already behind him, using his black smoke ability to blind him. He succeeded, and Lee Jaruya was indeed blinded, even though he was a demon. Closing his eyes, he said that he still knew all the guy's movements, which is why he could predict any attack. Realizing that his bone blade was destroyed, he pulled out the hellish sword from his inventory. He tried to hit Lee Jaruya with it, but the statue of the god Odin's personality itself covered the guy, repelling the attack. Sung-an couldn't believe that he could use the statue, realizing that he had a small problem. The guy noticed that Sung-an didn't know him at all, but but he could calculate all his moves by creating a magic ball. The statue of Odin held this ball, where Sung-an was now imprisoned, only hearing from Lee Jarui that he did not know him at all. Sung-an tried to move and get out, realizing that he could not move. The guy's vision had already been restored, honestly asking how he planned to fight without his blade, to which Sung-an noted that he had somehow survived all this time. Lee Jarui was hooked by this, really wanting to know how he did it, why he stood and waited. Starting with the fact that when you face enemies several times more powerful than yourself, you always find yourself in a desperate situation, from which there is no way out. Lee Jaruya did not let him finish speaking, pointing his sword and saying goodbye to his old friend. Only now the dome was not pierced by his sword, on the contrary, it pushed away its creator. The guy didn't understand how this happened, staring at his ball in surprise. With a sly smile, Sung-an noticed that all this time, it was neither the sword nor any ability that saved him, until the system wrote that the battle was prohibited here. As Lee Jaruya walked further away, he couldn't believe his eyes as the ball began to sparkle more and more. Sung-an held Star's triangle in his hand, a reminder that he had been surviving all this time through the game's bugs.